Chapter 1625. No one had expected the early-stage minor primal core black-clad youth, Ling Yu, to defeat Old Devil Lu, who had hundreds of years of combat experience within 10 moves. The battle ended so quickly that it left everyone flabbergasted and in disbelief. The victor of this battle was the Black Cave Mountain's Ling Yu, and the scholarly youth Zhang Xian from the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. Their consecutive victories tied once again. The scholarly youth Zhang Xian smiled and said, "Not bad, Ling Yu. Do you dare to go bigger?" "Afraid of you?" Ling Yu's lips curled up in a cold smile. "How do you want to play?" Zhang Xian smiled and said, "Let's fight 3 peak minor primal core cultivators at the same time. Let's see who wins first. Do you dare to or not?" What a joke. Why wouldn't I dare? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena descended into a frenzy. How arrogant. 1 against 3. Furthermore, Zhang Xian was a peak minor primal core cultivator, who was 2 grades higher than Xiao Chan. The most important thing was that Zhang Xian did not consider failure at all. The key to their victory was still to see who could win first. This is crazy. Not only is he fighting 1 against 3, he actually wants to end the battle quickly. The 2 of them are exuding an imposing aura. I wonder if anyone else will step up. Don't worry. They have already won 21 matches in a row. If we defeat them, we will obtain an astronomical amount of spirit jades. There will definitely be people willing to give it a try. Amidst the discussions, 3 old men from each of the 2 arenas flew up one after another. Luonan exclaimed in shock. These 2 people are somewhat horrifying. Can they win? Xiao Chan was also a little shocked in his heart. If it were him, it would be a little strenuous for him to fight 1 against 3. A peak minor primal core venerate was not scary. What was scary was that the venerates who dared to go up at this moment were definitely not ordinary people. Without a trump card, no one would rashly go on stage. What kind of holy land was the blessed land for these 2 to be so confident? While Xiao Chun was deep in thought, he was also looking forward to it. He wanted to experience the charm of the blessed paradise. Quick bet. I bet that these 2 brats won't be able to hold on. That's right, we've already fought for so long. At least half of our true essence has been consumed. I don't believe that he can defeat 3 peak minor primal core experts. Yes, I'll bet half of my net worth. The 6 of them are all pirate leaders who are much more powerful than Old Monster Lu. Before the battle began, the atmosphere in the dueling ring had reached its peak. Everyone was watching and enthusiastically placing their bets. Xiao Se pondered and said, "Captain, do you want us to go play as well?" After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun said, "Forget it. Small fights are boring. Even if you win too much, they will not let you leave this wrestling ring so easily." Yeah, that's true. The people behind the dueling ring are not people to be trifled with. Boom! An explosion resounded in the dueling ring as a surging shockwave spread out in the air. Wave after wave radiated out in all directions, causing one's heart to palpitate. Indeed, as many of the cultivators who placed their bets expected, Ling Yu and Zhang Xian, who fought 1 against 3, were no longer as relaxed as before. The 6 challengers on the 2 arenas seemed to be quite experienced, and their coordination was flawless. Those with stronger physical defenses focused on delaying Ling Yu and Zhang Xian. After that, the other 2 continuously harassed them, retreating after 1 strike. This was extremely annoying. The challengers on the 2 arenas all used the same strategy. They were rather shameless, continuously delaying and draining the 2's veritable essence energy. No matter what, these 2 geniuses from the Blessed Lands were only early-stage minor primal core cultivators. In the end, these old men, who had lived for hundreds of years, would definitely have purer cultivations. This method was shameless, but the effects were clear. In the arenas, Ling Yu and Zhang Xian frowned heavily, clearly feeling somewhat frustrated. Fight! 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 Take down these 2 and extinguish the pride of these geniuses. The atmosphere in the dueling ring surged. Everyone saw hope of victory. This was especially so for the cultivators who placed their bets. They went crazy, shouting hoarsely. After winning more than 20 matches in a row, these 2 outstanding talents from the Blessed Lands had already pushed the payout rate to an extremely horrifying level. As long as they won, everyone would earn a lot. However, if Ling Yu and Zhang Xian won, the dueling ring would suffer heavy losses, and the rewards for consecutive victories would be even more horrifying. The situation in the arenas did not exceed Xiao Qin's expectations. The three old men who went up to challenge Ling Yu were extremely experienced. These three old men were very experienced, and their coordination was boundless. Xiao Qian suspected that these three old men were nurtured by the wrestling ring itself. They were specially used to snipe those who could obtain consecutive victories. Xiao Qian had experienced such a situation before. Xiao Qian looked up and caught a glimpse. Suddenly he saw the West Wind Tower's chief manager Ding, and a stern old man watching the battle below. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Clearly, the situation was still under control. The reward for consecutive wins after 20 matches. This was something that any dueling ring owner would feel heartache about. It was the nature of merchants to pursue profit. Whoosh! Suddenly the entire arena erupted in intense cheers. Xiao Qian looked around and discovered that Ling Yu had made a mistake. After getting hit by 2 moves, Ling Yu was forced into a corner, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. On the other side of the arena, Jiang Xian was very cautious. However, he still got hit and his situation turned bad as well. Incredible! Xiao Qian thought to himself, these three really have a tacit understanding with each other. Furthermore, their combat experience is frightening. Unfortunately, your cultivations are still too low. Otherwise, you might really have the opportunity to be this arrogant. The old man in the arena said with a smile. Is that so? Ling Yu wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked at the blood on his palm. Then he revealed a strange smile. Old man, you are too naive. Ling Yu laughed coldly in the arena. Then he shouted, and a heavy, tyrannical, and murderous aura from the great desolate Aeon surged out from his body. Suddenly, ripples that looked like starlight appeared on Ling Yu's exposed skin. It was like he had turned into a resplendent starry sky, vast and boundless, deep and distant. A layer of faint ripples appeared on Ling Yu's body. It looked like his skin was also like light, looking incredibly strange. At the same time, Jiang Xian, who was at a disadvantage on the other side of the arena, snorted coldly. Black patterns appeared on Jiang Xian's body. The patterns were exquisite and exuded a noble and proud aura, covering his physical body like a suit of armor. A strong aura spread out from the two. The 6 old men in the arenas felt suffocated, a tremor that came from their souls spreading throughout their bodies. Attack! Attack! The 6 old men felt that something was wrong. They endured the pressure and stepped forward bravely. The flood-like attacks drowned the two. However, something strange happened. Miserable cries rang out everywhere. No one could see what was going on. The 6 people who attacked at the same time in the arenas on both sides all went flying back and vomited blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless starlights burst out of the arena where Ling Yu was, dazzling everyone. Flickering stars revolved around Ling Yu as he pushed his palm forward. Hundreds of flickering miniature stars shot out like a barrage of cannons. Whoosh! Before the 3 old men in the arena could get hit, the aura that Ling Yu sent out sent the spectators flying, unable to resist at all. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the bones of the 3 old men struck by the starlight gave off cracking sounds as they went flying back. After they fell to the ground, they immediately fainted. On the other side, Jiang Xian was like a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. He took heavy steps and shook the ground, sending the 3 old men flying. The qi and blood of the 3 old men surged, and their skin tore like spiderwebs. Scarlet blood oozed out, looking extremely horrifying. Rumble! The terrifying auras coming from Jiang Xian and Ling Yu's bodies surged, emitting intense sounds that reverberated throughout the dueling ring. Plop! Plop! Some of the weaker Yang essence cultivators fell to the ground, unable to speak in unison. Many of the spectators, even those who were at the periphery, felt an inexplicable uneasiness in their souls. Xiao Qian felt his bloodline tremble slightly. His expression could not help but turn grave. These two knew how to activate the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline and use it as they pleased. Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. It's the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. Someone exclaimed hoarsely, turning pale with fright. Chapter 1626. The entire arena was shocked and silent. For many people, this was the first time they saw the might of the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. The instant the power of the bloodline opened, The shock and pressure he brought to everyone would definitely be unforgettable for their entire lives. Through their spreading, the legend of the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline would further influence the world, gradually becoming a mythical existence. To be precise, during the primordial era, tens of thousands of races fought for supremacy. In the beginning, the ancestors of the myriad races were the direct descendants of the gods and devils during the chaotic era. It was not an exaggeration to say that their bloodlines were mythical. Although the pure-blooded untainted land bloodline no longer existed in this era, the little golden crow was an exception. Thump! Thump! The hearts of the various sects and the wandering pirates in the wrestling ring thumped non-stop. The blood in his body contained a power that came from the depths of his soul, causing his bloodline to tremble. The cultivators with weaker cultivations could not resist the two great desolate Aeon bloodlines. They were pressed to the ground, unable to get up. It was as if they were worshippers. Moreover, this was only the bloodline of the 10,000 races of the primordial world. It was not the strongest 100 races. In the Great Desolate Era, the 10,000 races fought for supremacy, and the strongest 100 races were selected. Then they smoothly passed into the Epic Era. Their bloodlines were purer, and the power they inherited was stronger and longer. Xiao Chun was secretly shocked. However, he was not shocked because of the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline in their bodies. Instead, he was amazed at how the other party was able to activate the power of his bloodline and instantly burst forth with oppressive fighting prowess. Xiao Chun could feel the strength of his blue dragon bloodline. This was especially so after the life juice source continuously cleansed it. It was like a boundless treasure trove. But he couldn't use it at all. The benefits of the blue dragon bloodline were that his physical body was slightly stronger, and he could recover his veritable essence energy much faster than ordinary people. There was still a long way to go before it could be truly developed. I don't know when I will be able to activate my bloodline flexibly. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. There was a trace of anticipation in his heart, as well as a trace of depression. If it was anyone else, they would probably be unhappy, guarding a pile of treasures but not being able to use them. At the same time, Xiao Chun wondered why the blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul in the Kunlun realm did not teach him the method to activate his bloodline after waking up once. Could it be that there were other mysteries behind this? Ha ha ha, who else? Who else dares to challenge me, Lingyu? In the arena, Lingyu exuded a tyrannical aura, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. No one dared to speak. Of course, no one dared to go up and humiliate themselves. The manager of the wrestling ring shook his head slightly and waved his hand in displeasure before walking off. On the other side, although the scholarly young man did not say anything, he did not conceal his domineering aura either. That Ling Yu seems to be an outstanding talent of the Black Cave Mountain. I wonder if he knows Senior Yi Zifeng. Xiao Chun looked at Ling Xian. They both came from the same blessed land. If Xiao Chun could form a connection with Ling Xian, it would be a great opportunity for him. In that case, the Black Cave Mountain ahead of him should be very simple. The other party definitely knew the way to the Sex Transrealm teleportation formation. Xiao. Suddenly, Ling Yu turned his head and met Xiao Chen's gaze in the air. His heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the blood in his body circulated rapidly, as if he had met a competitor. The starlight flickering on his body became even more resplendent and dazzling, making people unable to look at him directly. What kind of bloodline power is this? It feels like a bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. However, I have never heard of it before. It should be an extremely obscure bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu managed to meet a competitor in the blink of an eye. However, when Ling Yu saw that Xiao Chun was only a half-step primal core cultivator, he immediately lost interest. He turned his head to look at Jiang Xian and asked, Jiang Xian, do you still want to continue? I suddenly feel that this is really pointless. Indeed, there are no experts outside the Blessed Lands. Let's do this then. Let's have another showdown here 7 days from now. Ling Yu smiled. That's exactly what I wanted. Jiang Xian smiled faintly, and a folding fan appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave he left this place, vanishing from everyone's sight. Ling Yu pushed off with his feet and left the arena at the same time. However, just as Ling Yu was about to leave, he somersaulted in the air and landed in front of Xiao Chun. This startled everyone, causing their gazes to land on Xiao Chun. What was the background of this young man dressed in white with a calm expression? To think that he could make the outstanding talents of the blessed lands stop for him. Might I ask which sect you are from? Or are you from another astral cluster? How come I don't seem to have heard of you before? Ling Yu was somewhat curious about Xiao Chun. The three blessed lands were not far from each other. The disciples of the three blessed lands often competed with each other, so they were rather familiar with each other. Ling Yu was very sure that the three blessed lands did not have someone like Xiao Chun in his memory. Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, I am Xiao Chun. I do not have a master. I am just a wanderer. When Ling Yu heard that, he could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. He had thought that the other party was the disciple of some hidden expert. In that case, even if Xiao Chun's cultivation was low and his bloodline was not as noble as Ling Yu's, he could still befriend him. When Xiao Chun thought about the Black Cave Mountain, he asked probingly, Sir, do you have time to talk to me alone? Ling Yu thought that Xiao Chun was trying to curry favor with him, so he smiled politely and said politely, Sorry, I have to enter closed-door cultivation to prepare for the duel with Jiang Xian. We will talk again if there is a chance. Right after Ling Yu spoke, he turned and left, not giving Xiao Chun a chance to continue the conversation. Xiao Chun's expression appeared somewhat stunned. However, he soon smiled and let it go. Xiao Chun was very clear on Ling Yu's thoughts. In his opinion, there was not much of a problem. With such strength and arrogance, it wasn't a big deal at all. However, Xiao Chun was still too young and did not let Xiao Chun finish speaking. Feier said unhappily, Big brother Xiao Chun, he is brushing you off. When Xiao Chun heard that, he could not help smiling. It was rare to see someone as straightforward as Feier. Let's go. I am not brushing him off. I do have something to see if I can strike a deal with him. He has his own motives. If he is not willing to say anything to me, then so be it. Xiao Chun remained calm, not taking this to heart. If Ling Yu knew that Xiao Chun wanted to use the golden life juice source to exchange for a chance to reach the Black Cave Mountain quickly, he would probably regret it so much that his intestines would turn green. Even if he were to shamelessly strike a deal with Xiao Chun, he would still want to strike a deal with him. The four in Wang Feng's group did not linger, turning to leave. As the people in the wrestling ring looked at Xiao Chun's departing figure, they felt that this person was incredible. There were more than 10,000 people here, and many of them had rather high cultivations. However, Ling Yu stopped for this person. Although he did not say much at this point, it was sufficient to prove how extraordinary Xiao Chun was. The moment Xiao Chun left the wrestling ring, he froze where he stood with a stunned look in his eyes. At the same time, the old man preparing to enter the wrestling ring across Xiao Chun was stunned as well. Xiao Chun stared blankly for a moment before saying with a smile, What a coincidence to see you again, senior. It's really a small world. It's better to meet by chance than to invite. I'll treat you to a drink as a token of gratitude for saving my life. Yes, the person standing before him was the gray-clothed old man from the School of Imperial Beasts. However, the ones beside him weren't his two disciples. They should be good friends or something like that. Xiao Chun's cultivation was slightly lower, only an early-stage major primal core cultivator. However, he similarly gave off an extremely strong pressure. The gray-clad old man smiled and said, Indeed, it's a small world. I heard that two geniuses from the Blessed Lands came, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to actually meet you here. What a coincidence. However, I will not drink the wine. Just hand over all your remaining life juice source. The old man secretly sent a voice projection to Xiao Chun, not wanting too many people to hear him. Xiao Chun smiled. He had risked his life to obtain that life juice source. How could he give it up? Since Senior doesn't want to drink this wine of mine, I won't let you down. In that case, I'll be a senior of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I'm willing to give up. Goodbye. Inside the pirate hall, Xiao Chun did not fear the other party attacking him in public. He smiled faintly and led the confused Xiao Suo and the others away calmly. The two old friends of the gray-clad old man were confused as well. My two old friends, can you do me a favor? Feel free to speak your mind. When this brat leaves the pirate hall, we will capture him alive together. Chapter 1627. Captain, what's wrong? Xiao Su asked quickly. After leaving the wrestling ring, he noticed that something was wrong. Xiao Chan replied calmly, "That's for when we return. When can our ship be repaired?" "At least half a month," Xiao Su answered. "Half a month?" Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he said, "In that case, we'll stay here for half a month and modify the ship. We are in trouble." A late-stage major primal core cultivator and 2 early-stage major primal core cultivators were not easy to deal with. After leaving the pirate hall, the other party would definitely seek trouble for Xiao Chan. He had to make preparations in advance. This was too coincidental. The moment Xiao Chan stepped out of the wrestling ring, he ran into the other party. If that Lingyu from the Grotto Heaven had not spoken to Xiao Chan, he would have brushed past the other party. However, fate was sometimes so coincidental. "Wang Feng, do you have any way to modify pirate ships in the pirate hall? It is not an official one of the Pirate Alliance but a private one." Xiao Chan looked at Wang Feng, who was behind him. When Wang Feng heard Xiao Chan call out to him, he felt excited. He thought to himself, "I have to make good use of this opportunity." Wang Feng could already tell that this white-clad youth before him was definitely a big customer. As long as he served Xiao Chan well, he would definitely benefit greatly. This was a good opportunity to make up for his mistakes. Wang Feng quickly put on a smile and said, "I do. In fact, many people from other factions come to the Pirate Alliance to modify their ships. After all, the Pirate Alliance's shipbuilding skills are famous throughout the world. As long as the core formation diagram and some secrets are not leaked, the Pirate Alliance will turn a blind eye to this matter. Many shipbuilders are actually the masters of the Pirate Alliance. They know when to advance and when to retreat. I wonder what grade does young Master Xiao want?" After some thought, Xiao Chen asked, "There are grades. That is natural. How can there not be grades? You can do as much as you spend. As long as you can pay the right price, I can even find the peak shipbuilders of the Pirate Alliance." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "In that case, find the best one. What is the price?" When Wang Feng heard that, he immediately showed a bitter expression. He seemed to have boasted too much. This. Xiao Chen interrupted. "Just say that aside from the spirit jades, I can provide you with the life juice source. If the other party does not believe me, you can use this to show them." Wang Feng received a jade bottle and opened it. However, he found that it was empty. However, the lingering aura of the life juice source could not be faked. Could not be faked. Wang Feng's expression changed dramatically, and his heart thumped heavily. He whispered, "Young Master Xiao, can you take out some life juice source? That would be more convincing." Xiao Chen firmly refused, "Impossible. You know your own character very well. However, if you do well after this, I can give you at least 2 kilograms of pure life juice source." "Chen," he said. Wang Feng with Wang Xiao Chen with Chen with nodded. "With Wang," Chen said. "Within. Xiao Chen, right? Xiao with Chen with he. Chen. Xiao Feng," Chen said with Xiao Chen. "Feng. He. Xiao Chen too." The 2 cold steel eagles had also caught a lot of prey on this trip. The materials of many oceanic ferocious beasts were very valuable. This was a good opportunity to get rid of them. Wang Feng received Xiao Chen's list and took a look. His heart immediately thumped heavily, and he became somewhat distracted. This was really a big deal. If he managed to get these deals done, just the middleman fees alone would earn him a lot. Just 1 or 2 of the many natural treasures would be worth half of his fortune. "I promise to do this very well, and not let down young master's trust." After saying that, Wang Feng quickly left. Right now he was very excited and filled with vigor. "Captain, is this person reliable?" He looks shifty-eyed. With one look, I can tell that he is not a very magnanimous person. Xiao Sua frowned and said, "He is very meticulous and definitely very crafty." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. He knows his limits and understands the severity of the situation." Xiao Chan had already taken this person down a peg with the West Wind Towers matter, letting him know how powerful he was. If Wang Feng dared to play any tricks, he would be tired of living. The most important thing was that Xiao Chan believed that the benefits he promised would definitely tempt the other party. Xiao Chan changed the topic and looked at Xiao Su. "After today, you will be responsible for taking over with this Wang Feng. There was no need for Xiao Chan to persuade Wang Feng to deal with these trivial matters. That would waste too much time. Xiao Sua smiled and said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I have plenty of experience dealing with such people. I guarantee that he will not dare to play any tricks." Xiao Chun nodded and looked at Luo Nan and Fei Er. "Big brother Xiao Chun, what instructions do you have?" Fei Er asked softly with a smile. Xiao Chun said seriously, "I want you to investigate the blessed land, the Black Cave Mountain. The more detailed, the better. At the same time, figure out the best route to the Black Cave Mountain from here. It would be best to see if there are any transrealm transportation formations that we can use." "Alright, leave it to me and senior brother." The Black Cave Mountain was Xiao Chen's next destination. He needed to make preparations in advance. The preparation work began to be carried out in an orderly manner. As for Xiao Chen, he closed his eyes and started cultivating in the inn that he was staying in. He saw the unparalleled berserk and boundlessly tyrannical auras from the Great Desolate Yin, after Ling Yu and Jiang Xian activated their bloodline powers. A sense of danger welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He finally understood the distance between him and these people. Whether Xiao Chen was willing to admit it or not, he did not have much of a chance of victory against the two after they activated their bloodline powers. At best, he had a 50-50 chance. This was even with Xiao Chen having many trump cards, grasping great Tao energy, and consuming a lot of life juice source to improve his physical body. There was too little time left for Xiao Chen. After all, he had spent the first 20 years of his cultivation in the abandoned land. As for those people, the gap was too great in the blessed land. However, Xiao Chen did not give up on himself. If he could cross the hurdle of the half-step primal core realm and reach the same cultivation as those two, his chances of victory would reach 70%. More importantly, the bloodline power in Xiao Chen's body was also a treasure trove. Furthermore, it was even more vast. It was just that he could not find a way to develop it for now. Now that he had accumulated enough, it would only be a matter of time before he soared into the sky. Early the next morning, under Xiao Sua's instructions, everyone on the Black Cutlass got busy again. The crew members were full of enthusiasm. No one had expected that in just a few months, they would be able to make such a great progress. No one had expected that in a few short months, their ship would undergo another modification and become even stronger. Aside from some important news, Xiao Su, Luonan, and Fei Er would not disturb Xiao Chen. They could deal with most of the miscellaneous matters by themselves. 3 days later, it was finally time for a matter that Xiao Chen had to deal with personally. After Wang Feng used all his connections, he finally helped Xiao Chen invite a Grandmaster shipwright from the Pirate Alliance. Anyone who could obtain the title of Grandmaster in the Pirate Alliance could be considered at the peak. Young hero Xiao Chen, this is the Pirate Alliance's Grandmaster Jean. His shipbuilding skills are definitely at the peak in this pirate hall. Many rank 3 sect elders find it very difficult to meet Grandmaster Jean. Wang Feng looked at Xiao Chen with a fawning expression as he introduced an unprepossessing old man not far away. "Stop sucking up. You are this fellow's master. Let me ask you, do you really have the life juice source?" Who knew that Grandmaster Jean did not give Wang Feng any face. He directly looked at Xiao Chen and asked rudely. Xiao Chen gave Wang Feng a look, and Wang Feng tactfully withdrew. "There's no rush. Sir, come and take a look at my ship first. If you have any opinions, you can tell me," Xiao Chen said politely with a calm expression. Whether this person was a real Grandmaster or a fake Grandmaster, he had to reveal something. Asking for the life juice source the moment he opened his mouth? Xiao Chen was not that foolish. Hee. When Grandmaster Jean heard that, he laughed. "It looks like it is most likely real. To think that you are still testing me. Very well, I'll go and take a look with you." Chapter 1628. After arriving at the Black Cutlass pirate ship, Xiao Chen got all the crew members to disembark. Then he showed Master Jean around the ship. "What is below? Are you not going to let me in to take a look?" Master Jean asked as he pointed to the entrance. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "There is no need for that. It was best not to expose the immemorial demon soul formation if possible." Furthermore, Xiao Chen did not believe that the other party had the ability to modify the immemorial demon soul formation. Master Jean did not find this strange. After he disembarked, he said, With one look, I can tell that this ship of yours is the work of a great master. The standard of this ship is no lower than mine. In fact, it might even be higher. Xiao Chun remained silent. He did not deny it or admit it, letting the other party continue. That person left a lot of room for upgrading the pirate ship. Honestly speaking, it is really a waste for you to invite me over. Xiao Chun found this strange, so he asked, "What do you mean?" Master Jean pointed to the ship and said, "The original person who modified it is very experienced. As long as you have sufficient resources and follow his train of thought, you just need to modify it step by step. There is no need to use your brain, understand? No matter how ordinary a shipwright is, they can easily see through it and complete what you want to do." Let me think. I should have heard of all the shipwrights with such skill. Who could it be? As Master Jean chatted, he started to get distracted. Xiao Chun quickly interrupted. "Are you saying that the original shipwright already fixed the direction of future upgrades?" "Yes, that's right. That's what I mean. You can just find any shipwright to give the overall command. There is no need for me to handle such a small matter." Xiao Chun was greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Senior Gue was so strong. When he thought about the immemorial demon soul formation, it seemed like it had a significant background. After thinking, Master Jean turned around and left, not lingering at all. Xiao Chun quickly stepped forward and stopped Master Jean. "Master, many thanks for your honesty. However, I would still like to ask you to help modify this pirate ship." Master Jean frowned and asked, "Are you sure? Your ship does not need to be modified at all. You just need to follow the other party's train of thought. If you ask me to help, I will not lower the price. My time is very precious." "Price is not a problem." Xiao Chun smiled. He liked interacting with such honest people. Then, he took out a jade bottle containing the silver life juice source. What a pure life juice source. Its quality is at least superior grade. Master Jean opened the bottle cap, and his eyes lit up. Clearly, he had not expected this life juice source to be so pure. Originally, Xiao Chun thought that it was just an ordinary life juice source, just pure and free of impurities. If Xiao Chun knew that Xiao Chun still had the golden life juice source, what would he think? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Master Jean did not ask Xiao Chun how he obtained the life juice source. After thinking for a while, he accepted the jade bottle and said, "With this bottle of life juice source, my grandson will be able to break through the bottleneck of the primal core realm. His vitality and physique will also increase by several levels. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. I'll help you prepare the materials you need to level up. I'll give you a 50% discount." Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, many thanks, Master Jean." Master Jean appeared very satisfied. He smiled and said, "That's easy. I'll help you level up to 4-star then. Speed, defense, offensive power, which do you want to focus on?" After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun said, "Speed and defense then." For now, he did not really need offensive power. He mainly wanted to use it for traveling and defending against enemies. After that, they started to discuss the other details, such as what kind of materials to use. Would there be a need for some explosive speed increasing formations? The discussion was a great eye-opener for Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, building a pirate ship was so complicated. Many of the things involved were things that Xiao Chun had never heard of. Fortunately, Master Jean patiently explained them to him, allowing him to learn a lot. "In that case, I'll take my leave first. I'll bring someone over tomorrow." Master Jean took his leave. After he left, Xiao Su nearly jumped up in excitement. A 4-star pirate ship. Xiao Sua had never dreamed that he would be able to pilot a 4-star pirate ship one day. All the crew members were incredibly excited as well. Back then, the Golden Setting Sun 3-star pirate ship had caused a huge commotion in Purple Sun City. However, the Black Cutlass had only been modified to 4-star, and not purchased from the Pirate Alliance. It still looked rather ordinary. Ordinary people would find it hard to tell with one glance. This was somewhat vexing. However, it suited Xiao Chun's character. "I'll leave the rest to you. Whether we can get rid of that late-stage major primal core cultivator or not will depend on this ship," Xiao Chun said as he looked at Xiao Su. Xiao Su patted his chest and smiled. "Don't worry. There will definitely not be any mistakes. Oh right, the decryption of the Scarlet Blood pirate flag should be coming out soon." Let me know when the results are out. After another 3 days, Fei came to Xiao Chen's room and reported the news of the 3 blessed lands. Big brother Xiao Chen, I've already scouted out the information. I also found the sailing route. It's been hard on you. Tell me about it. Yes, the 3 blessed lands are not far from each other. In the center of the Grave Sea, that connected sea region is heavily guarded. If one is not a disciple of the blessed lands, one will not be able to enter. The spiritual energy of the world in the blessed lands is 10 times denser than outside. More than 23rd grade sects and a small number of 4th grade sects were stationed in each blessed abode. The rank 3 sects in there are several times stronger than the rank 3 sects in the outside world. There is simply no comparison. Simply put, that place is an aloof holy land. To outsiders, they can only watch from afar. After hearing that, Xiao Chen frowned. He had not thought of this. To think that the blessed lands did not even give outsiders a chance to enter. How was Xiao Chen supposed to get in touch with Yi Zifeng? Big brother Xiao Chen, perhaps that Ling Yu has a way, Fei whispered. Xiao Chen shook his head and said indifferently, there is no need. That person is too arrogant. If we go looking for him, we will only humiliate ourselves. You can leave first. I'll think of a way. Right. Upon seeing Xiao Chen frown and knowing that she could not help the other party, Fei left unhappily. Xiao Chen toyed with an engraved card in his hand. Then, he raised his head and revealed a contemplative expression. The West Wind Tower's Ding Yuan. This person might have a chance of getting Xiao Chen into the blessed lands. Holding the engraved card, Xiao Chen entered the West Wind Tower again, and received preferential treatment. A pretty maidservant with a graceful figure led Xiao Chen to the highest floor of the tower. In the VIP room, Ding Yuan was still slowly brewing tea. When he saw Xiao Chen arrive, he smiled and said, What's wrong? You want to go to the wrestling ring and earn a lot of money? Xiao Chen sat down and received a cup of tea that the other party handed to him. After taking a sip, he said, This tea is pretty good. If I can obtain consecutive victories and lose one more time, Chief Manager Ding will definitely feel even better. Ding Yuan laughed loudly and said, You know quite a lot, unlike those 2 geniuses from the blessed lands. They are so cocky that their tails are about to reach the sky. No matter how much I advise them, they will not listen. How about it? You win 20 consecutive victories, and then we fight for 21. Xiao Chen put down his teacup and said calmly, That's a pretty good suggestion. However, I came to look for you because I have something else to discuss. Upon hearing that, the smile on Ding Yuan's face vanished. He said indifferently, I'm only interested in business. If there is nothing else, let's drink some tea. Consider it an apology for what happened back then. I came to look for you because of a business deal. Oh? What kind of business? Ding Yuan asked casually, his interest piqued. Xiao Chen said indifferently, Send me into the Black Cave Mountain, and I'll give you sufficient compensation. Are you interested in this business deal? Ding Yuan smiled and said, Let's just drink some tea. I don't have that ability. You overestimate me. I know you don't have that ability, but you should know someone who does. Xiao Chen enunciated every word as he calmly analyzed. With your strength and status, you should already be able to come into contact with such an existence. Ding Yuan's expression turned grave. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, It looks like you are serious. I do indeed know such a person. However, I'm sorry I cannot trust you. Even if you give me a high compensation, I cannot help you. Trust, this was a big problem. If Xiao Chen did something disrespectful in the blessed land, Ding Yuan would not be able to escape responsibility. That would definitely be a dead end. No matter how big the business was, it was not as important as his life. Since Ding Yuan did not trust Xiao Chen, no matter how Xiao Chen explained, Ding Yuan would not believe him. The problem of trust was indeed somewhat unsolvable. Just as Xiao Chen felt that he had reached a dead end, he glanced around and noticed the string of Buddhist prayer beads in Ding Yuan's right hand. It was a string of Buddhist prayer beads made of small red sandalwood. The surface of the Buddhist prayer beads was smooth and round, giving off a spiritual glow. Under the illumination of the lamps in the room, the Buddhist prayer beads reflected a faint light, looking exceptionally bright. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. After a long time, the wooden Buddhist prayer beads would turn from purple to black. This was unavoidable. Unless a true devotee of Buddhism played with them every day and wiped away the dirt, the Buddhist prayer beads would remain bright for a long time. Only then would the Buddhist prayer beads remain bright for a long time, preventing the golden stars on the Buddhist prayer beads from being covered by the dirt. Xiao-Chun revealed a smile. He knew how to resolve the problem of trust. Chapter 1629. Xiao-Chun took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. Then he looked at Ding Yuan and asked, "Chief Manager Ding, are you a member of the Buddhist sect?" "Not really. When I was young, I spent some time in a Buddhist sect. Now that I have returned to the secular world, I am just a businessman." Ding Yuan's tone was calm, not showing much fluctuation in his emotions. However, Xiao-Chun did not care. For Ding Yuan to be able to cultivate to the late-stage major primal core realm in that Buddhist sect, he must have lived there for a long time. Furthermore, his comprehension ability was very deep. Not just anyone could reach the late-stage major primal core realm. Xiao-Chun said, "Although you have returned to the secular world, I believe that Chief Manager Ding still has Buddha in your heart. Your heart toward Buddha has never changed." A light flashed in Ding Yuan's eyes as he smiled without showing it. "Why do you say that?" "Just based on the string of Buddhist prayer beads in Chief Manager Ding's hand, if not for his firm heart toward Buddha, how could he wipe it every night, sweeping away the dirt? Your observation skills are pretty good. I was already used to wiping the Buddhist prayer beads every night when I was young. However, what exactly are you trying to say by telling me all this? There's no need to beat around the bush. Just say it directly." Ding Yuan also put down his teacup and looked at Xiao-Chun, gesturing for him to speak. Xiao-Chun said with a serious expression, "The problem of trust that Chief Manager Ding mentioned is indeed a difficult one. I have met you no more than 3 times. You should not have a reason to trust me." Ding Yuan nodded. "That's right. I cannot possibly take risks for someone I have only met a few times. If you go to the Blessed Land and steal secret manuals and do something disrespectful, I will definitely die. In that case, I'll tell Chief Manager Ding now. You can rest assured." Xiao-Chun removed the Buddhist pendant on his chest. With a thought, the black lotus mark on his chest appeared. The black lotus flowers formed a complicated Buddhist seal. Ding Yuan's expression changed slightly as he muttered, "The Black Lotus Church's Black Lotus Holy Seal. Pusi." The moment the black lotus mark appeared, Xiao-Chun quickly made it disappear. Then, he put on the Buddhist pendant and suppressed it again. "It looks like Chief Manager Ding recognizes this seal." Ding Yuan showed a grave expression. As he looked at Xiao-Chun, some doubt flashed in his eyes. "Naturally, I recognize the Black Lotus Holy Mark. The person who planted the Black Lotus Holy Mark will not be able to escape the pursuit of the Black Lotus Church. However, why are you being chased by the Black Lotus Church? Who did you offend?" Xiao-Chun said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about this. I entered the Blessed Land because there are seniors there who can protect me and help me escape the pursuit of the Black Lotus Church. With this Black Lotus seal, Steward Ding should be able to trust me. I will never do anything that will implicate Steward Ding." Ding Yuan's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "All right, I'll believe you for the time being. But you have to tell me what you can pay me." "Give what?" Xiao-Chun definitely could not give him the golden life juice source. The temptation was too great. The other party would definitely take the risk out of desperation, directly killing him and searching his body. Xiao-Chun was already targeted by a gray-clad late-stage major primal core old man. He did not want to be targeted by this Ding Yuan as well. However, the silver life juice source did not seem to be enough to tempt the other party. "If you want to tempt me, you will need to take out 1 million medial-grade spirit jades or natural treasures or profound tools of equal value," Ding Yuan said unhurriedly. His appetite was very big. Right now, Xiao-Chun only had 1 million medial-grade spirit jades at the very most. How could he give it all to Ding Yuan? Fortunately, Xiao-Chun had already thought of how to deal with this. Xiao-Chun said indifferently, "I'll give you a promise." "Ha ha ha. What a joke. What is the point of your promise?" Whoosh! Right after Xiao-Chun spoke, his eyes released a golden light, and the great desolate divine eyes instantly appeared. A fear that reached the depths of the soul spread out in Ding Yuan's mind. He felt immense pressure. Boom! The string of Buddhist prayer beads in Ding Yuan's hand gave off a bright light. At the crucial moment, a wall of light filled with scriptures appeared, blocking Xiao Chen's vision. Ding Yuan gently pushed back, moving back several meters along with the stool he was sitting on, putting some distance between him and Xiao Chen. Now, Ding Yuan had already taken out the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand and dangled them in his palm. Then he slowly moved the beads with his thumb. His body emitted layers of faint Buddhist light, enveloping the entire room in layers of Buddhist light. After a while, the wall of light vanished, and Xiao Chen's great desolate divine eyes vanished as well. However, Ding Yuan had already put some distance between him and Xiao Chen, no longer getting so close. In that instant earlier, Ding Yuan had already felt a threat to his life. Even if the other party's great desolate Ian bloodline was not in the top 100, it was not far from it. Otherwise, how could the other party release such a piercing great desolate divine eyes? In that instant he almost lost control of his soul. I really misjudged you. What kind of great desolate Ian bloodline do you have? Ding Yuan asked. Right now the dragon race only had 6 bloodlines. The blue dragon bloodline had been eliminated long ago. Hence, Ding Yuan did not know what kind of bloodline Xiao Chen had. Ding Yuan vaguely felt that it was similar to the dragon race bloodline. However, none of the 6 bloodlines of the dragon race resembled Xiao Chen's bloodline. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Everyone has their own secrets." "Sorry, Chief Manager Ding." Ding Yuan felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "That's true. This is your secret, so I won't ask too much." "Good. In that case, I'll accept your promise. I hope you won't disappoint me." The divine eyes opened and the bloodline appeared. Xiao Chen used the blue dragon bloodline to prove his value and potential. Ding Yuan thought about it for a while before accepting Xiao Chen's condition. If Xiao Chen fell in the future, this condition would be worthless. However, if Xiao Chen became a Cloud Sea powerhouse or even higher, the value of this promise would be immeasurable. The value of this promise was immeasurable. It was the nature of merchants to take risks and gamble. This was especially so for Ding Yuan. Ding Yuan did not hesitate at all, agreeing to Xiao Chen's condition. "Go back first and wait for my news. After I get through all my connections, I will send someone to inform you." Xiao Chen stood up and said, "In that case, many thanks. This is my first visit. This is just a small token of my appreciation." Leaving behind a jade bottle containing the silver life juice source, Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and left. After Xiao Chen left, Ding Yuan opened the bottle cap and saw what was inside. Ding Yuan revealed a smile on his face, feeling even more confident about Xiao Chen's future. The last bit of doubt in Ding Yuan's heart vanished. "Men, contact the profound cloud sect's elder Lu." Ding Yuan immediately took action. In the following days, the various preparations continued in an orderly fashion. The Black Cutlass's repairs and improvements were nearly complete. After Luonan and Fei learned that they did not have to worry about not being able to enter the Blessed Land, they started to deal with the problems that might occur along the route. He started to deal with the possible problems that might occur on the flight route, sitting and making predictions in advance. Under Master Jin's command, Xiao Se led the crew to help modify and upgrade the Black Cutlass. Without needing to worry about the various miscellaneous matters, Xiao Chen continued to stabilize his cultivation. He digested the various benefits that the life juice source brought him. Vaguely, he felt that he had already touched the bottleneck of the primal core realm. In Xiao Chen's dantian, his yang essence energy and yin essence energy mixed with his veritable essence energy, forming a perfect Taiji diagram. That lifelike Taiji diagram was like a picturesque ink painting. It formed an unbreakable balance between the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and the heavenly yang pill, two kinds of incredibly berserk and horrifying energies. In the past, when those disciples consumed the heavenly yang pill, their bodies would definitely not explode and die. The yin and yang energies in Xiao Chen's body were even more perfectly balanced than those of primal core cultivators. There was no need to worry about yin and yang losing balance, chaotic energy, or an explosion. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen's physical body had been continuously cleansed by the life juice source. His physique was already as strong as a major primal core venerates. Even if Xiao Chen exploded, his bones would not shatter and he would not die on the spot. At most, he would faint and be severely injured. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chan stayed in this pirate hall for a month. After the black cutlass was completely remodeled, Xiao Chan thanked Master Jean. Then he got his brothers, who had been busy for a long time, to go and rest first. Xiao Chan went alone to the most mysterious room on the second floor of the black cutlass. A strange formation plate floated quietly in the center of the sinister immemorial demon soul formation filled with evil qi. Xiao Chan discovered that 1.5 pearls around the neck of the great desolate Ian ferocious beast, the Yazi beast, were already lit up. The difficulty of lighting up the pearls was even greater than Xiao Chan had imagined. The cold steel eagles fed on the blood of ferocious beasts every day were still unable to satiate their appetite. The main reason was that the Yazi beast's appetite had become increasingly picky. After lighting up one pearl, a minor primal core ferocious beast was of little use. Even now the pearls were useless. Only major primal core ferocious beasts could continue to light up the pearls. After leaving the pirate hall, Xiao Chan would meet the gray-clad old man from the beast governing sect. While he did not fear this, Xiao Chan did not want anything unexpected to happen. He needed to ensure that nothing went wrong and that everything was under his control. Taking out a small knife, Xiao Chan made a small cut on his palm. A drop of blood slowly fell below the formation. Before the blood landed in the formation, the entire immemorial demon soul formation started moving restlessly. A scarlet light spread out and evil qi filled the air. An illusory Yazi beast demon soul appeared in the blood mist. When it saw the blood falling, it smiled sinisterly, and a sinister look flashed in its eyes. Chapter 1630. Pussy Eye. When that drop of blood landed in the immemorial demon soul formation, a dense scarlet light spread throughout the entire compartment. Excited roars came from within the formation, and they kept on making strange noises. Before Xiao Chan could adapt to this environment, he saw a shadow come out of the scarlet light, opening its huge mouth and biting at him. Intense pain came from the depths of his soul. Xiao Chan held his forehead as he took a big step back. He felt like his soul energy had been bitten. As he looked at this immemorial demon soul formation, he could not help feeling horrified. What an evil formation, Xiao Chan thought to himself. Fortunately, I expected it. I only used one drop of blood. Otherwise, who knows what the consequences would be. Whoosh! When all the scarlet light was absorbed into the formation, Xiao Chan could clearly see 2 scarlet pearls lit up at the core of the formation plate. Before lighting up the pearls, the Yazi beast demon soul was already as strong as an early-stage major primal core cultivator. Now, it should be as strong as a peak major primal core cultivator. Xiao Chan thought for a while. Given this, he would be absolutely safe when dealing with that gray-clad old man from the beast governing sect. After all, that was a rank 3 sect elder. Who knew what trump cards he had? It was best to be safe. After leaving the compartment, Xiao Chan discovered that Xiaosu was still on the deck, not having left yet. Xiaosu, you have been busy for a month. Why are you not resting? Xiao Chan asked out of curiosity. During the past month, Xiaosu had led the crew to work day and night. That was how they managed to upgrade the Black Cutlass to a 4-star pirate ship in an extremely short time. Xiaosu smiled and said, I'm not tired. Looking at the treasures on the ship, I feel excited. Furthermore, with my current physique, this bit of fatigue is nothing. Captain, take a look. This is a modified 4-star ballista. Captain, although you said that you didn't want any attack power, although Captain said that you do not need any offensive power, Grandmaster Jean is very kind. These are the best of a regular 4-star pirate ship. One ballista bolt can easily pierce through a major primal core venerate's veritable essence energy shield. However, we have to use specially made ballista bolts. Of course, ordinary ballista bolts are quite powerful as well. Xiaosu pointed at the 16 ballista towers above the cabin and introduced them to Xiao Chan. At first, Xiao Chan did not pay much attention to it, but after a while he felt a little shocked. There were 16 ballista towers, and each tower had 4 top-grade 4-star ballistae, for a total of 64 ballistae. 64 peak 4-star ballistae fired in the same direction at the same time. Caught off guard, the sky was filled with deadly ballista bolts. That scene was truly unimaginable. Even Xiao Chan himself felt a little scared. At the very least, he didn't dare to force his way in. Then he pulled Xiao Chan over and pointed to the sides of the Black Cutlass. There are 18 cannons on each of the two sides. They are all 4-star Neptune's Rage ancient demonic energy cannons. Xiao Chun knew about the Neptune's Rage. It was a demonic energy cannon specially made by a Grandmaster blacksmith of the Pirate Alliance. There were a total of 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 stars of pirate ships. Each level was further divided into low, standard, and top. These were the ancient demonic energy cannons that inspired fear in people. The name Neptune's Rage lived up to its name. It had to be said that the Pirate Alliance did indeed have a group of geniuses and strange people. They were simply too incredible. No wonder the Pirate Alliance could survive for so long, with no one daring to target it. The things that the Pirate Alliance revealed were already so incredible. Just how powerful were the treasures that only the Pirate Alliance kept? This was simply unimaginable. Captain, even a 4-star captain would find it very difficult to buy these. Grandmaster Jean is really generous. He is also an honest person and does not like owing favors to others. When mentioning Grandmaster Jean, Xiao Sua was full of praise. Xiao Chun also felt surprised. It looked like he had not given the wrong person that bottle of golden life juice source. Grandmaster Jean even helped us strengthen the Dark Knight Bewildering formation, directly dismantling the defensive formation and rearranging it into a 4-star one. In addition, he also helped us add an explosive acceleration formation. When Xiao Chun heard that, he rejoiced. Grandmaster Jean simply understood him too well. That's right. You have said so much. How many spirit jades do you have left that I gave you? Xiao Sua had sought out Xiao Chun several times for spirit jades because he needed to remodel the pirate ship. Later, Xiao Chun found it troublesome, so he used the natural treasures that Senior Jiao Snake left to exchange for the spirit jades, as well as his own wealth, to Xiao Su. Xiao Chun did not keep account, but when added up, there should be at least 1 or 2 million medial-grade spirit jades. That was about 200 million medial-grade spirit jades. The spirit herbs that could catch the eye of Senior Jiao Snake were at least 3,000 years old. That batch of treasures was extremely valuable. Upon hearing this question, Xiao Su smiled and said, "That's all." "What? That's all?" Xiao Chun was startled when he heard that. How could 200 million medial-grade spirit jades be gone just like that? After all, at the Purple Sun City's auction, Xiao Chun could sweep through everyone with just 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades, pressuring others to the point that they could not breathe. It was enough to see that it was a huge amount of wealth. Now he had become a pauper again. Xiao Sua smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's really gone. Originally there were still some left. However, the various formations of the pirate ship require spirit jades to activate. I also need to have enough spare spirit jades, so they're all gone." Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression was still not good, Xiao Sua thought for a while and said, "How about I go to the nodes of the formation and dig them out? I should be able to dig some out." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Good idea. Go ahead and dig them out one by one." Seeing Xiao Chen laugh, Xiao Sua also laughed. "Captain, I'm just joking. Don't worry, you won't lose anything, Captain. Right now the black cutlass looks ordinary. However, once it bared its fangs, the black cutlass would be extremely powerful. Even a peak 4-star pirate ship could easily crush an ordinary 4-star pirate ship. Ordinary 5-star pirate ships would have to think twice before attacking us." Xiao Chun wasn't really angry. He just liked the feeling of being rich and imposing. Now that he was penniless, it was hard for him to not get used to it. However, Xiao Chen's mental state was good. He quickly accepted it and could deal with it calmly. Xiao Chun had experienced many ups and downs in the Kunlun realm. His cultivation had once regressed, leaving him with nothing. Even if it was the worst result, how bad could it be for Xiao Chun? "Captain, when are we setting out to sea?" Xiao Sua asked somewhat impatiently. Xiao Sua was already armed to the teeth. He could no longer remain idle. "Wait a little longer." These words made Xiao Chun frown somewhat worriedly. The West Wind Tower's Ding Yuan still had not sent any news. This was not good news. After waiting for another 7 days, just as Xiao Chen's patience was about to run out, Ding Yuan finally informed him to go to the West Wind Tower. "Brother Xiao Chun, sorry for making you wait for too long," Ding Yuan said to Xiao Chun with a smile on his face as he brewed tea. Xiao Chun immediately calmed down. Based on Chief Manager Ding's appearance, the matter should be settled. Yes, the Blessed Land is open to the public only once every 3 years and accepts disciples. The last time it was open to the public was not long ago. Originally, you should have to wait another 3 years before you can enter the Blessed Land. Xiao Chan continued. However, Chief Manager Ding already found a way for this little fellow to enter midway. That's right. I used a lot of connections to help you obtain a recommendation letter. With the recommendation letter, you can enter the Blessed Land and choose which sect you want to join. Of course there is a test. However, given little brother Xiao Chen's strength, the test should not be a problem. As he spoke, Ding Yuan passed a recommendation letter over to Zhang Xian. Xiao Chen casually received it. This was just an ordinary recommendation letter. The contents were also very ordinary. However, the words gave Xiao Chen a sense of pressure, nearly causing him to stumble. Every word contained a pressure that came from the soul. The strokes were very forceful, showing off their sharpness and a boundless aura. Xiao Chen found it somewhat unbearable. After taking a look, he quickly closed the letter. This is personally written by a Cloud Sea powerhouse. Xiao Chen looked at Ding Yuan in shock. Ding Yuan nodded and said, "The Cloud Sea realm is an unfathomable realm. With one thought they can injure others. With one word, they can suppress a major primal core venerate." As Xiao Chen held this heavy recommendation letter, he knew that the matter was settled. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, Chief Manager Ding." Ding Yuan smiled casually and said, "There's no need to thank me. I'm just a businessman. Remember, you owe me a promise." For some reason, every time Xiao Chen heard Ding Yuan say that he was a businessman, he felt strange. Perhaps the other party was not as simple as Xiao Chen made him out to be. At the very least, this recommendation letter was not simple. I will engrave it in my heart and not forget it. We will meet again. Chapter 1631. After leaving the West Wind Tower, Xiao Chen gathered all the members of the Black Cutlass pirate group. Tomorrow, we will leave the pirate hall. This place was just a relay station on his way to the Blessed Lands. Originally, he should have left long ago. Now that everything was ready, especially with the most important recommendation letter, it was time to depart. Great! I can't wait any longer. Captain, where are we going? One of the 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea, the Black Cave Mountain. Fei said after some thought. If we depart tomorrow, doesn't that mean we are leaving together with the outstanding talents of those 2 blessed lands? Ling Yu and Zhang Xian fought 7 matches in a row. Each match ended in a draw. Every match was very exciting, causing a huge commotion in the entire pirate hall. Because of these 2, countless experts came to watch the many palaces of the pirate city. One could say that the popularity of the entire pirate hall reached its peak because of these 2. 3 days ago, the 2 had agreed to come back and compete again 1 year later. That was also tomorrow. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "It does not have much to do with us. There is no need to bother about it." Early the next morning, the entrance of the pirate hall was packed with people. The people who came to send Zhang Xian and Ling Yu off surrounded them. As the 2 looked at the large group of people sending them off, they were in high spirits, their faces filled with smiles. This was the so-called proud sons of heaven, achieving success at a young age. Brother Jiang and I appreciate each other. Can be said that no discord, no concord. Everyone, don't worry. We will definitely meet again next year. Ling Yu performed a cupped fist salute in all directions. Zhang Xian also revealed a smile as he said softly, "Let's part here. Everyone, there is no need to send us off. This is a true outstanding talent, a young hero. Their future is limitless. It's a blessing to be able to witness so many exciting battles in my lifetime." As the crowd watched the 2 turn around, they did not shift their gazes away. Clearly Zhang Xian and Ling Yu, 2 outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines, shocked these people greatly, inspiring respect from the bottom of their hearts. Not far away, at the mouth of the sea below the entrance of the pirate hall, an inconspicuous pirate ship was sailing with its sails raised. On the highest observation deck of the cabin stood a white figure, facing the first ray of dawn as he sailed towards the vast sea. His body exuded a tranquil aura. It was as if he had isolated the world from all the hustle and bustle, becoming one with the world. Zhang Xian and Ling Yu walked on the road, chatting and laughing as they chatted about some things. Suddenly Jiang Xian's gaze caught a glimpse of Xiao Chan, who was standing in the wind on the black cutlass. Her gaze paused for a moment before she softly said, "It's him." Jiang Xian looked at her curiously. "What's wrong? Is this the person you mentioned to me? The white-clad youth with the great desolate Ian bloodline who wants to curry favor with you?" Ling Yu nodded. "Yes. However, his cultivation is not high, and he is older than you and me. I don't belong to any sect, and I'm all alone. How is it worth making friends with? I refuse." Jiang Xian smiled and said, "Brother Ling, you can't compare everyone to us. That's unfair to them. Among ordinary people they are already dazzling enough to be proud of." "That's true. Haha. It's my fault." The hustle and bustle slowly died down. Before the eyes of the entire city, Jiang Xian and Ling Yu left in high spirits. In a direction that no one was paying attention to, that pirate ship also drifted further and further away. However, many years later, when everyone discussed this matter, they only remembered that they brushed shoulders with the Dragon Emperor Xiao Chan and regretted it for life. They could not remember the geniuses from the two blessed lands at all. The instant the black cutlass left the pirate hall's perimeter, a gray-clad old man leading two late-stage major primal core venerates stood on a huge tortoise beast, revealing a cold smile. This gray-clad old man was none other than the beast governing sect's elder. The temptation of the highest quality life juice source was simply too great. In the past month, the gray-clad old man had used all the strength he could, setting up various spots around the pirate hall. As long as Xiao Chan appeared, he would immediately be discovered. "Brat, I thought that you would hide in there forever." "After him!" the gray-clad old man shouted coldly, and the tortoise beast under his feet chased after Xiao Chen's pirate ship at lightning speed. The strange speed did not match the tortoise beast's huge body. "Captain, that old bastard indeed did not leave. He is standing on a small tortoise beast and is giving chase. Should we shake them off?" Melancholy curses came from the control room. Up on the lookout tower, Xiao Chan sat calmly on the cycle throne. He said calmly, "That tortoise beast is not simple. It will not be easy to shake them off. Find a desolate sea region and deal with them." "Yes, Captain. Little friend Whiteclad, we meet again." The tortoise beast gradually closed the distance between them. The gray-clad old man revealed a smile as he felt that victory was in his grasp. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "Indeed. However, this time it is not a coincidence." "Humph. Cut the crap. Hand over the life juice source and I will spare you from death. I will also write off the matter of you killing two of my beast governing sect's cold steel eagles. This is my bottom line. Think about it yourself." The gray-clad old man exuded the strong aura of a late-stage major primal core cultivator. His voice was deafening like thunder. An incomparably berserk and terrifying storm kicked up on the surface of the sea. The sky immediately turned gloomy and overcast. What a strong aura! Feeling the old man's aura, the crew of the Black Cutlass were all startled, sucking in a breath of cold air. Just his aura alone could kick up such a huge storm. This gray-clad old man was indeed incredible. However, to the gray-clad old man's surprise, the not-so-huge Black Cutlass sailed steadily amid the strong wind and waves, not shaking at all. This pirate ship is somewhat unusual. The two major primal core venerates behind were flabbergasted, viewing the Black Cutlass in a different light. The gray-clad old man smiled coldly and said, "I thought that after preparing for a month it would not be very capable. It turns out that they strengthened the pirate ship. I'll deal with this ship. The two of you charge over and kill all the other crew members, aside from the white-clad man." The two early-stage major primal core experts boarded the pirate ship. It would be easy for them to deal with a group of young essence core and minor primal core experts. The gray-clad old man's entire body surged with veritable essence energy, and his body exuded a terrifying aura. Then he ferociously threw a palm strike. Boom! A huge wave appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the sea. The entire pirate ship was tossed high into the air, and its speed completely slowed. Now, murderous intent flashed on the faces of the two early-stage major primal core venerates behind the gray-clad old man. They soared into the air, preparing to take the opportunity to snatch the ship. "Captain, two major primal core experts are here," Xiao Sui said somewhat anxiously in the control room. Up on the observation deck, Xiao Chun observed for a while before saying calmly, "All brothers in the tower, heed my orders. Change the 4-star ballistae to the special ballistae, and aim them at the old man on the right." Xiao Chun's calm voice rang out, calming all the brothers on the ship. "Yes, Captain." All the crew members in the tower answered in unison. Creak! Creak! The many ballistae in the tower silently changed directions and locked on to the old man charging over from the right. The unremarkable pirate ship in midair landed on the surface of the sea with a loud bang. The two old men finally appeared within range of the 4-star ballistae. However, Xiao Chun did not give any orders. Everyone held their breath and did not act rashly. On the tortoise beast, the gray-clad old man revealed a smile. He could already see a bloody scene. The two major primal core venerates slaughtered everyone on the ship. No one could stop them. Fire! Xiao Chun's order finally came from the observation deck, carrying a chill into the ears of all the brothers in the tower. Whoosh! 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 There were 64 ballistae, each equipped with 8 ballistae. They could fire 4 at a time. Immediately, a rain of ballistae filled the air like venomous snakes, coldly and mercilessly shooting out. The special ballistae were expensive, but they were very effective. Before the old man on the right could even scream, he turned into a hornet's nest. Splash! The old man fell into the seawater, corroded by the starry sea until nothing was left. A living major primal core venerate died on the spot just like that. The other old man was completely frightened silly. He froze in midair, not daring to believe what just happened. Chapter 1632. How can it be like this? The gray-clad old man on the tortoise beast was startled. He had not expected this at all. Originally, he thought that victory was in the bag, something extremely easy. However, in nearly one breath, an early-stage major primal core venerate died. This was an old friend that the gray-clad old man had known for decades. Senior Huang, come back. That ship is somewhat strange. The gray-clad old man shouted to the other old man on the other side. Without needing the gray-clad old man to say anything, the other old man had already been frightened into losing his courage long ago. He quickly retreated. In reality, if the gray-clad old man had not retreated, this would have been a great opportunity to board the ship. Under Xiao Chun's command, the 64 ballistae had already emptied their ballista bolts. Reloading the ballistae would take at least 3 seconds, more than enough for the gray-clad old man to charge over. Normally, the commander would prepare 2 rounds of attacks. After the first round, the second round would follow, and the first round would be ready as well. Therefore, the 4-star giant crossbows in the towers could continuously shoot out bolts. However, Xiao Chun took a risk and got the 64 ballistae to fire at the same time. The facts proved that Xiao Chun's gamble paid off. The specially made ballista bolts instantly killed the major primal core venerate on the spot. Indeed, as Xiao Chun expected, the other old man was frightened silly. On the watchtower, Xiao Chun revealed a cold smile. Advance at full speed. Xiao Sua, prepare your best move. Hee, Captain, just watch me. On the huge tortoise beast, the gray-clad old man and Senior Huang discussed countermeasures. Suddenly, a huge wave surged in front, and a black pirate ship tore through the waves like a sharp knife. Oh no, they are charging over. Senior Huang showed a startled expression. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chun and the others to be so bold. These people were all major primal core cultivators. This was especially so for the gray-clad old man, a peak late-stage major primal core expert. You are seeking death. The gray-clad old man trembled in anger. To think that these people were so bold to be so arrogant. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles appeared in the starry sea. Then the huge tortoise beast, with only its shell exposed, suddenly floated to the surface. When it completely floated out of the water, it realized that the turtle shell that it revealed was only the tip of the iceberg. The giant tortoise beast that truly appeared on the surface of the water looked as large as a small mountain. Xiao, so it's up to you now. Ha ha ha, got it, Captain. Xiao Chun wasn't intimidated by the tortoise beast. Seeing that the tortoise beast was preparing to attack, he decisively chose to make the first move. Xiao! The black cutlass pirate ship spun around on the surface of the sea, moving horizontally. The two elders did not understand what was going on. Kacha, kacha. Gotcha sounds came from the side of the ship as cannons protruded out like ferocious beasts baring their fangs. Top 4-star Neptune's Fury. The gray-robed old man was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw the 18 turrets, his face turned pale. If Xiao Chan had known that this pirate ship contained so many Neptune's rages, he would not have dared to get so close to the Black Cutlass. He would definitely go as far as he could, and he would not have any designs on Xiao Chan. Fire! Xiao Chan ordered expressionlessly. The 16 peak 4-star Neptune's rages fired out black ancient demonic energy cannons at the same time. Every black ancient demonic energy cannon spun intensely, containing berserk energy compressed to the limit. After special processing by the Pirate Alliance's refiners, these ancient demonic energy cannons could easily flatten a small mountain. At the crucial moment, the tortoise beast roared, and an overwhelming wave appeared in front of it, forming a thick wall of water. Boom! One ancient demonic energy cannon exploded on the surface of the wall of water. Then, a second, a third, and then 16 all exploded at the same time. It was like the sea god was raging. The sky turned dark, and the huge explosion shook the surrounding 500 kilometers, temporarily deafening everyone. The overwhelming wave instantly evaporated, and a huge energy wave spread out. The gray-robed old man and Senior Huang were immediately knocked back, vomiting a mouthful of blood. With such a huge shockwave, there was no way to dodge. The two immediately got on the tortoise beast and fled frantically. Fire! Xiao Chan said mercilessly with a stern expression. Boom! A deafening sound rang out again. It was like the roar of thunder, frightening everyone and discouraging them from fighting. Without the obstruction of the waves, the might of the Neptune's rages this time was even more ferocious, and its range was even greater. Bang! 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 Every time a cannonball landed on the surface of the sea, it kicked up an overwhelming wave that soared into the clouds. The huge energy explosion flattened the surface of the sea, creating many huge pits. Then it formed a whirlpool, stirring up overwhelming waves. The sea looked incredibly chaotic. Strong winds howled, tornadoes howled, waves surged, and explosions rang out endlessly. The horrifying scene before them looked like the sea god raging. The gray-robed old man and Senior Huang ran frantically, not caring about anything else. They only wanted to quickly escape the range of the Neptune's rages. Their hearts were filled with incomparable fear. Without the obstruction of the waves, this wave of Neptune's Fury's cannonballs was much stronger than before. The gray-robed old man was still fine. His foundation was not damaged. However, the yellow-robed old man was riddled with wounds. His complexion was pale and he looked incredibly weak. Senior Tang, save me. When Senior Huang saw the gray-robed old man getting further and further away, he cried out hoarsely, feeling despair and pain. The gray-robed old man ignored Senior Huang. He was only a few steps away from leaving the range of the Neptune's rages. How could he be so foolish as to return and bring along a burden? You tricked me. Senior Huang roared in dissatisfaction. Regret and hatred filled his heart, hating himself for being careless and making friends. Fire! Senior Huang's sorrowful roar did not elicit any sympathy from Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan gave the order without any pity. Boom! Amid the sky full of cannonballs, Senior Huang, who could not escape the range of the Neptune's rages, got buried on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. Whoosh! The shock wave spread out and struck the gray-robed old man, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. However, he managed to escape the range of the Neptune's rages. Damn brat! After we return, I'll get the beast governing sect to kill you. Xiao Chun turned his head back to look. Heavy rain poured down on the raging sea as the waves undulated. A black pirate ship stood on the surging sea like a tyrant. Chi! However, just as the gray-robed old man thought that he had dodged a calamity, two sharp bird cries suddenly came from the front. When the gray-robed old man looked over, his complexion immediately paled in fright. It was the cold steel eagles, two overlords of the sea giving off a cold light. They treated the gray-robed old man as prey, firmly locking onto him. It turned out that Xiao Chun had already anticipated that, given the gray-robed old man's speed, he would not die to the cannonballs. Hence, he got the cold steel eagles to intercept him in advance. Since Xiao Chan shed all pretense of cordiality, He did not think of letting the gray-robed old man leave alive. What made the gray-robed old man despair was that these two cold steel eagles were even stronger than when they were in the beast-governing sect. They vaguely seemed to be reaching peak major primal core realm. For a moment, despair involuntarily filled the gray-robed old man's heart. He did not fear these two cold steel eagles, the overlords of the sea. However, the tortoise had suffered 3 rounds of cannon fire and was already crippled. Even so, if the gray-robed old man had not been injured by the cannonballs, he would have been able to barely deal with the two cold steel eagles. However, there were no ifs in this world. The scene of Xiao Chan being chased by the cold steel eagles appeared on the surface of the sea once more. However, this time the person being chased was someone else. The person being chased was the gray-robed old man from back then. Fate played tricks on people, a cycle of karma. Under the pursuit of the two cold steel eagles, the gray-robed old man was slowly forced back, slowly approaching the black cutlass, which gave him nightmarish memories. The wounds on his body slowly increased. After experiencing the relentless pursuit of the cold steel eagles, Xiao Chan knew very well how terrible this feeling was. The cold steel eagles did not give one any time to catch one's breath or treat one's injuries. The cold steel eagles did not give one any time to catch one's breath or treat one's injuries. They just chased one relentlessly. If one dared to stop, one would die in the next moment. 1 hour later, the two cold steel eagles worked together to carry the gray-robed old man's battered body over. On the watchtower, the white-clad Xiao Chan looked at the gray-robed old man, who was now a prisoner. Then he said softly, "We meet again." The gray-robed old man felt mentally fatigued. As he looked at Xiao Chan, he coughed a few times and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The gray-robed old man felt extremely dissatisfied. He had never thought that he would appear before Xiao Chan as a prisoner. Chapter 1633. The gray-clad old man had never dreamed that he would end up in Xiao Chen's hands one day. The other party was just a half-step primal core brat. If it were a proper fight, the gray-clad old man would not care about such a minor character. He would be able to casually kill Xiao Chan. His advantage in cultivation allowed him to have nothing to fear. This thought was not wrong. Right now, Xiao Chan was indeed not a match for the gray-clad old man. If the gray-clad old man clashed head-on, he would lose in less than 100 moves. Aside from fleeing, there was no other outcome. However, Xiao Chan had the Black Cutlass, a powerful weapon that rivaled a 5-star pirate ship. When the Black Cutlass revealed its ferocious side, not to mention the gray-clad old man, even a peak major primal core cultivator would die. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had the immemorial demon soul formation and the two cold steel eagles. I have been cautious all my life. Unexpectedly, I fell at the hands of a junior like you. The gray-clad old man, who was hung in the air by the two cold steel eagles, revealed a bitter and pained smile as he spoke. Right now, as long as Xiao Chan willed it, the two cold steel eagles would tear him apart on the spot. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cold steel eagles hovered in the air, flapping their blade-like wings and kicking up strong winds. Xiao Chen's white robes flapped loudly in the strong winds, and his long hair fluttered. There is no need to blame yourself. If it were anyone else, they would not expect me to have a peak 4-star pirate ship. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not letting anyone know what he wanted to say. The gray-clad old man said sullenly, "Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't humiliate me." As an outer sect elder of the beast-governing sect, the gray-clad old man had a backbone and did not beg for mercy. Xiao Chan said softly, "If I wanted to kill you, how could I have kept you alive until now?" "You!" A light flashed in the gray-clad old man's eyes and some hope appeared. No one would want to die for no reason. Naturally, one would be tempted to live. "What do you want?" Xiao Chan showed a grave expression as he looked at the other party. "It's very simple. I'll spare your life. As long as you help the pirate ship in peace, I will not kill you. I will also give you the life juice source that you want." That's right. Xiao Chan had taken a fancy to the other party, and wanted to continue strengthening his pirate ship. The other party's strength was not low, and he came from a 3rd-grade sect. He was not young either. Xiao Su and Xiao Chan could not compare to Xiao Su in terms of experience and knowledge. He was experienced, powerful, and knew how to tame beasts. Having such a person on the pirate ship was undoubtedly a great thing. The gray-robed old man's eyes flickered. It was clear that he was tempted, but there was still some doubt in his heart. What did this kid mean? Daring to ask him to stay on the ship, was he stupid? As long as he recovered from his injuries, seizing the ship would be a piece of cake. Was he really not afraid that she would secretly cause trouble for him? My patience is limited. I don't have much time to waste here. I'll give you 1 second to think. The commotion just now was so big that it had already alarmed the various cultivators. They had to leave as soon as possible. He said he would give him 1 second and he would give him 1 second. Xiao Chun did not wait for the other party to reply. He turned around and said coldly, "Kill him. I'm willing." The gray-robed old man felt 2 huge forces pulling at his body. The fear of death immediately spread throughout his entire body. In his desperation, he roared at his fastest speed. Bang! The 2 cold steel eagles tossed the gray-robed old man heavily onto the deck. Xiao Chun revealed a satisfied smile as he walked down step by step. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Welcome, the new member of our Black Cutlass, the beast governing sex Elder Tang." "Welcome, welcome," a group of crew members said with a smile as they walked out. Clearly, being able to capture a rank 3 sex elder was something that gave them a high sense of accomplishment. "Get that tortoise of yours to follow us. After we leave this sea region, I'll send someone to treat it," Xiao Chun instructed calmly. Living under someone else's roof, the gray-robed old man had no choice but to lower his head. The gray-robed old man formed hand seals and moved his lips, forming some special syllables. Below the starry sea, the tortoise beast, which had been struck by the Neptune's rage several times, slowly swam over. "Captain, we found the storage rings of those 2 venerates. They should be able to make up for some of our losses," Xiao Sua said excitedly as he leaped out of the sea and landed on the deck. A thief never leaves empty-handed. It was really hard to change one's nature. However, the storage rings of 2 major primal core venerates were indeed very valuable. "Let's go." After everything was ready, the Black Cutlass quickly turned around and left this place. The earlier battle had been very mighty. The 3 Neptune's rages bombarded this sea region, making it look like a huge storm raged. This would inevitably attract the attention of cultivators from other places. What a horrifying ancient demonic energy cannon. It should be the Neptune's rage. Based on the lingering auras, 2 major primal core venerates died. They are really seeking death. Where did these reckless venerates come from? To think that they even dare to offend a pirate ship equipped with the Neptune's rage. Who knows? There is no lack of people who do not care about their lives these days. Many of the experienced grave sea cultivators deduced the situation and did not dare to linger. Not every 4-star pirate ship in the grave sea could be equipped with the Neptune's rage. That required extremely high authority and sufficient contributions within the pirate alliance. Furthermore, it was very expensive. Just one of them would cost a lot. No one dared to offend a pirate ship equipped with the Neptune's rage. This was common sense. However, at this moment, the culprit of all this had reverted to an ordinary appearance, swimming freely in the starry sea. Everyone on the ship was in a good mood. This was the first big battle since the Black Cutlass arrived in the Grave Sea. The victory was simpler than expected. Every crew member felt a strong sense of belonging to the Black Cutlass. In the captain's quarters, the beast governing sex Elder Tang, who had already changed his clothes, looked much more spirited. He faced Xiao Chun with a silver jade bottle in the middle of the table. This bottle contained the highest quality life juice source. Greed flashed in Elder Tang's eyes. Occasionally, he glanced at Xiao Chun, waiting for the other party to speak. "I'm a man of my word. Since Elder Tang is willing to stay on the Black Cutlass, I naturally cannot be stingy. Take it then." Xiao Chun extended his hand and gestured for Elder Tang to take it. Elder Tang's face lit up in joy. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun was so straightforward. He had been stuck at the late-stage major primal core realm for many years and could not break through to the peak. In the end, Xiao Chun could not break through to the peak. This golden life juice source held a fatal attraction for him. "Many thanks." Elder Tang stretched out his hand and took the jade bottle, feeling somewhat excited. "In that case, there is nothing else. I'll go and rest first. After I recover, this old man will definitely do his best to assist young Master Xiao." Elder Tang smiled and stood up, preparing to leave. Xiao Chen glanced over and smiled. After you recover, you will do your best to assist me? Elder Tang, do you really think that I'm a fool? Ah! Elder Tang feigned ignorance, indicating that he did not understand what Xiao Chen meant. I want to leave a restriction in your body. What do you think, Elder Tang? Xiao Chen asked probingly. The smile on the beast governing sex Elder Tang's face immediately froze. However, he quickly replied, Of course, of course. While Elder Tang readily agreed, he smiled coldly in his heart. I just knew that this brat would make this trip. However, you are still too inexperienced to play with me. A rank 3 sect has a long inheritance. What kind of restriction can you, a half-step primal core cultivator, leave behind to trap me? Elder Tang ordered in his heart as a sharp and stern gaze looked at him. He knew that Xiao Chen was hinting for him to give up all resistance. Since Elder Tang was confident, he did not overthink and let go of his consciousness. Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger. Xiao Chen extended a finger at lightning speed and tapped Elder Tang's forehead. The Soul Dao energy mixed with the blue dragon's blood turned into a spot of red light. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it entered Elder Tang's sea of consciousness. Before Elder Tang, who had given up on resisting, could react, this extremely destructive Soul Dao energy entered the depths of his soul at lightning speed. Elder Tang's heart sank. He felt like his soul was about to leave his body, disintegrated by this external energy. Elder Tang immediately paled in fright as he quickly resisted. Whoosh! Just as the soul-breaking finger's energy in the depths of Elder Tang's soul was about to erupt, Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his hand and stopped. Elder Tang fell to the ground, rubbing his forehead. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he revealed a horrified expression. He felt that there was a vague red light in the depths of his soul. It was like a time bomb had been placed there. Xiao Chen smiled and said, That was close. This is my first time using the soul-breaking finger to leave a restriction on someone. Luckily, my bloodline power has improved recently, so I didn't fail. Rest well. Elder Tang, don't overthink. It's over. It's over. It's all over. This was a Soul Dao restriction. Only when Elder Tang advanced to the Cloud Sea realm would he have a chance of breaking free from Xiao Chen's control. Elder Tang showed a sullen expression as he pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted angrily, Junior, you tricked me. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, Let it go. You and I were scheming against each other in the first place. It was just a matter of whose means were better. In the future, the Black Scimitar will have to rely on you. That was right. No one was a fool. However, no matter what, the one laughing in the end was still Xiao Chen. Chapter 1634. 3 days later, not long after Xiao Chen left, a black ship silently arrived before the pirate hall where Xiao Chen had stayed. Holy Sun, the sect venerates aura came from that pirate hall. A group of black-clad arhats stood on the deck, respectfully looking at the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun Ming Xian. The Black Lotus sect Holy Sun wore white monk robes, giving off an extraordinary air and looking as graceful as before. Pirate hall? They should be here to resupply or repair their ship. In that case, they must have stayed here for more than 1 or 2 days. They should have left behind many clues. The Holy Sun Ming Xian revealed a serene smile as he analyzed calmly. The range has shrunk significantly. Come follow me in. In the captain's quarters of the Black Cutlass pirate ship, Xiao Chen's heart pounded. The Black Lotus mark on his chest pulsed, giving off waves of heat. Fortunately, the Buddhist pendant firmly suppressed it. The Black Lotus mark did not give off any aura at all. However, it still made Xiao Chen very nervous. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen knew where he had let the cat out of the bag. Back then, for the sake of convincing the West Wind Pavilion's Ding Yuan, Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to release the Black Lotus mark. It should have been at that time that he exposed himself, and the other party sensed him. Right now, the Black Lotus Church should have sent people to the pirate hall to scout for information. Xiao Chen had stayed there for more than a month. Although he was cautious, it would be hard to avoid finding some clues if he investigated carefully. Fortunately, he already had a recommendation letter. As long as he entered the Blessed Land, he would be safe for now. No matter how strong the Black Lotus Church was, no matter how bold they were, they would not dare to charge into the Blessed Land. With this thought, Xiao Chen calmed down slightly and resumed his cultivation. Actually, The main reason was that the Black Lotus Church's pursuit was somewhat incomprehensible to him. There was no point in thinking too much. He might as well cultivate more. If Xiao Chun always showed a worried expression, it would delay his cultivation and leave behind a mental barrier. As Xiao Chun started circulating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 9th layer, the Taiji diagram in his dantian started spinning slowly. With veritable essence energy as the foundation and yang essence energy and yin essence energy as support, every time the Taiji diagram spun, Xiao Chun felt comfortable. In the diagram, the yin and yang fish were actually the yang essence core and the yin essence core. The two chased each other but could never touch each other. Veritable essence was everywhere in the Taiji diagram, containing the power of yin essence and yang essence. Hua. In the captain's cabin, as Xiao Chun entered a state of cultivation, a Taiji diagram appeared on the ground at the same time. Light shadows danced about and flickered incessantly. It was incomparably profound. Xiao Chun seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. The Taiji diagram formed by veritable essence energy, yang essence energy, and yin essence energy in Xiao Chun's dantian spun increasingly slower. Eventually, it became hard to see with the naked eye. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, had long forgotten all of this. He seemed to have been completely immersed in this space. You'll find the captain's cabin empty, devoid of life. However, when he opened the door, he could clearly see that Xiao Chun was sitting there with his eyes closed. Unity of heaven and man. This was the unity of heaven and man. Although Xiao Chun had not completely entered the primal core realm, Xiao Chun was able to achieve this. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated 180 minor cycles, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that he was one step closer to the primal core realm. After reaching the primal core realm, veritable essence energy, yin essence energy, and yang essence energy would merge into one, forming a primal core. According to rumor, the stronger one's accumulations, the higher the quality of the primal core formed. The highest one could form a 9-star primal core, with a limitless future. After refining the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and the heavenly yang pill, Xiao Chun was filled with anticipation. He wanted to know how many stars of primal core he could form. Once his primal core formed, his strength would increase explosively. The horrifying accumulations he accumulated in the veritable personage realm would be unleashed at an astonishing speed, reaching an incredible level. At that time, he could refine the heavenly flame and combine it with the heavenly snow divine flame to form the Taiji primal chaos flame diagram. Then it would become Xiao Chun's strongest trump card. Only then would Xiao Chun truly be able to protect himself when facing the Black Lotus Church. Right now, although the Black Cutlass pirate ship was strong, it was an external object in the end, not Xiao Chun's own strength. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun took out some scraps of paper and pieced them together. Each piece of paper had only 1 or 2 words. They were just some simple words. After he finished piecing them together, they became connected words. The contents of the words were the talisman characters carved in the Scarlet Blood War banner. Translated by Great Master Gu Wan. Xiao Se had tidied up these things and handed them to Xiao Chun long ago. Whenever he had time, Xiao Chun would ponder over them. My name is Scarlet Blood. I have a body of scarlet iron burning blood. For half my life I drifted from place to place, wandering from place to place. For half my life I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword, filled with unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the many stars, making the sky shine like there is no night. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself emperor with the other. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. He could not understand the words that he had pieced together. Without a doubt, the legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King, had hidden the location of his treasures in this paragraph of words. However, no matter how Xiao Chun looked at it, this paragraph of words was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's introduction of himself, as well as some bragging. That could not be said. If Xiao Chun described himself like that, he would be exaggerating. However, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's description of himself was the truth, because he was a legend in the first place. It was divided into 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph could be seen as a simple introduction to himself. Scarlet Iron Body, Burning Blood. Explaining the origins of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's title. For half my life I drifted from place to place. The first half of my life was not very good. I wandered around, experiencing many ups and downs. I was unrivaled in the first half of my life, moving about without fear. In the second half of my life I rose up. No one could rival me in the vast world. I moved about the great thousand realms without fear. The crucial part was the last sentence. My body is like a sword, filled with unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the many stars, making the sky shine like there is no night. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself emperor with the other. Body, heart, body, eyes, and hands. Each paragraph described a part of his body. However, what did it mean? Xiao Chen could not understand. He simply could not understand. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Suddenly he thought of something. Then he said to the outside, "Get Elder Tang to come over." "Yes, Captain." A respectful reply came from outside. Immediately, a crewman went to invite the beast governing sect's Elder Tang. It would be too much of a waste not to make use of such an experienced person. Compared to 3 days ago, Elder Tang was much more spirited. Could even be said that he looked brand new. His aura was also vaguely stronger. As Elder Tang walked over slowly, his aura was withdrawn. He was as heavy as a mountain, giving off intense pressure. Even Xiao Chen was startled in his heart. This Elder Tang was indeed very strong. Xiao Chen had won the previous time by luck. He had used the 16 Neptune's rages and the 2 cold steel eagles, which had improved in strength, to fight against Elder Tang. However, no matter how strong Elder Tang was, he had to listen to Xiao Chen now. With a thought, the dragon blood mark in the depths of Xiao Chen's soul could turn him into a masterless body. It looks like Elder Tang has already started refining the life juice source. The effects are pretty good, Xiao Chen said softly with a faint smile. Elder Tang did not show much joy. He said indifferently, "It's still all right. Captain, why did you call this old man over? Take a look at this." Xiao Chen did not care about Elder Tang's attitude. No one would be able to feel happy after encountering something like Elder Tang. Xiao Chen only sorted out the words for Elder Tang to read. Elder Tang, who originally did not care and was prepared to brush things off, read them out twice, and his expression changed dramatically. He looked at Xiao Chen excitedly and said, "These are the last words of the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Before every legendary pirate king died, they would bury their treasures deep in the sea. Then they would leave behind some clues in their last words for others to find, forming a kind of inheritance. This was the tradition of pirates. There was a feeling that outsiders could not understand that supported the pirate kings to do this. In fact, even if one was not a legendary pirate king, an ordinary pirate king would bury the treasures that they had plundered in their lifetime." Elder Tang was very clear on the fortuitous encounters that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. "Smart. I was fortunate enough to obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner and restore it to 20%. I obtained some ancient talisman scripts. After I sorted them out, it is what you see." After saying that, Xiao Chen took out the Scarlet Blood War banner and waved it in front of Elder Tang, proving that he was speaking the truth. Elder Tang's body trembled slightly. He asked in confusion, "Brat, what exactly are your origins? To think that you managed to run into such a startling fortuitous encounter." Xiao Chen put away the war banner and said calmly, "Strictly speaking, it is not my fortuitous encounter. I did not buy the war banner either. Never mind, let's not talk about this. What did you figure out? Just say it. If you can obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures, there will definitely be benefits for you." Elder Tang nodded and said, "I feel that we can ignore the first half of these 2 sentences. The main clues should be in the second half. Great minds think alike. That is what I think as well." And then, Xiao Chen looked at Elder Tang with some anticipation, hoping that Elder Tang could figure out something different. Chapter 1635. However, the final decision still depended on Xiao Chen. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen went to the control room and saw Xiao Su's group. Xiao Su thought to himself, that is to say, Xiao Chen's true strength already rivals that of an early-stage major primal core venerate. Xiao Sua gathered a strong aura and pressed down on Xiao Chun. As Xiao Chun looked at Xiao Sua's back, he entered deep thought. Such a person is really hard to control. Buzz. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chun discovered that there were several hundred peak Yang Essence stage cultivators in this fleet. There were also many half-step Primal Core Venerates and Primal Core Venerates. At the same time, Xiao Chun felt curious and expectant. What mission could it be for the Savage Blood Pirate group to put in so much effort? Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. What do you all think?" Elder Tang indicated that he understood and performed a cupped fist salute before taking his leave. After not seeing Xiao Sua for some time, Xiao Sua actually broke through, reaching the early stage major primal core realm. Elder Tang's heart sank. The scarlet mark in the depths of his soul was a great problem for him. This feeling of being controlled by someone was not good. The only consolation was that Xiao Chun still respected him. The Cloud Sea realm was divided into 3 grades. Starry Sky realm cultivators were called Star Venerates. Holy Light realm cultivators were called Sovereign Personages. Don't worry. If I figure out anything, I will definitely tell young master. In that case, you can leave first. If you have any thoughts, tell me immediately. Without the Scarlet Blood War banner, you cannot open the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. Furthermore, your life is not in your hands now. Right after Xiao Sua spoke, the illusory figure vanished. However, the captain medallion remained floating in the air. Xiao Chun nodded and gestured for Xiao Sua to continue. When Xiao Chun saw Xiao Sua, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Congratulations on breaking through." Xiao Chun let the other party leave. However, he did not forget to give the other party a warning so that he would not dare to play any tricks. However, what shocked Xiao Sua was that his aura silently melted into Xiao Chen's surroundings. Even the lineup to connect people was so big. It turned out that he had comprehended once. No wonder he broke through so quickly. Logically speaking, even with the golden life juice source, it was rather rare for one to break through so quickly. This was his first time experiencing this, so Xiao Chun was more cautious and didn't make a rash decision. His body exuded a thick, murderous aura. When he got close, people would feel fear and involuntarily retreat. However, after verifying his identity, the black-clothed brawny man's attitude became much better. Then he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. "Haha, brat, your courage is commendable. To think that you dare to accept a mission from the Savage Blood Pirate group with this broken ship. Someone, bring them to the mission area and take good care of them. Let's go take a look." Xiao Sua said. A 5-star pirate ship can be said to be extremely strong. The captain is at least a peak major primal core cultivator. It might not be impossible for them to have the strength of a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. A mission that they find difficult to solve is definitely not simple. Who are you people? The 10-odd ships headed for the Black Cutlass in a pincer formation. Captain, send in your mental energy, and you will be able to make a decision. You can accept or give up. This false alarm allowed all the Black Cutlass's crew to release their bated breath. The pressure from a peak major primal core venerate was simply too great. The peak major primal core black-clothed man asked with a cold expression. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "You know that I always keep my word. The life juice source I gave you is of the highest quality and a lot. If you can find it, you will definitely benefit greatly from the inheritance and treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind." The other party had many people, and their origins were unknown. Xiao Chun told everyone not to act rashly. Then, he led the way out of the ship's hold. "Captain, what should we do? They do not seem friendly." The Black Cutlass, which was rushing to the designated sea area for the 5-star pirate ship, suddenly discovered 10-odd small ships flying quickly towards it. Seeing that the others did not understand, Xiao Sua explained, "The captain's token has very high authority after it is upgraded. As far as I know, the 5-star captain's token can directly communicate with the Pirate Alliance and issue missions. After that, the Pirate Alliance can notify the nearby pirate groups that hold the captain's token." In the control room, some of the veteran crew members also expressed their opinions. When one looked over, one could see that Xiao Chen's aura seemed to merge completely with the world. Xiao Chen's aura also merged with the world. Captain good. Xiao Chun was much stronger than Xiao Sua. Furthermore, He was an elder of a rank 3 sect and was very ambitious. Actually, keeping him by Xiao Chen's side required courage and intelligence. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Su. He did not know what was going on with such a sudden development. At such a close distance, one would find it hard to breathe. 10 people flew over from the small ship. All of them were primal core cultivators. Of the 10, 3 were major primal core cultivators. The leader was even a peak major primal core cultivator. I feel that this is fine. Xiao Chen's heart sank involuntarily. A peak major primal core cultivator. That was an existence even stronger than Elder Tang. Knowing that Xiao Su was testing his strength, Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. However, he did not point it out. They are about to surround us. 3 days later, the crew members in the control room respectfully greeted Xiao Chen. Right now, Xiao Chen held supreme prestige on this ship. Every crew member sincerely respected him. Luo Nan and Fei had been in closed-door cultivation during this period. If they were lucky, they should be able to break through to the primal core realm after they came out. Elder Tang said after some thought. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, I have to go back and think about it. The things here are not something that can be understood in 1 or 2 days. Just at this moment, the captain's token at Xiao Chen's waist suddenly flickered with a faint light. Then it soared into the air and floated up and down. Xiao Chen sent in a strand of spiritual sense into the captain's token to send the message that he had accepted the mission. At the same time, the distant pirate alliance also recorded this message. With the corresponding captain's token, it would be easy to find information on Xiao Chen. Without needing Xiao Su's reminder, Xiao Chen could guess that he had already taken out the captain's token and handed it to the other party. Let's wait and see. I feel that we can try our luck. After all, our Black Cutlass is a peak 4-star ship. Even if there is any danger, we can escape in time. A light flashed in Xiao Su's eyes as he voiced his opinion. The adventurous nature of Xiao Chen was innate. Now that Xiao Su's strength had increased significantly, he felt very confident. He wanted to test out Xiao Chen's strength. Possessing the strength of a star venerate was already an extremely strong existence. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen was horrifying. Puchi, a shrunken, illusory figure appeared on the captain's token. Then it said, a 5-star pirate group is issuing a large-scale exploration mission. All the pirate ships in the nearby sea region can decide whether to participate or not. Mission difficulty 5-star. Mission requirements. Unlimited. Bear all the risks of the mission yourself. The Pirate Alliance only guarantees the authenticity of the mission. Captain, these people are definitely pirates. They might be the Cruel Sun Pirate Group's people. Xiao's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. To be able to use such a forceful method to notify everyone on a large scale, the rewards for this mission must be very bountiful. However, Captain, if you are not willing, you don't have to bother. Turns out that, Captain, although your cultivation is not there yet, you have already comprehended the state of being one with heaven that only primal core cultivators can comprehend. Your comprehension of being one with heaven is even deeper than that of a regular major primal core venerate. At the very least, this person had not humiliated Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he spoke politely and even gave Xiao Chen the life juice source. At that time, Xiao Chen would end up lagging behind. After saying that, the black-clad man laughed loudly and turned around. Let's go. Fellows, let's continue to receive the others. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. Then, he gently tapped the captain's token in the air. Xiao Chen could not help thinking to himself, that old fox. He could not help feeling lucky. Fortunately, I did not act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. However, Xiao Chen believed that he could control the other party. However, Xiao Su withdrew his smile and showed a grave expression. He said, a 5-star pirate ship issued a mission through the Pirate Alliance. Yes, it's actually a pirate group as well. The black-clad man revealed a mocking smile. Could not be helped. The Black Cutlass looked too ordinary on the outside. Xiao Su's face brimmed with joy. It is all thanks to the life juice source that Captain gave me. I managed to comprehend it again. I can only say that it was a coincidence. Chapter 1636. The ordinary crew members were filled with curiosity and anticipation. However, The core members of the ship all showed unsightly expressions. In the captain's cabin, Xiao Cheng gathered everyone to discuss the matter at hand. Because he had a vague feeling that things weren't as simple as he had imagined. He wanted to go to the Blessed Enclave, so he couldn't stay here for too long. Initially, he thought that he was just helping them out. But why did it feel like he had boarded a pirate ship? That peak Major Primal Core black-clad man gave off a deep sense of unease. This lineup was too startling. Fortunately, the other party did not discover anything extraordinary about the Black Cutlass, thinking that it was just an ordinary pirate ship. Xiaosa, Luonan, Feier, Elder Tang, and Xiao Chun were all present in the captain's quarters. Right now, these 5 people were the core of the entire Black Cutlass. As for Xiao Chun, he was the core of the core. Let's talk briefly. What do you all think? Xiao Chun was the first to break the silence. He signaled for everyone to express their opinions. After that, Luonan said, I feel some danger. The aura of that black-clad man is too scary. Even if there aren't 10,000 vengeful spirits on your hands, there are at least several thousand. Just looking at them from afar gives me goosebumps. The moment the black-robed man boarded the ship, he gave the captain and the others an oppressive feeling. The fear in his heart had yet to completely dissipate. Xiaosa also felt some regret as he said, It's my fault for being too rash. I originally thought that this Savage Blood pirate group was just an ordinary 5-star pirate group. However, from the looks of it, this black-clothed brawny man isn't the leader of Critical HP. There's someone even more powerful above him. Clearly, Critical HP is a top-notch 5-star pirate group. Feier said softly, In that case, how about we leave? We have not seen the Savage Blood pirate group yet. If we leave now, we should still make it. Leave? Don't even think about it. I've already sensed that this region of the sea is completely covered by a mental energy. Every pirate ship is marked. Unfortunately, the Black Cutlass is no exception. Elder Tang, who had been silent all this while, spoke in a soft voice. When Xiao Chun heard that, his expression changed slightly. Then he startled to his senses and said, A Cloud Sea powerhouse? That's right. There should be a star venerate guarding this place. The Iron Hand Yama will immediately kill his way over, Elder Tang said calmly. Xiao Sua raised his eyebrows. The Iron Hand Yama? That's right. It is that black-clad man from earlier. His nickname is the Iron Hand Yama. He is known to be unrivaled under the Cloud Sea realm. This Savage Blood pirate group is very famous in the Grave Sea. They have destroyed several Rank 2 sections. Even regular Rank 3 sects do not dare to offend them. Elder Tang's complexion was very unsightly. However, he still honestly told Elder Tang what he knew. Luonan immediately felt upset. Since you know about the Savage Blood pirate group, why didn't you tell me in advance? What is the point of telling me now? Elder Tang waved his hand and said, No one asked me. Seeing that an argument was about to break out, Xiao Chun smiled and said, Things haven't reached the worst stage yet, so you don't have to blame yourselves or feel uneasy. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Yes, Captain. After everyone left, Xiao Chun called out to Elder Tang and asked, Senior Tang, did you gain anything recently? Elder Tang knew that Xiao Chun was asking about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words. He nodded and said, I have some ideas. This body is like a sword, unyielding pride. Heart is like the sun and moon, shining together for 10,000 years. Body is like a mountain spanning 5,000 kilometers. Eyes are like the many stars. The sky is like no night. One hand covers the sky, the other is an emperor. The crucial thing is that the first and third sentences contradict each other. This body is like a sword, the torso is like a mountain. Is the body like a sword or the body like a mountain? As long as one understands this, everything will be easily resolved. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Elder Tang was indeed experienced. He had not thought about this before. However, there is no point in thinking about this. Let's get through this hurdle first. To think that he dared to accept the Savage Blood pirate group's mission. I really did not expect that. Elder Tang sighed, helplessness filling his aged face. Xiao Chen felt excited. It seemed like Elder Tang had something to say but did not finish. What does Elder Tang want to say? Just say it. Elder Tang hesitated for a while before saying, This Savage Blood pirate group has done many evil deeds. They have always been the nightmare of the merchant ships of the Grave Sea. This is especially so in recent years. They even dared to rob the ships of some blessed lands. They have long attracted the attention of the Heavenly Bloodsword and the Astral River Divine Shield. The Heavenly Bloodsword and the Astral River Divine Shield? That's right. The Heavenly Bloodsword and the Astral River Divine Shield come from the same source. They are the two great armies under the ocean's star. They are spread throughout the starry heavens, the greatest opponent of the pirate alliance. They are also the mortal enemies of many pirates. This is especially so for the Bloodsword army. They are ruthless and ruthless against the pirates. The pirate alliance really had an enemy. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt slightly startled. However, he did not find it too strange. There were countless starry seas in the great thousand realms. There were boundless benefits in the sea. No one would be willing to see the pirate alliance monopolize the benefits of the sea. Let's not talk about this for now. The Grave Sea is vast. The Bloodsword army and the Astral River Divine Shield army will not coincidentally encounter the Savage Blood pirate group. I'm afraid that they will use us as cannon fodder and kill us unjustly. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. You can go down first. Don't overthink. The Black Cutlass is not as simple as you think. It's really not a difficult thing to leave. Seeing the confidence in Xiao Chun's eyes, Elder Tang felt slightly stunned. He did not know where Xiao Chun got his confidence from. In reality, it would not be difficult for the Black Cutlass, which had the immemorial demon soul formation, to leave. The crucial thing was that Xiao Chun wanted to see what this Savage Blood pirate group was planning. If there really was a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chun would definitely want to get a share when the time came. Half a day later, the Black Cutlass arrived at its destination under the guidance of Xiao Chun. Captain, come out and take a look. Xiao Sua somewhat excitedly brought Xiao Chun to the deck and looked around. This sea region was densely packed with more than 1,000 4-star pirate ships. There were also many elite 3-star pirate ships. The number of pirate ships reached a startling number. Among the many pirate ships, there was a huge pirate group that was exceptionally eye-catching. The banner that hung high at the bow of this ship could be seen even from 500 kilometers away. The setting sun looked like blood, and there were 2 crossed scimitars under the skull. This was the symbol of the Savage Blood pirate group. The other pirate ships around the Savage Blood pirate group were not even half as tall as the Savage Blood pirate group, making it look even more majestic and tyrannical. There were more than 1,000 pirate ships gathered on the sea, as well as many smaller ships. This scene was very shocking. Xiao Chun asked in confusion, Elder Tang, didn't you say that the Savage Blood pirate group is infamous? How come they still have such rallying power? They are from a righteous sect. Naturally, the Savage Blood pirate group is infamous in their eyes. However, in the eyes of the pirates, these are all accomplishments and fame. Most of the pirate ships probably came because of the fame. Some are probably just hot-headed. Xiao Sua chuckled as he explained softly. However, his expression immediately turned gloomy. However, our ship is too unremarkable. I believe that we will be used as cannon fodder. That is not good. After the excitement, Xiao Sua returned to reality, feeling dispirited. The facts proved that Xiao Sua's guess was right. That night, the Iron Hand Yama led a group of people to the Black Cutlass again. Little fellow, we meet again. The Iron Hand Yama grinned. Although he said that he was smiling, it was better not to smile with that ferocious face of his. Smiling would be even scarier. These are the positions of the various pirate groups for tomorrow. Remember to send your ships to the positions listed. The Iron Hand Yama handed over a map and pointed to a position at the very front. Xiao Chun took a quick look. The formation on the map was practically all mediocre ships at the very front. Behind them were the 4-star pirate ships and the Savage Blood pirate group in the middle. Indeed, it was as Xiao Sua guessed. The Black Cutlass was used as cannon fodder. This is the mission your Savage Blood pirate group issued? Xiao Chun did not say anything, but Xiao Sua directly voiced his dissatisfaction in his heart. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? You are using us as cannon fodder, Xiao Sua said after drumming up his courage. The Iron Hand Yama smiled coldly. This is your first day in the Grave Sea. Which pirate ship did not grow up as cannon fodder? If you are not going to be cannon fodder, do you think that I will treat you like a lord? Stop dreaming. One day, if you are strong enough, even the Savage Blood pirate group can be cannon fodder for you. The Iron Hand Yama had an extremely strong aura, one that was built on fresh blood and massacres. The Iron Hand Yama's words were unreasonable. However, they were unreasonable words. The suppression of this aura rendered Xiaosu speechless, rendering him speechless. Little rookie, you are still too inexperienced. The Iron Hand Yama smiled disdainfully and turned to leave. Chapter 1637. After they left, Xiaosu panted continuously. His back was already drenched in sweat. The aura that this person brought was too terrifying. Captain, are we really going to be cannon fodder? Xiaosu still felt somewhat dissatisfied, feeling aggrieved. Xiao Chun looked at the formation on the blueprint and entered deep thought. In terms of formation, the group at the very front would suffer the most attacks. They would definitely be cannon fodder. However, this might not be a bad thing. Xiao Chun patted Xiaosu's shoulder and smiled. Don't overthink. If you expose your strength, you will end up dying even more miserably. Given the Black Cutlass's true combat prowess, it will be easier to survive among the cannon fodder. However, I really feel somewhat dissatisfied, Xiaosu said indifferently with his head lowered. Actually, while the Iron Hand Yama's words were unpleasant to hear, they might be true. He himself climbed to his current position step by step through blood and slaughter. Xiao Chun said softly, sooner or later, I will hand this pirate ship to you. Just treat it as training for yourself. There is not a high-ranked pirate ship that did not rise above the cannon fodder. Captain, stop talking. Adjust your emotions first. Danger often came hand in hand with opportunity. Xiao Chun always believed in this saying. He had somewhat recklessly accepted this mission of the Savage Blood pirate group. While it looked like he had jumped into a fire pit, he might be able to fish something out of it. Up on the watchtower, Xiao Chun looked at the huge pirate ship in the distance. He discovered many signs of damage on the ship. Many of the crew were currently repairing it. Just what kind of enemy could the powerful Savage Blood pirate group be unable to deal with? Why did they need to gather so many pirate ships to be their helpers? This was simply curious. Early the next morning, Xiaosu steered the pirate ship to the front. The first 3 rows were mostly mediocre pirate ships, looking ordinary. They were all here to try their luck. Perhaps they had made the same decision as Xiao Chun and the others in a moment of hot-headedness. In the rear were many 4-star pirate ships. They placed the waning moon in the center, making it the main force. Whoosh! A stout man in the air leaped over and landed on the Black Cutlass's deck, leaving behind a storage ring. Here is 300,000 inferior-grade spirit jades. After the mission is completed, there will be another 300,000 inferior-grade spirit jades. If your performance is outstanding, there will be additional rewards. The Savage Blood Pirates can satisfy one of your requests. However, if you don't listen to orders, there will only be one consequence. I don't need to say anything more. After saying that, the muscular man quickly left. High risk is indeed high reward. No wonder so many pirate ships would risk their lives here, Xiao Chun said softly. Elder Tang's lips twitched. Who knows how many merchant ships the Savage Blood ship has robbed? They even dared to rob merchant ships from blessed lands. To him, these inferior-grade spirit jades are not even a drop in the ocean. Depart. Just at this moment, a resonant roar came from the front. The Iron Hand Yama stood on a huge seabird, commanding the massive pirate ships to advance. At the same time, his gaze swept back and forth across the numerous pirate ships. It made people feel as if his gaze was fixed on them. They didn't dare to act rashly, and even thought of running away appeared in their minds. Half an hour later, an island appeared before everyone's eyes. Strictly speaking, this should be a continent, not much smaller than a great realm. This is the territory of the Rank 3 sect, the Skeleton Dragon Hall. Elder Tang showed shock on his face. Now, he knew what the Savage Blood Pirate Group wanted to do. The Savage Blood Pirate Group wanted to gather the strength of the many pirate ships and directly flatten this Rank 3 Evil Dao sect. Robbing a sect. It turned out that this was the Savage Blood Pirate Group's true mission. If they had known beforehand, no one would have been willing to come. However, now that the situation was already like this, there was no chance to back out. Elder Tang, how strong is this sect? Xiao Chen asked. It is not very strong, slightly weaker than our beast governing sect. It can't even compare to the rank 3 sects of the Blessed Lands. However, it is a rank 3 sect after all with deep accumulations. Why is the Savage Blood pirate group taking such a huge risk? Elder Tang expressed his confusion. He said seriously, perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye. Let's not care about that for now. It's time to go ashore. Soon, the many pirate ships soared into the air, heading for the continent in front. After entering the continent, the gravity decreased. The environment was not as complicated as the Starry Sea, and the many pirate ships could fly. Under the Iron Hand Yama's command, the pirate ships quickly traveled through the clouds, heading for the Skeleton Dragon Hall. The Skeleton Dragon Hall's people seemed to have received the news long ago. Aside from some resistance along the way, there were no obstructions. After a while, a huge bone dragon appeared in front, piercing through the mountains. The Skeleton Dragon Hall was in this huge bone dragon. The bone dragon was filled with experts surging with killing chi. Indeed, the Skeleton Dragon Hall had already gathered all its experts in the sect. Kill! The Iron Hand Yama gave the order, and the pirate ships in the third row steeled themselves and charged at that horrifying bone dragon. You are seeking death. The cold snorts of the Skeleton Dragon Hall's cultivators came from the mountains. Countless formations activated, sending out all sorts of lights and killing moves of the Skeleton Dragon Hall's experts. The attacks covered the sky and covered the earth. The sky instantly changed color, turning gloomy as black clouds churned. Rumble! Attacks filled the sky like a torrential storm, covering the sky and sun as they descended, drowning the first row of pirate ships. Explosions rang out continuously. After this round of attacks, more than half of the pirate ships in the first row were destroyed. The pirate ships shattered and turned into dust drifting in the air. Without the protection of the ships, the pirates in the ships were exposed to the attacks of the formations, dying miserable deaths. The so-called cannon fodder was indeed true. Second row, prepare to kill. The Savage Blood pirate group needed to use these ordinary pirate ships to exhaust the Skeleton Dragon Hall's formations. The Savage Blood pirate group would use their corpses to pave a path for the elites behind to charge into the hall and start the decisive battle. With the Iron Hand Yama watching and the more elite 4-star pirate ships behind, the cannon fodder ships in the first 3 rows had no path of retreat. The pirates could only advance. If they hesitated, they would die even faster. After all, they still had a 50% chance of survival. If they fought, they might not die. As long as they did not die, the rewards they obtained would be extremely astonishing. After 3 rounds of attacks, the Skeleton Dragon Hall's formations exhausted too much. Then, the 4-star pirate ships behind fired a volley of Neptune's rages and broke it. The Black Cutlass had a peak 4-star defense. As Xiao Chen expected, it easily endured the Skeleton Dragon Hall's attacks. The Iron Hand Yama, who was in command, found the warship not severely damaged somewhat strange. However, the Iron Hand Yama's surprise lasted only a moment. Then, countless cultivators charged out of the bone dragon that pierced through the mountains. The Iron Hand Yama himself fell into a bitter battle. A huge battle immediately broke out. At this moment, the 4-star pirate ships behind also joined the battle. The battlefield immediately expanded by 100 times, affecting everything within tens of thousands of kilometers. The entire scene was incredibly chaotic. The Black Cutlass could not escape unscathed either, sinking into the battlefield. Captain, our defenses are broken, Fayer said anxiously. After enduring a few rounds of attacks, the defenses of the Skeleton Dragon Hall were completely broken. They could not recover within a short time. In fact, most of the pirate ships in the war chariot had their defenses broken. I know. Don't expose the arrow towers and Neptune's rages for now. I'll hold them off. Whoosh! The 3 minor primal core venerates of the Skeleton Dragon Hall took the opportunity to land on the deck. Then they smiled coldly and charged towards the ship's hold. Xiao Chun snorted coldly. Then, he personally charged over while holding the lunar shadow saber. So, it is just a half-step primal core realm pirate. Quickly finish him off. The 3 minor primal core venerates of the Skeleton Dragon Hall did not care at all, preparing to end the battle quickly. However, Xiao Chen happened to be thinking the same thing. Chapter 1638. I've finally left. I won't be able to deal with the savage blood pirates ever again. If he wanted to leave, this was indeed the best chance. His speed was too fast, and if he moved alone, it would be easy for others to target him. At this moment, the entire situation was a complete mess. The pirate crew had the advantage in numbers, and they were all vicious people. The sky should have turned dark long ago. Where did the sun come from? The cultivators on the pirate ships that were closer all felt a fear that came from their souls. It was very horrifying. Elder Tang appeared out of nowhere and suggested, the Skeleton Dragon Palace's fate was already set in stone. They absolutely could not resist it. That's why this scene happened. Interesting. He withstood a few rounds of attacks from the formation. It has been on the battlefield for such a long time, yet this ship is still in such good condition. Xiao Chun looked at the terrifying mysterious phenomenon of the two-star venerates fighting in the sky. The secret of Savage Blood's appearance had to be on that star venerate. I'll deal with this fellow. You all charge into the Skeleton Dragon Palace and sweep away all the treasures and secret manuals. The situation of the Skeleton Dragon Palace clearly did not look good. Even the Hall Master, the Ghost Dragon Astral Venerate, had to make a move. The situation slowly tilted in favor of the pirate groups. The two wills clashed in the clouds. Lightning flickered, dark clouds rose, and terrifying light flickered incessantly. The mountains shook, and the entire continent seemed to be trembling. If he were to lose face and become like those pirates, burning, killing, and robbing, it would go against his conscience. Boom! As long as he survived, his harvest would be incomparably shocking. A powerful aura was emitted from his body, along with a mighty aura. After that, in a fit of rage, the Savage Bloodstar Venerate spent a lot of money gathering manpower through the Pirate Alliance. Clearly, the Skeleton Dragon Palace must have obtained something and leaked the news. When the Savage Blood Pirates found out about it, it led to the destruction of their entire family. I'm quite curious as to what kind of item could be so tempting. Boom! Dong! Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber and released a saber light that looked like autumn water. Haha! Why are you so nervous? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Take it, this is your reward. If you want to leave, then hurry up and leave, little rookies. Unfortunately, he couldn't partake in a fortuitous encounter of this level. I told you long ago that without the protection of the sex formation, you are not my match. Hand over the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Incomplete Manual, and I'll spare you and let your lousy sect continue to exist. What are you thinking? Xiao Chun estimated that the entire continent should be within the range of the star venerate's mental energy. Now that the battlefield was in chaos, and the Iron Hand Yama was in a bitter battle, his supervision was not as strict as before. Captain, it's 1 million low-grade spirit stones, Xiao Sua said happily after picking it up. Tut ti Xiao Spirit Dragon T-Dragon to see that too again. Xiao Bloodstar. I to them. I to I to that too. Xiao to again. Blood Xiao did not. However, he to experience that again. Done. Of C. There. The C. He. The dragon, the person. The of the people. Of the Xiao Ti war. T. Blood dragon. Of that. Since the Savage Blood Pirate group used him, they naturally wanted to wash the Skeleton Dragon Hall in blood and plunder the sect's wealth. As the Savage Blood Pirate group spoke, a few more people charged up the Black Cutlass. However, Xiao Chun and Elder Tang easily dealt with them without much effort. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and enjoyed the warm sunlight. His body and mind felt relaxed as well. This is a big deal. It's not like they have not done this before. The harvest is very startling. Could it be that the Savage Bloodstar Venerate could not see the situation clearly? Did he not know that if this continued, his sect would be destroyed soon, and he would not even be able to keep his life? Be it cultivation, martial techniques, or will of soul, the Savage Bloodstar Venerate was stronger than the Savage Bloodstar Venerate. Xiao Chen and the others acted like they were facing a great enemy. They circulated their veritable essence energy quietly, prepared to fight to the death at any moment. If we fail, not only will the reputation of this Savage Blood Pirate group suffer, the losses will also outweigh the gains. The gains do not make up for the losses. No one is willing to do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. The two-star Venerates clashed head-on in the clouds. After 10 odd moves, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate fell into a disadvantage. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate charged down toward the Skeleton Dragon Hall. There were many peak major Primal Core experts who were as strong as the Iron Hand Yama. The Iron Hand Yama muttered to himself as he observed, a smile on his face. After 10 moves, the 3 minor Primal Core Venerates of the Skeleton Dragon Hall on the deck became headless corpses. The crew all heaved a sigh of relief. This experience was exciting enough. Participating in the destruction of a rank 3 sect would be something to boast about in the future. Yes, Captain. It looked like the Savage Blood pirate group had come earlier. However, the other party had the advantage of numbers and the terrain, so they suffered a significant disadvantage. Xiao Chun put away the ring and looked at the other party's back. Then he said softly, "What a strange person. Let's go." Dark clouds covered the sky, making the people below feel even more horrified. The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly and tossed out a storage ring before flying off. "You are seeking your own death. After I kill you, I will torture your soul and force out the location of the incomplete saber technique manual." The 3 minor Primal Core Venerates of the Skeleton Dragon Hall charging over were immediately suppressed, using the flawless saber technique to fight the 3. As Xiao Chun looked at the vast battlefield and the bone dragon moving through the tall mountains, killing chi surged around him. Shock waves surged as if everything had nothing to do with him. He looked even more ferocious and scary. Are we going to rob them? Let's go over as well." Blood covered the Skeleton Dragon Hall, giving off a pungent smell. The blood had not congealed yet. When Xiao Chun saw the noisy entrance and the pirates excitedly snatching, he immediately lost most of his interest. "Young Master Xiao, how about we take this opportunity to leave?" Despite being at a disadvantage, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate showed no intention of giving up. "Let's go then." Just the clash of wills between the 2-star Venerates revealed a side that made one's heart tremble. The Black Cutlass moved against the flow of the chaotic battlefield, slowly leaving the battlefield and slowly flying to the back. That person wore gray dragon robes, and his eyes sparkled with stars. Everywhere he looked, a will of soul merged with the world. Just like that, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate swept out. With the Black Cutlass's strength, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate would definitely be able to reap a huge harvest in the Skeleton Dragon Hall. This terrifying soul will was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The cannon fodder level pirate ship in front of them. The cannon fodder level pirate ships in front shattered upon contact, turning into a pile of junk drifting in the air. Elder Tang narrowed his eyes and asked, "What are you trying to say?" "I did not keep track, but it has been at least 7 to 8 hours. However, this Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate still held on to hope. It had to be said that he was somewhat foolish. Now, he was already one of those cannon fodders. Why was he willing to come? He was afraid that the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate was waiting for this moment. Even though he felt helpless, Xiao Chun still shook his head and chose to leave. Immediately winds blew, clouds churned, lightning flashed and thunder roared. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Chun firmly held the upper hand. His great Tao might radiated out along with his saber light. How long did the battle last? Cloud Sea experts. The many pirate ships led by the Savage Blood pirate group clashed with this rank 3 sect of the Grave Sea. The Savage Blood Star Venerate snorted coldly. The will of soul grew stronger involuntarily. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. Just the initial reward for gathering so many pirate ships already requires hundreds of millions of inferior grade spirit stones. Those strong 4-star pirate groups would offer even more. Clearly, it would not be good to use this Black Dragon's Gate as a target." The intense killing started. Everyone forgot about the existence of time. That's not right. In reality, when the Savage Blood pirate group gathered so many pirate groups to attack a declining rank 3 sect at the same time, the Savage Blood pirate group gathered so many pirate groups. Xiao Sua did not understand why Xiao Chun asked this. Crewmen immediately came out and carried the 3 corpses out. In the chaotic battlefield, the Black Cutlass looked very insignificant. A will of soul also came out of the Savage Blood pirate group and clashed with the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's will of soul. Right now it was extremely easy to leave. The entire situation had already spiraled out of control. In just one round of attacks, half of the front row of cannon fodder warships died on the spot. This horrifying scene would definitely become a nightmare that would be hard to forget. Testing the hearts of the people. The savage Bloodstar Venerate said coldly as he held up a scarlet saber. After leaving this continent, the group returned to the Starry Sea. The warm sunlight washed away the gloominess in everyone's hearts. Right after the savage Bloodstar Venerate spoke, he soared into the sky and charged at the skeleton Dragon Star Venerate. After the skeleton Dragon Star Venerate left, the true elites of the Savage Blood Pirate group also came out in full force. Or did he have other plans? However, the auras of the two-star Venerates fighting could still be clearly felt, inspiring fear and trepidation. As the Savage Bloodstar Venerate spoke, a person suddenly appeared on the Bone Dragon's head. Several experts of my sect died before we obtained this saber manual. You want me to hand it to you? Don't even think about it. Xiao Sua asked Xiao Chun in the control room. Senior Tang, why do you think the Savage Blood Pirate group is attacking a rank 3 sect for no reason at all? At this moment, some of the stronger 4-star pirate ships smelled blood. They stopped conserving their strength and sent their experts to the huge bone dragon in the mountains. 15 minutes later, the Black Cutlass finally left the battlefield. They could only vaguely see the tattered bone dragon traversing the mountains. Xiao Chun felt shocked as he carefully withdrew his aura. The Skeleton Dragon Hall's trump card experts finally could not help but appear. Captain, what should we do? Should we leave or wait until we make a fortune before leaving? Ha 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 ha. Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, you finally appeared. Since the start of the battle, the sky had been dark. This was especially so after the 2-star Venerates fought, which made the atmosphere even more oppressive. After gaining the upper hand, the Savage Bloodstar Venerates immediately charged towards the Skeleton Dragon Hall's headquarters, snatching everything they saw. We set out early in the morning. By the time we arrive, it will be almost noon. Chapter 1639. Right after Xiao Chan spoke, everyone on the warship turned nervous. Indeed, the sky should have turned dark long ago. Why is there still so much sun? When Xiao Chun raised his head and looked carefully, he finally discovered something wrong. The sky was very bright, but there was no sign of the sun. Right now it was indeed nighttime. However, sunlight had truly appeared. Furthermore, there was still warmth, the warmth of sunlight. Heavenly Eye, flying in the sky and tunneling underground. With a thought, Xiao Chun sent out the Heavenly Eye from his forehead, continuously climbing. As the Heavenly Eye rose, Xiao Chun's field of vision expanded. Whoosh! At a certain moment, the continuously rising Heavenly Eye seemed to break through a barrier. Everything Xiao Chun saw was pitch black. The night sky was high and stars dotted the sky. Xiao Chun looked down. From this angle, Xiao Chun was like a deity looking down on the land. Everything appeared in his eyes. He saw a ring of light encircling the island where the Skeleton Dragon Hall was in the pitch-black Starry Sea. The ring of light encircled the island and approached. With the island as the center, the ring of light slowly shrank. Forming the ring of light were blue oceanic warships with war banners with golden shields on them. The light came from those war banners. Whoosh! Xiao Chun withdrew the Heavenly Eye into his forehead. Then he said honestly, there is a ring of oceanic warships with golden shields and war banners surrounding this sea region. The encirclement is continuously shrinking. Astral Divine Shield. It's the Divine Shield Army. They are moving out in full. They are trying to catch all the pirate groups in one fell swoop, not giving them a way out. Old Man Tang said with a shocked expression. Astral Divine Shield? The two armies under the Ocean Star are finished. At the mention of the Astral Divine Shield, Xiao Sua's expression slowly turned unsightly. What is the Astral Divine Shield? Feier asked, feeling confused. No one answered. At this moment, Xiao Chun, Elder Tang, and Xiao's all entered deep thought. Xiao Su, let the ship sink. The deeper the better. After a while, Xiao Chun made up his mind and said seriously, there is no need to be so dramatic. You don't have to be so dramatic. Can't you find a place and slip away quietly? I don't believe that they have completely sealed off this part of the sea. Sinking into the Starry Sea was extremely dangerous. It would also place a heavy burden on the ship. Elder Tang firmly said, we must sink. Don't have any delusions. Under the light of the Divine Shield, no one could escape. Although the Divine Shield Army was not as inhumane to the pirates as the Bloodsword Army was, they would not be nice to the pirates either. Old man, I don't want to be treated as a pirate and get caught. But our defensive barrier was destroyed earlier. It will take some time for it to recover, Fayer said in a soft voice. It's fine. Elder Tang and I will hold on. Hurry up and get moving. Yes, Captain. Under Xiao Chen's urging, the entire Black Cutlass started moving quickly, slowly sinking into the sea. On the deck, Xiao Chen and Elder Tang looked at each other, took a deep breath and then struck out with their palms. Bang! The two palms collided, and their veritable essence energy merged, forming a veritable essence energy shield that encased the entire ship. As the ship sank into the starry sea, the two's veritable essence energy started to drain continuously. Young Master Xiao, if you can't hold on any longer, just let me know. I will share more of the burden. Thank you. However, after 10 minutes, Elder Tang was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, neither hurried nor slow. A Taiji diagram of yin and yang intersecting appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, forming an extremely peaceful aura. It was calm and empty, merging with the world. Although the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body drained rather quickly, the absorption was not slow either. Elder Tang felt startled. If this were the sea with dense spiritual energy, Xiao Chen would be able to achieve zero expenditure. Young Master Xiao really has many secrets. I have never seen someone who can balance yin and yang so naturally before. He has the air of an outstanding talent of the Taoist sect. As Elder Tang stared at the Taiji diagram under Xiao Chen's feet, he was slightly startled. Then, his expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiao Chen. The Taoist sect? Indeed. Right now, the Confucian sect has declined in the Great Thousand Realms. It has already been many years since a sage appeared. Only the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect are left. I have seen some Taoist sect experts execute this diagram under young Master Zhao's feet in the Central Great Realm. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He asked softly, Elder Tang, you have been to the Central Great Realm before. What is it like there? Can you tell me a little about it? It was a long time ago. When I was young, I showed off my abilities. I was a frog in a well in the Grave Sea, thinking that my talent was pretty good. I did not listen to my master's advice and arrogantly ran off to the Central Great Realm. And the results? Xiao Chen felt somewhat curious. Elder Tang revealed a bitter expression. Clearly, recalling the past was a painful matter. There is no need to talk about the results. There are immortal dynasties, strong empires, boundless fortuitous encounters, tens of thousands of inheritances, 4 Buddhist temples, 3 Taoist sects, 8 sword union sects, 72 noble clans. Only the strongest genius with the bloodline of the great desolate 100 races can step onto that stage. A yearning appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He asked, have you heard of Ancestor Dragon City? Ancestor Dragon City is the most ancient city in the Divine Dragon Empire. I heard that it has an even longer history than Dragon Capital. However, I have never been there, so I do not know much. Even the Central Great Realm. I have never truly experienced its glory. There is really no need to mention the past. It looked like Elder Tang had a sad past in the Central Great Realm. The expression on his face could not be faked. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he did not ask any more questions. Actually, there was no need to guess to know what happened. Elder Tang was just proud and arrogant, and he received a heavy blow. What was even worse was that he met the geniuses of the great desolate 100 races and was ruthlessly humiliated. Such a thing was simply too common. This was a major reason why Xiao Chen was not willing to head to Ancestor Dragon City. He believed that Lu Ruyue still remembered him, just like how he still missed her. However, without sufficient strength, could he hide behind Lu Ruyue if he went? Captain, we can activate the defensive formation. Fei Er's voice rang out. Xiao Chen and Elder Tang stopped. Then they took out spirit jades and sat down cross-legged. They started to recover their exhausted veritable essence energy. At the same time, the expression of the waning moon star Venerate, who was exchanging moves with the skeleton dragon star Venerate, changed slightly. He sensed the light of the Divine Shield Army's Divine Shield. You fellow! You called the Divine Shield Army over. The Savage Blood Star Venerate roared hoarsely, feeling enraged. The severely injured Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate smiled coldly and said, "Let's die together. You destroyed my sect, so I will not let you off easy. Honestly speaking, I already agreed to hand over the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's incomplete manual to the Divine Shield Army's Sword General. It is not a small group of the Divine Shield Army that is coming. It is all the Divine Shield warships in the Grave Sea. The Savage Blood Star Venerate spread out his mental energy. When he saw the Divine Shield's light slowly approaching the continent, his expression changed completely. You are willing to work with the Divine Shield Army, but you are not willing to hand over the incomplete Saber Technique manual to me. Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, you really hate me. Give it to you? What can I do? Even if I give it to you, I will not get any benefits. The Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique is a saber technique comprehended directly from the Gautama Divine Palm's third move. Although it is only an incomplete manual, it is the original and contains the true meaning. You cannot imagine the conditions that the Blue Shield Army agreed to give me. You will regret this, the Savage Blood Star Venerate said coldly. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate guffawed and said, "Don't worry. The one who will regret this is you. You should not have destroyed my sect. You should not have coveted my incomplete saber technique. Otherwise, your Savage Blood Pirate group could have continued living freely." Chapter 1640. The Divine Shield Army slowly pressed in. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. He could not defeat the other party in the first place. Right now, all Shao Chan could do was flee from the Savage Blood Star Venerate and meet up with the Divine Shield Army's Sword General. At that time, the situation would be reversed. Clearly, the Savage Blood Star Venerate expected the other party's intentions. He said coldly, "You can forget about escaping from my hands without paying a price. Aha, so what? In any case, you will definitely die today. The Savage Blood Pirates will also become history." The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate laughed maniacally, not fearing the other party at all. He frantically counterattacked, looking for an opportunity to escape. It was true that the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate could not defeat the Savage Blood Star Venerate. However, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate did not think that it would be difficult for him to leave. However, the Savage Blood Star Venerate's strength surpassed Shao Chen's expectations. After a few lunges, he sent out all sorts of killing moves. Even so, he was unable to find an opening that would allow him to successfully break out. Holding the Scarlet Saber, the Savage Blood Star Venerate smiled evilly and said, "Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, it looks like you might not have a chance to walk out tonight." After wiping away the blood at a corner of his lips, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate paled slightly. The middle stage, Starry Sky stage. Unexpectedly, you actually broke through. There are still many things that you cannot imagine. Obediently hand over the Saber Manual. If we work together, we will be able to break the Divine Shield Army's encirclement. The Savage Blood Star Venerate remained calm, not flustered by the fact that the Divine Shield Army surrounded him. Dream on. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate seemed to make some sort of decision. He tossed aside the sword in his hand and swapped it for a saber. "Haven't you always wanted the Saber Manual? Today, I will show you the might of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique." The surroundings suddenly became silent. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate suddenly gathered all the scattered auras in the clouds into his body, continuously draining his soul energy. His body seemed to be accumulating some kind of power, constantly accumulating. This is... The Savage Blood Star Venerate's expression changed slightly. He held his saber with both hands and shouted coldly, preparing to attack first. He interrupted the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's attack. Normally, Shao Chun would not mind seeing the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. However, there were still strong enemies behind him. Clearly, this was not the right time. Xiao. Seeing the Savage Blood Star Venerate charge over, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate roared and burst out in advance. Suddenly, a golden swastika symbol appeared on his forehead. It shone resplendently, illuminating the surrounding 10,000 miles. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. Breaking the mundane. In that instant, a profound twisting aura appeared around the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate. The savage blood star Venerate, who was among them, strangely recalled the time before he became a pirate. In the mortal world hidden in the bottom of his heart, the things that left the deepest impression. That winter he was only 13 years old. In his memory that winter was especially cold. As he begged on the street in the cold wind, his body stiffened from the cold. Just as he thought that he was about to die, a woman appeared and took off her white fur coat. He struggled to open his eyes. He wanted to see the woman's face clearly, but he couldn't. He could only see a blurry smiling face walking past him. Hua! Just at this moment, something strange happened. A giant Buddha stood in the sky, bathed in divine light. Glaring angrily, the Buddhist commandment blade in the Buddha's hand radiated a bright light. It pierced through the woman's chest, causing blood to spurt out. No! The savage blood star Venerate felt intense pain in his heart, startling him to his senses. Then, he discovered that the skeleton dragon star Venerate's saber was only 2 centimeters away from his chest. A giant Buddha stood behind the skeleton dragon star Venerate, forming hand seals with its left hand and holding a saber with its right. The saber light merged with the light in the skeleton dragon star Venerate's hand. You are seeking death. The savage blood star Venerate suddenly turned berserk. A startling baleful aura erupted from his body, and a poignant scarlet setting sun appeared behind him. The savage blood star Venerate's expression twisted, and his entire body seemed to turn illusory. Kasie. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the setting sun in the sky turned into a scarlet river that descended with the saber light. The saber light directly broke the skeleton dragon star Venerate's saber bathed in Buddhist light. However, the tip of the saber still stabbed in by 1 centimeter uncontrollably, bringing intense pain. The Buddhist light and Buddhist seal all vanished. When the saber shattered, the skeleton dragon star Venerate vomited another mouthful of blood, his complexion turning even paler. When the skeleton dragon star Venerate saw that the savage blood star Venerate seemed somewhat distracted, he quickly took the opportunity to flee, not daring to linger. The other party's strength was beyond Xiao Qin's expectations. He had already brought out 30% of the state of breaking the mundane, but he still could not severely injure the other party. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was a saber technique that Xiao Qin comprehended from the Thunder God Palm's third move. As the savage blood star Venerate watched the skeleton dragon star Venerate leave, he muttered to himself with a cold expression, breaking the mundane, breaking the mundane. How can the mundane be broken so easily? Towards the end, the rage on his body grew stronger, and his killing intent grew more terrifying. It was as if a blood-colored ocean had gathered behind him, creating monstrous waves that reached the heavens. Amidst the raging winds and huge waves, his figure seemed especially terrifying. Xiao xiao xiao. The skeleton dragon star Venerate abandoned the important land of his sect and rushed all the way. When he left the continent he saw the warm sunlight. Joy appeared on his face. They're here. The Divine Shield Army has finally arrived. At this moment, the Divine Shield Army's encirclement had already closed up. The silhouette of the Divine Shield Army's warships could be seen with the naked eye. The skeleton dragon star Venerate looked around and found the flagship, then quickly flew over. Xiao Qin moved very fast. The starry sea's gravity did not seem to affect him at all. Where did this insignificant person come from? To think that he dares to barge around under the light of the divine shield. Quickly stop. On the surface of the sea, a clear and sharp shout suddenly sounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Instantly countless divine shield battle flags appeared. Whoosh. Immediately countless divine shield war banners shone with piercing light like mirrors, freezing the skeleton dragon star Venerate's figure. The skeleton dragon star Venerate, who felt like hundreds of warships locked onto him, did not dare to move rashly. Right now he was incredibly weak. This round of cannon fire might take his old life. General Jian. This humble self is the skeleton dragon hall's palace master. I have come with a saber manual. The skeleton dragon star Venerate shouted with narrowed eyes. Get him to come down. Yes, General. The resplendent light on the skeleton dragon star Venerate's body disappeared. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. With a few flashes, he landed on the huge flagship of the Divine Shield Army. The Divine Shield war banners around the flagship fluttered loudly in the wind. Cultivators wearing golden battle armor stood on both sides of the deck, looking at the skeleton dragon star venerate expressionlessly. In front, the sword general sat on a throne on a flight of steps, looking down at the skeleton dragon star venerate from high above. In every starry sea of the ocean star, there was a divine shield army stationed there, with a general overseeing them. Every general had a title. However, only this person before the skeleton dragon star venerate was known as the sword general. This was because of his sword. His sword techniques rampaged about, making him look like a general charging into the enemy lines on the battlefield. Hence, he was known as the sword general. In the grave sea, many pirate groups trembled in fear at the mention of his name. A somber air spread out on the ship, making the skeleton dragon star venerate feel strangely uneasy. The situation seemed somewhat different from what the skeleton dragon star venerate had imagined. The sword general was far from being as enthusiastic as the skeleton dragon star venerate had thought. One could even say that he was cold. "General Jian, I have already brought the saber manual. I even used my sect as bait to lure the Savage Blood pirate group over. Now, alright, I got it. Hand over the saber manual." On the throne, the sword general interrupted the skeleton dragon star venerate's words. "But," I said, "hand over the saber manual." The sword general did not give the skeleton dragon star venerate a chance to speak at all. He repeated himself in an indifferent but domineering manner. Whoosh! Right after the sword general spoke, the somber air spreading out on the ship turned even colder. A chill assaulted the skeleton dragon star venerate. He looked at the guards with cold gazes, even loathing, and the aloof sword general on the throne. The skeleton dragon star venerate's body started trembling for some reason. He thought of the Savage Blood star venerate's words. "You will regret this." Chapter 1641. Skeleton dragon star venerate, why are you still not handing over the saber technique manual? Don't keep the general waiting. A young man in armor shouted coldly beside the sword general. Feeling the disdain in this youth's eyes, the skeleton dragon star venerate could not help feeling humiliated. After all, he was an early-stage starry sky cultivator. He was a cloud sea powerhouse, yet a youth of the divine shield army dared to look down on him. However, right now, the skeleton dragon star venerate vaguely felt that if he did not hand over the saber technique manual, the skeleton dragon star venerate would definitely suffer. He would die immediately. If he handed over the saber technique manual, he would not have a good end. Just when he was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do, suddenly, a flash of scarlet light appeared on the island. The Savage Blood star venerate actually led all the pirate ships out first. They did not sit around and wait for their deaths, giving the enemy a chance to further narrow the encirclement. "General, the Savage Blood pirates have come out." The young man's eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke in a deep voice. Just as the sword general was about to say something, the skeleton dragon star venerate below took advantage of this opportunity to push off with his feet and quickly leave the pirate ship. Courting death. The sword general's eyes darkened. He reached out and grabbed a broadsword that was as tall as a person. His figure soared through the air and stabbed out. In the blink of an eye, the sword pierced out like a magnificent army galloping in the sky. The killing intent swept out in all directions, and the majestic might shook the mountains and rivers. The skeleton dragon star venerate's face immediately sank. The might of this sword strike firmly suppressed him. The boundlessly mighty and domineering sword aura locked him in place, not giving him the slightest chance of survival. The skeleton dragon star venerate, who was already severely injured and weak, had less than 10% of his strength remaining, could not possibly block it. He turned around, wanting to fight with his life on the line to block the sword and obtain a chance of survival. However, the instant he turned around, the sword intent that surged towards him tore open terrifying wounds on his body. Back then, the dragon robe on his body had been shredded, cracks appearing as if it had been swept by the sword wind. Gotcha! The skeleton dragon star venerate roared furiously and performed exceptionally well. His hands moved at lightning speed to grab the sword general's sword. Pussy-eye. A huge shock wave came from the sword, and the skeleton dragon star venerate vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he looked at the sword general's cold and emotionless face with boundless hatred. "You lied to me. You promised to help me restore the sect." The sword general said indifferently, If you were from a righteous sect, naturally, I would do as I said. The Skeleton Dragon Hall is an evil sect in the first place, doing all sorts of evil. They're not much better than those pirate groups. If I help you restore your sect, wouldn't I be helping the evildoer? You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. Despair spread in the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's heart. He seemed to go crazy, roaring endlessly. Idiot, the Sword General said coldly. Then he raised his broadsword, and it seemed like a vast army galloping on the battlefield. The entire space shook. An unparalleled sword aura. The sword easily tore apart the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's final defense. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's chest. Shio! The Sword General's other hand quickly dodged the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's storage ring. The energy contained in the broadsword exploded. With a loud bang, the Starry Sky expert died just like that, dying without a complete corpse. On the Savage Blood warship, the Savage Blood Star Venerate, who wore a scarlet cloak, watched this scene expressionlessly. Then he said coldly, "You brought this upon yourself." The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate had long guessed that this would be the result. Yet he foolishly held hope for the Divine Shield Army. Was it because the Divine Shield Army's reputation was better than the Blood Sword Army's? The ignorant were truly sorrowful. Whoosh! Suddenly, a clump of Buddhist light burst out from the blood mist that the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate created. It was emanating from a painting. Saber manual? It turns out that this fellow hid the saber manual in his body. The Savage Blood Star Venerate said coldly, "Third brother, fourth brother, do your best to control the Savage Blood warship. Don't be stingy with the resources and trump cards on board. Let everyone out of the encirclement. Go as far as you can." Right after the Savage Blood Star Venerate spoke, he used Instant Flash and arrived in front of the painting. When the Savage Blood Star Venerate looked forward, he saw that the Sword General was similarly not slow, standing on the other side. The painting that recorded the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's incomplete manual hovered quietly between the two. Neither of them made a move. Savage Blood Star Venerate, it has been many years since we last met. Unexpectedly, you actually broke through. The Sword General found this somewhat strange. He was somewhat surprised that the Savage Blood Star Venerate had already reached the middle stage Starry Sky Realm. The Cloud Sea Realm was divided into 3 stages. The Starry Sky Realm was known as a Star Venerate, the Holy Light Realm was known as a Holy Venerate, and the Sovereign Realm was known as a Sovereign Personage. Each stage was divided into early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Every time one broke through a bottleneck, their strength would experience a qualitative leap. Seeing the Savage Blood Star Venerate easily suppress the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate was the greatest example. The Savage Blood Star Venerate said expressionlessly, "Cut the crap. Today I fell at your hands because I was one step behind. However, if you want to obtain the Saber Manual and destroy my Savage Blood Pirate group, you are overthinking it. I can let you have the Saber Manual. However, you have to make way for the Savage Blood Pirate group." The Sword General's thoughts raced. Then he nodded and said, "Deal. However, the pirate groups behind you have to stay." Scram. The Savage Blood Star Venerate shouted coldly, simply and crudely rejecting the other party's proposal. The Sword General's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "This world is not so black and white. You and I both know that many things can be discussed. I mobilized the entire Divine Shield Army in the Grave Sea. If I cannot bring out any results, how am I supposed to step down?" The Savage Blood Star Venerate smiled coldly and said, "You want the Saber Manual and reputation at the same time? In that case, it is best not to discuss it." Whoosh! Blood dyed the sky, and the setting sun appeared. The Savage Blood Star Venerate swung his saber, and the scarlet heavenly river poured into the saber. The Sword General's long sword swept through the air and blocked the saber stably in midair. The exchange of 2 Starry Sky Realm experts immediately turned the situation out of hand. The Divine Shield Army and the pirate groups also stood together. The incredibly intense naval battle officially started. On one side was the Divine Shield Army, which held the advantage in numbers. On the other side were the elites of the pirate groups that had just experienced a bloody battle. Furthermore, both sides were mortal enemies. The intensity of this battle was easy to imagine. How horrifying would it be? The Savage Blood pirate group was the first to get involved. The peak 5-star pirate groups showed their ferocious and terrifying side in the sea. More than 100 Neptune's rages shot out at the same time. The cannons covered the sky and the sun, looking like the end of the world. The Divine Shield Army formed a light defense formation. Countless war banners gave off a golden light. These banners formed a huge golden shield on the surface of the sea, blocking the might of the 100 cannons of the peak 5-star Neptune's rages. At this moment, the seemingly ferocious and boundless starry sea revealed its soft and weak side. As the cannons and the aftershocks tore at the vast sea, thousands of holes appeared. Waves surged, sounding like the miserable wails of the sea. The Divine Shield Army specialized in defense. With the support of the large number of light shields, they firmly blocked the pirates' attacks. If the Bloodsword Army were here, the scene would be different. Divine Shield of Light counterattack. Under the lead of the Savage Bloodstar Venerate, the pirates fired increasingly ferociously. The commander on the flagship shouted coldly, giving the order to counterattack. Ka! 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 Immediately, golden shields appeared on every Divine Shield warship. Then they shot a beam of resplendent light into the sky. The light gathered in the air. After a while it looked like an artificial sun. It was resplendent and piercing. The scarier thing was that it contained an incomparably scorching energy. The expressions of the many pirates on the warships immediately changed. Their pirate ships could not work together to form a shield formation like the Divine Shield warships. They could only defend individually, each ship taking care of itself. Break that beam of light. Someone on the Savage Bloodstar Venerate roared and soared into the sky. It was the Iron Hand Yama. Countless strong pirates soared into the sky and formed a human wall, using their auras to block the light in the sky. Attack! Kill all the pirates! Whoosh! Countless golden-armored cultivators on the Divine Shield warships held sharp sabers and soared into the air, radiating killing chi. They prepared to start the cruelest close-range battle. At this moment, the Black Cutlass slowly surfaced from the bottom of the sea. When the Black Cutlass appeared on the surface of the sea, it was a pitch-black night with resplendent starlight overhead. When the Black Cutlass looked up, it saw a dazzling light surrounding the island, continuously shrinking. Chapter 1642. Even from more than 5,000 kilometers away, one could still clearly feel the desperation of this intense naval battle. The deafening rumbles were incessant. The clouds were even more horrifying. When 2-star Venerates of equal strength fought, practically no one dared to loiter nearby. From the outside, the golden light that represented the Divine Shield Army was continuously shrinking, slowly gathering together. Through the golden light, one could see a blood-like light trying to break out of the encirclement several times. The Divine Shield Army has one special characteristic. Their Divine Shield is like a mountain. This time, it will be hard for any pirate group to escape. Xiao Sua sighed softly. As a pirate, he felt sorrow in his heart. He felt dissatisfied and sympathetic for the fate of these passageways. He felt somewhat indignant, but he could not do anything. Unless a 9-star pirate ship came, they could turn the tide. Anything else would be pointless. With the Black Cutlass, they would not even be able to fill the gaps between the other party's teeth. The difference in numbers was too great. If it were the Bloodsword Army, some pirate groups might be able to escape alive. However, the dead pirates would be in 100 times more pain, Elder Tang said softly as he watched the scene before him. He felt the same way as Xiao Sua when he saw the scene before him. Xiao Chun took a look at the situation. The pirate groups were already losing. All that was left was to see if there was a chance to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, the wisest choice was to leave quickly. However, for some reason, Xiao Chun felt that there was something in that battlefield attracting him. It was not a desire from his bloodline. Instead, it was a bond from the depths of his soul. The two seemed to be pulling each other. There seemed to be a weak connection. It seemed like it existed and yet not. It was illusory and tempting. Is it this? A Buddhist lamp appeared in Xiao Chun's palm. The heavenly snow divine flame was in the Buddhist lamp. Above the lamp was the Sarira that the Mahasvara Buddha left behind when he passed away. No, when the Mahasvara Buddha's Sarira appeared, that vague connection did not become stronger. A Sarira? Elder Tang cried out hoarsely, feeling slightly startled. Elder Tang looked at Xiao Chun in confusion. To think that he even had a Buddhist holy item. Furthermore, based on the appearance of this Saraira and the Buddhist light it gave off, it was definitely of extraordinary origins. Strange. Xiao Chun put away the great limitless Buddha Saraira and revealed a contemplative expression. Since it did not come from his blue dragon bloodline or the Mahasvara Buddha Saraira, then what could it be that was connected to the mysterious item on the battlefield? Young Master Xiao, what happened? Why are you still not leaving? Elder Tang urged. Xiao Chun answered honestly, I feel that the item that the two-star venerates fought over has something to do with me. Elder Tang was startled by Xiao Chun's idea. He quickly said, That's not a good idea. You will definitely die if you enter. He didn't think too much about it. He just felt that it was normal for young people to have this kind of drive, but old people like them hadn't lived long enough. I know. I won't go in, but I'll take a look. You guys go ahead. The black cutlass quickly left the surface of the sea. With a thought, the heavenly eye on Xiao Chun's forehead soared into the sky and the ground, heading for the sky dome realm. The heavenly eye flew increasingly higher. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the clouds and arrived in the starry heavens. Then, under Xiao Chun's control, the heavenly eye quickly headed for the place where the savage Bloodstar Venerate and the Sword General fought. Xiao Chun watched the two-star Venerates fight at such a close distance. The tremors that came from the soul still made Xiao Chun, who was far away from the battlefield, jumpy. However, at the same time his horizons were broadened and he gained a lot. The one holding the scarlet saber should be the savage Bloodstar Venerate. The one holding the sword should be someone like the commander of the Divine Shield Army. As the two-star Venerates fought, Xiao Chun's heavenly eye hovered in the sky looking down. For some reason, Xiao Chun felt like he was high up and that the two-star Venerates were merely SOSO. This thought startled Xiao Chun, and he quickly banished it. Not daring to watch for too long, Xiao Chun focused his heavenly eye's vision and started searching. That painting! Wherever the two experts fought, there would always be a place filled with Buddhist light. The savage Bloodstar Venerate and the Sword General used their minds to not affect that painting. In this incredibly intense fight between the Star Venerates, the painting was like a peaceful tea garden in a war chariot, no one caring about it. The two-star Venerates did not care. The victor had not been decided yet. All they needed to do was pay some attention to the painting. No one dared to get too distracted by it. As for the other pirates and Divine Shield Army cultivators, they did not dare to get close to the area where the two-star Venerates fought. What exactly is on me that is attracting this painting? Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Since it was not a bloodline power or a Buddhist sex Saraira, what else could it be that was special? The Saber Dao inspiration flashed in Xiao Chun's mind, and his eyes lit up. Be it the savage Bloodstar Venerate or the Sword General, these two were very strong and did not have the courage to fight. However, these two had not comprehended a Dao in either the Saber Dao or the Sword Dao. In the Great Thousand Realms, the savage Bloodstar Venerates were already extremely talented. However, they were still somewhat lacking compared to Xiao Chun. He had already surpassed the Saber domain and comprehended Great Dao energy. Even though Xiao Chun had this guess, he did not dare to rashly test it. Once he exposed his Great Dao energy, these two-star Venerates would definitely notice him and know of his existence. To bet or not, Xiao Chun would take the risk under the eyes of two-star Venerates, betting that the painting had a fate with his Saber Dao. If he gambled correctly, he might have a chance of obtaining the painting. After that, the two-star Venerates would work together to kill him. If he gambled wrongly, only death awaited him. Friend, after watching for so long, are you still not going to show yourself? Just as Xiao Chun felt uncertain, the savage Bloodstar Venerate and the Sword General suddenly stopped. Then one of them spoke. You overdid it. Xiao Chun's heart tightened. He completely forgot about the painting and quickly withdrew his divine eye. Wait, to think that I got discovered anyway. In that case, why don't I gamble? Earlier I feared being discovered the most. Right now, I am already at the worst possible moment. There is no need to worry so much. Boom! A great Dao halo appeared behind the divine eye. Then it condensed into a point, and a brilliant Dao might spread out. The surrounding clouds immediately cleared out. The heavenly divine eye. The heavenly divine eye flickered with a faint light as it looked at the two mysteriously. exuding a cold and emotionless aura. Great Tao energy? Be it the Sword General or the Savage Bloodstar Venerate, their expressions suddenly changed. They raised their guard and retreated. The number of people who comprehended Great Tao energy in the Grave Sea could be counted on one's fingers. These people were all holy venerates at the very least. Furthermore, they were all old monsters who had lived for countless years. These people would not casually come out. Once they did, something major would definitely happen. That's not right. That's not right. In the blink of an eye, the two sensed that something was wrong. This Tao might did not put much pressure on them. We were fooled. It should be an outstanding talent of the central great realm. Their thoughts raced like lightning, and they quickly guessed the closest answer. Only the outstanding talents of the 100 races of the untainted universe, the 3 Tao sects, the 4 Buddhist sects, the 4 Buddhist monasteries, the noble clans and the dynasties of the central great world. Only then would it be possible to comprehend Great Tao energy before reaching the Cloud Sea realm. With a holy venerate's cultivation and Tao might, the moment it spread out, everyone in the battlefield could not move at all, unable to resist at all. My guess was right. On the black cutlass, Xiao Chan revealed an expression of joy. He could clearly sense that the painting had already sensed his presence. The connection that had been faintly discernible became clear at this moment. Xiao. The lonely painting turned into a resplendent saber light and quickly flew towards Xiao Chan. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed 100 li and was out of the battlefield. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to have designs on me, you are courting death. The Sword General's brows raised. Then he turned around and gave chase. But just as he turned around, a baleful aura seized the opportunity to strike him. How dare you stop me? The Savage Bloodstar Venerate smiled coldly. Why not? This Grave Sea is not your Divine Shield Army's turn to cover the sky with one hand. What can you do to me? Since the Savage Blood Pirate Group's destruction is inevitable, why should I let you obtain the Saber Technique Manual? You! The Sword General immediately felt incredibly frustrated. His greatest goal in this trip was the Saber Technique Manual. Secondly, it was to destroy the Savage Blood Pirate Group's weapons. Without the Saber Technique Manual, this operation would have failed. Chase. Deputy General Liu, lead a team and give chase. Since the Sword General could not free himself, he could only place his hopes on his Deputy General. Chapter 1643. On the Black Cutlass's lookout tower, Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and grabbed the painting that turned into a saber light. A look of joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He had obtained the painting, although he did not know what it was. If it could incite 2-star venerates to fight over it, it would definitely be priceless and immeasurable. At the same time, Xiao Chan was somewhat surprised that the 2-star venerates were still fighting, not chasing after him together as he had expected. That is, before Xiao Chan could unfurl the painting, he looked around and discovered several figures quickly chasing the Black Cutlass. Figures clad in golden armor dashed across the starry sea. The weakest among them was an early-stage major primal core cultivator. The strongest was actually like the Iron Hand Yama, a peak major primal core cultivator. It's the people from the Divine Shield Corps. They chased after the painting. After putting away the painting, Xiao Chan gave the order, and the Black Cutlass accelerated. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. The peak major primal core venerate wearing dark gold battle armor roared and sent out a sword light. As the sword light descended, the sea of stars was cut in half, and the sword chi continued to spread forward. It looked like it wanted to chop the Black Cutlass in half along with the seawater. In a fluster, Xiao Sua controlled the Black Cutlass to change directions, narrowly dodging that sword chi. However, the Black Cutlass could not avoid the huge waves it kicked up. As the waves surged, the Black Cutlass rocked in the water, its speed dropping rapidly. Light of Divine Shield, illuminate the stars. So. The Divine Shield Army cultivators behind the dark gold armored venerate held up their golden shields and shot out beams of light. They gathered in the air above the Black Cutlass and formed a clump of blazing flames. Chi. Heat waves surged into the air. Even the seawater below gave off strange sounds because of the formation. The Black Cutlass slowed down again. Captain, our formation has been disrupted. A few nodes have been burnt. Damn it. The consumption of spirit jades has also doubled. The seawater has turned into mud. What's going on? The bad news made Xiao Chen's expression sink slightly. Unexpectedly, the Divine Shield army moved so quickly. Almost at the same time, he chased after the painting. Xiao xiao xiao. A few more vast sword chi chopped down. The black cutlass dodged left and right, but it still got struck. Immediately, the entire ship started shaking. The cultivators on the ship all felt their chi and blood tremble. The ship swayed along with the waves, making it difficult for people to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Stop. Xiao Chun decisively got Xiao Sa to stop. If they continued to flee, they would be exhausted to death by the other party sooner or later. Xiao xiao xiao. The dark gold armored venerate held a broadsword similar to the sword generals. He led 8 early-stage and late-stage major primal core venerates to the front of the black cutlass pirate ship. Don't act rashly. I'll stall for time. You guys get ready to counterattack at any time. After sending a voice projection, Xiao Chun gently leaped up from the watchtower and landed firmly on the bow. His white robes and long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the other party across the sea. What can I do for you? The white-clad Xiao Chun stood under the black cutlass's war banner on the bow of the ship, looking calmly at the dark gold-armored venerate. The dark gold-armored venerate did not smile. As he held his broadsword, his expression turned grave and stern. Killing chi surged around him, causing the seawater to surge. Receive the general's orders. Leave behind the saber manual and we can let you go. At the same time, you can become an honored guest of the Divine Shield Army. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can seek the Divine Shield Army for help. The sword general thought that Xiao Chun was a noble clan outstanding talent of the Central Great Realm with an extraordinary background. Hence he did not want to offend him too much, so he used a more polite tone. Of course, that was on the premise that Xiao Chun was willing to obediently hand over the saber manual. Saber manual? It turned out that the painting was a saber manual. Xiao Chun could not help feeling even more curious. What kind of saber manual could make the Savage Blood Pirate Group destroy a rank 3 sect to obtain it? Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun asked calmly, "Is the saber manual your general's?" The dark gold-armored venerate did not know that Xiao Chun was stalling for time. Even if he knew, he would not react. The other party was merely a half-step primal core cultivator, and the pirate ship was ordinary. He did not care about it at all. Xiao Chun had managed to stop this pirate ship with a few attacks earlier. This was sufficient proof. You do not need to know whether it is or not. You only need to answer, are you going to hand it over or not? Right after the dark gold-armored venerate spoke, the 8 gold-armored cultivators behind gathered their killing chi. A sharp light appeared on their foreheads. Clearly, they were prepared to attack at any moment, only waiting for the order. When Xiao Chun heard what the dark gold-armored venerate said, he rolled his eyes. Since it is not your general's, then you are forcefully snatching it. Since when did the Divine Shield Army become so shameless? The dark gold-armored venerate's expression did not change. He did not care about Xiao Chen's mocking at all. Hand it over or not. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Neptune's rage fire. Without waiting for the other party to finish counting down, Xiao Chun gave the order, and the black cutlass turned sideways. Ka, ka, ka. The melodious sound of gears clicking rang out continuously. The 16-peak 4-star Neptune's rages bared their fangs. Without giving these people any time to be shocked, the Neptune's rages fired at the same time. Boom! The compressed ancient demonic energy cannons howled as they shot out. The explosions were like divine thunder shaking the heavens. The seawater surged for 5,000 kilometers around. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He discovered that in the time it took for a spark to fly, the gold-armored cultivators behind the dark gold-armored venerate had taken the initiative to raise their shields and block the cannons of the Neptune's rages. When the surging waves scattered, a huge golden shield of light flickered 500 kilometers away. Neptune's rages continue. Xiao Chun gave the order expressionlessly. A peak 4-star pirate ship. Traces of blood leaked out of the lips of the 8 gold-armored cultivators, their faces filled with shock. The dark gold-armored venerate behind them was not injured at all. His expression turned cold. Even in the face of such a situation, he remained calm. The dark gold-armored venerate looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chun, who was on the deck. Xiao Chun immediately felt his entire body turn cold. A cold qi assaulted him, causing him to tremble slightly. "How strong? Follow me," the dark gold-armored venerable said indifferently. Not only did he not retreat, but he even charged towards the cannon fire. An extremely compressed ancient demonic energy cannon flew over. The dark gold-armored venerate used his left hand to block the sword. The broadsword immediately blocked most of the dark gold-armored venerate's body, as he clashed with the ancient demonic energy cannon. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the light from the ancient demonic energy cannon radiated out. However, the dark gold-armored venerate was not injured at all. Whoosh! 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 The dark gold-armored venerate advanced ferociously as he faced the cannon fire of the 4-star Neptune's rages, his figure flashing. When the dark gold-armored venerate approached, the many-peak 4-star ballistae on the tower fired out a net of specially made arrows. The dark gold-armored venerate swung his broadsword, and the sound of a vast army galloping resounded in the air. All the arrows flying at him shattered in the air. The dark gold-armored venerate's figure flickered, sweeping through everything before him, displaying an unparalleled aura. Die! The dark gold-armored venerate pointed his broadsword at Xiao Chun. Then he thrust his sword forward, showing his sharpness. The entire ship shook intensely before the other party's ferocious aura. Everyone felt a tremor that came from the bottom of their hearts, as well as waves of fear. Can I block it? Even if I can't, I have to block it. Otherwise, everyone on the ship will die. At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiao Chun remained exceptionally calm. He drew the lunar shadow saber and spun around. Instant of glory. Supported by great Tao energy, Xiao Chun instantly executed Instant of Glory. A vast painting appeared in the air, blocking the dark gold-armored venerate. Kasie. The painting blocked for only a moment before the broadsword pierced through it, turning it into countless shards. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chun's heart shattered, and intense pain spread out. Under the pressure of pain, all the potential in his body burst forth. The dark gold-armored venerate's saber buzzed, trembling endlessly. Clashing with the other party's broadsword, Xiao Chun shouted coldly and charged over without hesitation. Dang! The saber and sword clashed. Xiao Chun's arm went numb, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The lunar shadow saber nearly flew out of his hand. Xiao Chun's body, which was in midair, immediately fell. However, the dark gold-armored venerate's broadsword trembled for a moment before continuing to descend on his head. Unexpectedly, his heart was injured. The dark gold-armored venerate frowned slightly. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chun to be able to injure his internal organs with one saber strike. Fortunately, the dark gold-armored venerate had vast accumulations and a deep cultivation, so he did not suffer from this attack. Below, Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled up in a smile. The opportunity that he had been waiting for finally arrived. Earlier, it looked like the dark gold-armored venerate blocked Xiao Chun's saber strike. However, the sword trembled, and a weak opening appeared in its move. Buddhist Magic Skill Dharmic World. Chapter 1644. Buddhist Sect Magic Skill Dharmic World. Xiao Chun's body trembled slightly, and he turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant in the blink of an eye. The situation instantly reversed. Xiao Chun did not hesitate to kick at lightning speed. This kick was like a mountain that soared into the sky. Xiao Chun's mighty force sent the dark gold-armored venerate, who already had an opening in his sword move and could not change direction, flying. Bang! The force was so great that the dark gold-armored venerate grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood. Unable to resist, the dark gold-armored venerate tumbled in the air, quickly flying backward. A Buddhist sect secret technique? This fellow is indeed an outstanding talent of the Central Great Realm. I was too careless. The dark gold-armored venerate was very knowledgeable. When he saw the enlarged Xiao Chun, he quickly understood the origins of Xiao Chun's move. However, at this moment, the dark gold-armored venerate did not have a good opportunity to counterattack. The timing of Xiao Chun's magic skill was simply too accurate. First, Xiao Chun used 2 moves to clash head-on with the dark gold-armored venerate. not caring about the price to create an opening in his sword move. After that, when the dark gold armored Venerate's move was already over, and he could no longer change it, Shao Chun instantly executed the magic skill, catching the dark gold armored Venerate off guard. However, the dark gold armored Venerate remained incredibly calm. This magic skill could not last for long. When the time was up, it would be Shao Chun's time. The dark gold armored Venerate would not give Shao Chun any more chances. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. There were still 3 seconds left before Dermic World. Shao Chun used these 3 seconds to execute the most tyrannical move of the flawless saber technique. Azure-colored dragon images appeared. When Shao Chun chopped down, he used the might of the true dragon, which was startlingly great. A dragon race martial technique? The dark gold armored Venerate felt somewhat confused. This saber technique clearly had traces of a dragon race martial technique. What exactly was Shao Chun's identity? This confused the dark gold armored Venerate. However, this was not the time to be confused. Shao Chun's saber strike had already landed. However, his body was still affected by the force of Shao Chun's previous kick, so he was very passive. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the dark gold armored Venerable also unleashed his full power. He did not panic and spun one round in the air, dissipating most of the remaining force on his body. The broadsword in Shao Chun's hand spun in a circle and met Shao Chun's saber light with all his might. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of golden light erupted from the broadsword, illuminating the dark night. The dark gold armored Venerate exuded a hot-blooded heroism. He was like a general standing in the middle of a vast army on the battlefield, having the courage to remain calm even when millions of people attacked. It could be seen that his sword Dao cultivation was as deep as the sword general's. This move was called sword subduing rivers and mountains, and it was also the sword general's famous martial skill. Although the dark gold armored Venerate only had 50% of his usual might, it was still very mighty and intimidating. Bang! The saber and sword clashed. By relying on the preemptive strike and the support of the magic skill, Shao Chun held the upper hand in this saber strike. Shao Chun shook off the difference in cultivation and knocked the dark gold armored Venerate into the air with one saber strike. However, that was all. Shao Chun originally thought that Dermic World would at least be able to injure the dark gold armored Venerate severely. However, he was disappointed. Deputy General Liu is actually injured. Even sword subduing rivers and mountains is broken. The expressions of the gold-armored cultivators behind changed drastically. Shao Chun was only a half-step primal core cultivator. How heaven-defying was this? It ends here. The dark gold-armored Venerate said coldly as he stabilized his body in midair. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked at Shao Chun, who had recovered. Then he raised his sword and charged over again. When the dark gold-armored Venerate moved, it was like a vast army moving with him, creating an immense pressure. Rumble! Rumble! There was the sound of galloping horses and the rumbling of war drums. There were also countless hot-blooded soldiers filled with murderous intent. Shao Chun remained calm. At this point in the battle, he had already given up on any other thoughts. This was the battle that Shao Chun was most invested in since entering the Great Thousand Realms. This was also the strongest and most horrifying opponent. This was an opponent that made Shao Chun's blood surge. He felt admiration and respect for Shao Chun. Great Dao energy spread out behind him. Shao Chun's eyes were as calm as autumn water. The dark gold-armored Venerate charging over slowly became clearer in his eyes. Suddenly, Shao Chun narrowed his eyes. Everything in the world disappeared, leaving only the dark gold-armored Venerate's figure. Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger. After locking onto the target, Shao Chun attacked decisively. He drew out the energy from his soul, and he pointed with his finger. A scarlet light burst out from his fingertip. A beam of scarlet light pierced through the dark gold-armored Venerate's horrifying sword move and entered his forehead. A Soul Dao martial technique ignored physical defense. The dark gold-armored Venerate, who led the vast army and charged forward in a heroic manner, suddenly stopped. The scarlet light pierced through the dark gold-armored Venerate's sea of consciousness and continuously entered his soul. Energy exploded, and the dark gold-armored Venerate's soul energy immediately scattered. Soul Dao martial technique. Soul Dao martial technique. the dark gold-armored venerate's heart immediately turned cold. He had not expected Xiao Chun to have such a trump card. This was not a move that only a Cloud Sea cultivator could execute. How could it be Xiao Chun, who was in the air, did not get greedy? He knew that this finger strike could not kill the dark gold-armored venerate. It could not even severely injure the other party. A peak major primal core existence had already touched the surface of soul energy. The dragon blood soul-breaking finger would not be able to achieve its greatest effect on them. At every moment, Xiao Chun was preparing for the worst, putting more pressure on himself. Only under heavy pressure would he not dare to slack off. Only then would he have a chance at victory. Dragging his fatigued body, a light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he clenched his teeth and roared ferociously. A three-colored lightning dragon shot out of Xiao Chun's palm. It contained the divine might of a solid blue dragon, berserk electricity, and a cold chill as it charged at the dark gold-armored venerate. Bang! The dark gold-armored venerate, who had just recovered some color in his eyes, could not react before the ice-blood lightning dragon struck him. This ice-blood lightning dragon knocked away Xiao Chun's great killing weapon. The power of ice and lightning attributed energy intertwined and merged, allowing the two energies to surpass their limits and erupt wildly. The dark gold-armored venerate vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back again. This time, the dark gold-armored venerate's heroic aura was clearly not as intense as before. The dark gold-armored venerate's mistakes and miscalculations caused his momentum to plummet. Every time he didn't really hurt his muscles or bones, but he accumulated it over and over again. However, the dark gold-armored venerate found this somewhat unbearable. His heart ached, and his soul suffered torture. His body turned cold, and the electricity had yet to scatter. However, he still had the strength to fight. He was confident that he only needed one move. No, he only needed half a move. As long as he could get close to Xiao Chun, he only needed half a move to defeat Xiao Chun. In fact, that was indeed the case. If he didn't use his trump card, Xiao Chun wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from him. When the sword first fell, Xiao Chun used 2 moves, but he was unable to resolve it. He only managed to make his sword momentum reveal a flaw. Only then did he use his Dharma idol to forcefully destroy it. Xiao Chun knew his weakness. Thus, he never gave the dark gold-armored venerate a chance to truly attack him. Now, of course, was no exception. He was dressed in white, and his body was like a willow catkin. His exhausted body and pale face made him look somewhat weak. However, the expression on his forehead remained stubborn and resolute, as if he would never give up. A scarlet war banner appeared in Xiao Chun's hand, fluttering loudly in the strong wind. Amid the whistling wind, Xiao Chun suddenly thought of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words. "My name is Scarlet Blood. I have a body of scarlet iron burning blood. For half my life I wandered from place to place, wandering from place to place. For half my life I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the stars, making the sky shine without night. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself emperor with the other." Suddenly, Xiao Chun understood the meaning of "my body is like a sword, filled with pride." Elder Tang said that Xiao Chun could not figure out whether his body was like a sword or a mountain, finding them contradictory. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun started laughing loudly. These two did not contradict each other at all. My body is like a sword. This referred to the soul, a kind of spirit within the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. An immortal will in his bloodline. After understanding this, Xiao Chun could not help laughing loudly. His laughter was bold and carefree. Your soul and spirit are like the noblest treasure sword in the world. Filled with pride, you would rather break than bend, your sharpness eternal. Scarlet Blood Pirate King, am I right? As if responding to Xiao Chun's words, the Scarlet Blood War banner suddenly trembled. A beam of scarlet light soared into the sky. As Xiao Chun tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner, he felt an eternal, hot-blooded and indomitable will. Immemorial demon soul formation, Yazi Beast demon soul, come out. Xiao Chun waved the war banner, and winds blew and clouds surged. The Yazi Beast demon soul inherited this hot-bloodedness. It roared ferociously, and the sky changed color. Chapter 1645. As the immemorial demon soul array was activated, the Yazi beast demon soul quickly appeared. The great desolate Ian ferocious beast, the Yazi beast, had a dragon's head and a jackal's body. It stood on blazing flames and stood on the surface of the starry sea. Compared to its first appearance, the Yazi beast demon soul's image this time was even more solid. Having lit up 2 pearls, it no longer only had a skeleton, but already had the embryonic form of Yazi. As soon as he appeared, he emitted an ancient and ferocious aura. 2 balls of blood-colored flames danced in his eyes. The dark gold-armored Venerate looked around and fixed his gaze on the dark gold-armored Venerate. With the support of the Scarlet Blood War banner, its gargantuan body was the size of a small mountain. His aura shook the heavens, the wind blew, the clouds surged, and the sky changed color. Right now, the Yazi beast demon soul possessed the strength of a peak major primal core cultivator. To a certain degree, it was even significantly stronger, because it had no life, no pain, no fear, and no weakness. Roar! With a roar, the sea surged up and sent the 8 golden armored cultivators flying. Protect Deputy General Liu! The situation instantly reversed. After the Yazi beast demon soul appeared, its aura completely suppressed the dark gold-armored Venerate and the 8 gold-armored cultivators. Deputy General Liu will cover you. At this moment, the 8 golden-armored cultivators had completely seen through Xiao Qin's tricks. Earlier, Xiao Qian did not hesitate to clash head-on with the dark gold-armored Venerate because he wanted to injure the Venerate. Then, when the immemorial demon soul formation was activated, the dark gold-armored Venerate would no longer be a match for the Yazi beast demon soul. In fact, he did not even give the dark gold-armored Venerable a chance to escape. From the beginning, he had already planned this out. He had no intention of leaving them a way out. Kill! The black cutlass hovered near the heart of the Yazi beast demon soul. On the lookout platform, Xiao Qian waved the war banner and coldly and emotionlessly directed the Yazi beast demon soul to charge at the dark gold-armored Venerate. Senior Tang, Xiaosi, Luonan, and Fei, the 4 of you go out and send these 8 people away. Xiao Qian instructed calmly. After paying such a huge price, if they still could not take down this dark gold-armored Venerable, they would not be able to do so. If Xiao Qin exposed all his information, then he would be a failure. Understood. Elder Tang and the others received the order and left. A huge tortoise beast appeared on the sea. Elder Tang stood on it and charged at the 8 golden-armored cultivators. 2 sharp bird cries came from the air. Luonan and Fei, each riding a cold steel eagle, sealed off the other party's path of retreat. Xiao Sua, who had already advanced to the early stage major primal core realm, laughed loudly. Then, he held up his saber and ran over the sea. There was a small golden bird resting on his shoulder. It was the golden crow divine beast, Little Yellow Feather. The black cutlass immediately erupted with all its combat prowess. The 8 golden-armored cultivators and the peak major primal core dark golden-armored Venerate formed an encirclement. At the start, when these 9 people chased the black cutlass relentlessly, they definitely did not expect such a scene to occur. Soon, the formation of the 8 golden-armored cultivators tore apart. With the life juice source cleansing their physical bodies, Elder Tang and the other 3 were not weak at all. Furthermore, the cold steel eagle, the golden crow, Little Yellow Feather, and the huge tortoise beast were assisting them. Their overall strength was significantly stronger. In the core battlefield, the Yazi beast demon soul fought against the dark gold-armored Venerable. No matter how many techniques he used, he was suppressed from beginning to end by the ferocious and bloodthirsty Yazi beast demon soul. There was no chance for him to turn the tables. If he was still in his peak condition, it would be very easy for him to leave. Unfortunately, he had been tricked by Xiao Qian. Now, his soul, heart, and body had all suffered considerable damage. Not to mention leaving, he didn't even have a chance to stay alive. After a while, 2 miserable cries rang out in the air. The 2 golden-armored cultivators were torn apart by the cold steel eagles in midair, dying miserable deaths. After another hour, the remaining golden-armored cultivators died one after another. 3 of them were swallowed by the giant tortoise beast, 2 were killed by Xiao Sua, and 1 was killed by the cold steel eagle. Elder Tang and the others did not stop, joining the battle between the Yazi beast demon soul and the dark gold-armored Venerate. The Yazi beast demon soul could not last for too long. Every moment it existed consumed the spiritual energy contained in the spirit jades. Obviously, no one wanted this battle to drag on for too long. The greater worry was that if the battle dragged on, the Divine Shield Army would send reinforcements again. However, this worry was clearly unnecessary. The Sword General would never have thought of it. The Sword General could not have imagined that his capable deputy could not even lead 8 Venerates to chase after a half-step Primal Core Realm veritable personage. Furthermore, the other party even killed him, not even able to bring back any news. After another 2 hours, the dark gold-armored Venerate finally lost all his combat prowess, losing his resolve to resist. The dark gold-armored Venerate was fatigued, his veritable essence energy drained, and his complexion was pale. Wounds covered his body. In the fight with the Yazi Beast Demon Soul, the dark gold-armored Venerate was at a complete disadvantage. Then Elder Tang and the others surrounded him. This was a tragic sight to behold, making him feel very sullen. "General, this subordinate is incapable and failed to complete your instructions." Kase, the dark gold-armored Venerate, who had retained his last bit of strength, actually chose to commit suicide by swinging his sword, ending his life in such a miserable manner. Upon seeing the dark gold-armored Venerate's life force disappear, everyone relaxed. At the same time, they felt like they were in a dream. They really killed a peak major Primal Core expert. This was simply unimaginable. Even the strongest among them, Elder Tang, could not exchange more than 100 moves with the dark gold-armored Venerate. There was no way he could exchange more than 100 moves with him. He didn't even have a chance to escape. However, such a peak expert still died at the hands of the Black Scimitar pirate group, which fought at full power. Xiao Sua, clean up the corpses and set sail immediately. Xiao Qin's calm orders startled Xiao Sua to his senses. Then, he quickly worked with Luonan and Fei to clean up the corpses on the sea. Elder Tang, who was riding on the gigantic tortoise beast, returned to the ship first. When Elder Tang arrived beside Xiao Chan, he looked at the fatigued Xiao Chan and revealed a trace of heartfelt admiration. If not for Xiao Chan standing out at the crucial moment and risking his life with that dark gold-armored Venerate, the result would have been different. At the very least, it would have been easy for the dark gold-armored Venerate to flee. "The longer I interact with you, the more I find it impossible to see through you. The longer I interact with you, the more I find it impossible to see through you. Even when facing a peak major Primal Core Cultivator, you have the courage to fight head-on." Xiao Chan said calmly, "Compared to my previous experiences, this is nothing." The beast governing sex Elder Tang really wanted to ask what Xiao Chan had experienced in the past. However, he held back. Asking about another person's secrets was a taboo. If the other party was willing, he would naturally speak. Elder Tang changed the topic and asked, "What exactly did you obtain for the Divine Shield Army to send such a strong lineup?" "It is a painting. I did not see the details, but I heard from that dark gold-armored Venerate that it was a saber technique manual." As Xiao Chan spoke, he took out the painting and gently unfurled it. Many monks holding Buddhist monks' sabers appeared in the painting. They showed stern expressions, exuding might without showing any anger. The monks danced around with their sabers, making many profound postures. As for the background of the painting, it was a Buddha statue with a single palm placed before its chest. The Buddha statue's expression was cold, and a murderous intent spread from its forehead. Elder Tang's eyes lit up as he said, "Interesting. To think that it is the rare Buddha statue of massacre." This was not an evil Buddha. Buddhas had thousands of dharmic bodies. Most of them looked benevolent, solemn, and peaceful, exuding a solemn might. Buddhas had already purified their negative karma. They had completely severed their greed, anger, and delusion. There would be no such thing as rage. Even if the Buddha statue glared at Elder Tang, it was just the Buddha statue and the Buddha statue pretending to be stern and not truly angry. However, there were too many evil demons in the world. The Buddhist sect's preaching involved many conflicts of interest. Hence, the Buddhist sect preserved the various angry dharmic bodies of Buddhas before they became Buddhas. They purged evil, saved the dying, healed the injured, and purified the world. Such dharmic bodies were carved into Buddha statues. Due to taboo, they rarely appeared in public. Elder Tang gave Xiao Chun a brief explanation. At this moment, the painting was fully unfurled, and the words Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique appeared in the lower right corner. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. After confirming it, Elder Tang's expression changed slightly, and his body trembled slightly. Xiao Chun put away the painting and asked, feeling curious, "What's wrong?" No wonder the Savage Blood Pirate Group destroyed the Skeleton Dragon Hall at all costs, and the Divine Shield Army mobilized its entire army. Turns out that this saber technique appeared. Elder Tang sighed softly with a solemn expression on his face. Chapter 1646. There were many incomplete parts on the scroll. This was a remnant manual of a saber technique. Xiao Chun was a bladesman himself. Naturally, he could tell how extraordinary this saber technique was. Just a cursory look at it was enough to excite him, broadening his horizons. Xiao Chun originally thought that it was already very rare for him to be able to create the flawless saber technique. However, when he saw this saber technique, he felt somewhat ashamed. Compared to the Great Thousand Realms, the Kunlun realm was like a frog in a well. Upon hearing what Elder Tang said, Xiao Chun could not help feeling even more interested. Elder Tang knows about this saber technique manual? Naturally. Just at this moment, Xiao Su and the other two returned to the warship and quickly reported, "Captain, we gained a lot. These 8 people all carried a lot of spirit jades and the equipment of the Divine Shield Army. We still have not checked the dark gold armored Venerate storage ring." Xiao Sua stepped forward and handed the dark gold armored Venerate storage ring to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Let's leave this place quickly. It is still not very safe. You can deal with these war trophies yourselves. There is no need to ask me." "Thank you, Captain." The 3 left excitedly and returned to their posts. Then they piloted the Black Cutlass far away. In the captain's quarters, Xiao Chun brewed a pot of tea and served Elder Tang, preparing to listen to him explain the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique in detail. "Now that there is no one to disturb us, Elder Tang, tell me what you know," Xiao Chun said softly as he poured a cup of tea for Elder Tang. Elder Tang received the teacup and took a sip. Then he said slowly, "Regarding this Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, it is a long story and involves many things. Young Master Xiao, do you know how the martial techniques of the Great Thousand Realms are differentiated?" Xiao Chun answered honestly, "There are not many records in the Book of the Epochs. The various great realms and astral regions have different introductions to martial techniques. Honestly speaking, I am not very clear about it." Elder Tang smiled and said, "This is very normal. Those who have not been to the Central Great Realm would not know. That is the birthplace of martial arts, and the center of civilization of the entire vast thousand domains. It has been flourishing for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Aside from primogeniture grade cultivation techniques and profound grade cultivation techniques comprehended from primogeniture grade cultivation techniques, there are 3 martial techniques in the world. From high to low they are heaven rank, earth rank, and human rank." "Elder Tang, I know all of this. Just say it," Xiao Chun said softly. Old Tang nodded and said, "It is not that I am keeping you in suspense. However, there are some topics that cannot be avoided when talking about the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. Otherwise, young Master Xiao, you would not understand either." "All right, go ahead." After a chaotic period at the start of the martial epoch, it entered a dark period, commonly known as the Fiendish Demon Chaotic Era. It was also during that era that countless predecessors appeared and created many primogeniture grade martial techniques, establishing the foundation of the martial epoch. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. "Are you saying that this Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique is a primogeniture grade martial technique?" Elder Tang laughed involuntarily. "How is that possible? Most of the primogeniture grade martial arts have been lost. If one were to reappear, it would be a matter that would shock the entire Great Thousand World. There will be countless almighty beings who will divine it in advance. It will not fall into the hands of people like us." "Then," Xiao Chun said, finding it strange. Elder Tang put down his teacup and said, "I have not finished yet. The primogeniture grade martial techniques of the Buddhist sects are the 8 moves of the Gautama divine palm that the Buddha created. There are also 9 moves. Now, the 4 Buddhist temples that we are talking about are the holy lands that surpass rank 7 sections. Each of them possesses 1 move of the Gautama divine palm. The rest are lost. After that, The powerhouses of the four temples continuously comprehended many cultivation techniques and martial techniques from the Gautama divine palm that they grasped. This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a saber technique that the hidden spirit temple's eminent monks comprehended from the third move of the Gautama divine palm. It is also the only saber technique. Xiao Chun muttered. The hidden spirit temple. That's right. The hidden spirit temple is one of the four great temples with the greatest influence among the 10,000 Buddhist temples of the Great Thousand World. Its status is extraordinary, even above that of the dynasties. Everyone in the central Great Realm knows about it. Xiao Chun whispered. If that is the case, then this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is not too shocking. Just the Gautama divine palm's third move. The hidden spirit temple comprehended hundreds of cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Not to mention the other three great temples. Elder Tang said with a grave expression, "You did not hear clearly. There is only one saber technique that was directly comprehended from the Gautama divine palm. The other Buddhist sect saber techniques were not comprehended from the Gautama divine palm. More importantly, this is a saber technique that goes against the Buddha. The meaning of the Mahamaya is that everything in the world is an illusion, just a dream of the Buddha. This word is taboo in Buddhism and should not be spoken of recklessly. What is even more frightening is the last two words. Abstinence violation." Xiao Chun's heart sank. When he thought about the killing chi from the Buddha statue in the painting and the various strange aspects, he suddenly felt a chill. When Buddhist sect cultivators cultivate, they have to strictly abide by the precepts. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the temple. At worst, they will lose their true self and enter a state of berserking chi deviation, losing all their strength. However, this saber technique dares to defy the rules of the entire Buddhist sect. Not only does it use the word Mahamaya, but it also uses the words abstinence violation. It does not respect all the precepts. When Elder Tang reached this point, he suddenly smiled. What is even more shocking is that this saber technique is directly comprehended from the Gautama divine palm. It cannot be more authentic. It is the will of the Gautama divine palm. When it first appeared, it angered that group of monks. You should know that any cultivation technique or martial technique, directly comprehended from the Gautama divine palm, can be traced back to its source and directly practice the Gautama divine palm. When Xiao Chun heard that, he could not help smiling. Interesting. In that case, what exactly is this saber technique like? How strong is it? Elder Tang's smile vanished. He said sullenly, "It is very strong. So strong that many terrifying existences did not hesitate to put themselves in danger and barge into the hidden spirit temple to destroy this secret manual. In the end, the hidden spirit temple was forced to turn this saber technique into an incomplete manual. Actually, the hidden spirit temple was already very embarrassed about this saber technique in the first place. However, they were not too helpless about it. Furthermore, the hidden spirit temple has many divine cultivation techniques and martial techniques. It would not be a pity to destroy one." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt startled. "That exaggerated? I am not exaggerating at all. If you ask around in the central Great Realm, everyone will know about it. When you go to the Great Thousand Realms in the future, you will know that I am not lying." "What exactly is it?" Elder Tang smiled and said, You will know when you go. I will tell you now. Your horizons are not broad enough, so you only know a little about it." Feeling helpless, Xiao Chun said, "Very well, let's not talk about this anymore. I just want to ask, can I practice this saber technique?" "If you can practice it, naturally you can. You are not a Buddhist sect member, so there is no need to worry. However, people who are not a Buddhist sect member and want to comprehend the true meaning of it are rare," Elder Tang said slowly. Xiao Chun said, "That might not be the case. Back then, this saber manual came with me of its own accord." "He left with you?" Elder Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's right. After I released my Saber Dao Great Dao energy, it took the initiative to follow my aura and fly over." Old Tang did not believe it. He muttered, Although the Saber Dao's Great Dao energy is hard to come by, the Saber Dao's Great Dao energy is extremely rare. It might be a little far-fetched to attract the Saber manual to fly over on its own. You have a Buddhist Sarira on you." "No, that's not right. This Saber manual is a deviant sutra. It won't care about Orthodox Buddhist Sarira." Xiao Chun didn't think too much about it and didn't care. No matter what. In the end, the saber manual still ended up in Xiao Chun's hands. It was a fact that it flew over on its own accord. Xiao Chun believed that he had a fate with the saber manual, and would definitely be able to learn its true meaning. This was a rare opportunity for him. He had to seize it. From the time he had accepted the mission to now, this trip could be said to have come to a successful conclusion. Obtaining the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was the greatest harvest. If Xiao Chun could learn it before rushing to the Blessed Lands, he would have gained a lot of capital. There was also the storage ring of a peak major primal core venerate. He wondered what kind of pleasant surprise it would bring him. Oh, by the way, there was one more important thing that he nearly forgot. Elder Tang, is it a body like a sword or a body like a mountain? I already figured it out. Xiao Chun told Elder Tang about the enlightenment he gained while holding the Scarlet Blood War banner and fighting the dark gold armored venerate. After Elder Tang heard that, his eyes lit up. This body is like a sword, filled with unyielding pride. Turns out that it is the will of the soul. Alright, I understand now. In less than 1 month, I will be able to decipher the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's final words. After saying that, Elder Tang laughed loudly and left excitedly. Chapter 1647. 7 days later, the Starry Sea remained calm. The Black Cutlass had already distanced itself from that battlefield. It would be very difficult to find a pirate group in this vast grave sea. The Divine Shield Army sent out to pursue Xiao Chun could not find him, so they could only helplessly end the search. The disappearance of the dark gold armored venerate and the 8 gold armored cultivators baffled everyone in the Divine Shield Army, not knowing what happened. Regardless of this, Xiao Chun finally managed to shake off the Divine Shield Army, and no longer had to worry about the other party's pursuit. For the past 7 days, Xiao Chun had been pondering the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. This disappointed him somewhat. This incomplete saber technique only had 3 moves. One was breaking the mundane, one was resolving the mundane, and one was entering hell. Right now, Xiao Chun was doing his best to comprehend breaking the mundane. However, the deeper he delved, the more he felt a chill spreading in his heart. In this world of sensual pleasures, fame and fortune, love and hatred, and so on, who had no worries? Who had no thoughts? How could one easily break the mundane? That's not right. That's not right. I must have comprehended it wrong somewhere. The further I go, the more I deviate. This is clearly a sign of berserking chi deviation. Xiao Chun stopped comprehending. Then he took out the painting and looked at it again. As he focused his mind. Under the killing Buddha image, a monk holding a Buddhist monk's saber moved. As he moved, he sent out many saber lights. At this moment, the mental cultivation method for breaking the mundane slowly appeared. Suffering in the mundane world. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Resentment and hatred. Not being able to obtain love. Not being able to obtain immortality. Not being able to obtain immunity from all diseases. Not being able to obtain love without parting. Not being able to obtain separation. Suffering. The mundane world is full of suffering. Breaking the precepts and breaking the peace. Furthermore, using the mundane world as a cauldron. Tempering my Buddhist heart. Who? A saber wind blew by Xiao Chun's ear. The monk's saber wind seemed to be right beside his ear. Xiao Chun's thoughts raced as he thought of his various sufferings. He felt that this saber light was merciless, and the saber wind was sinister and cold. His entire body felt a chill, and he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. I'm stuck again. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chun took a deep breath. It took him a long time to calm himself down. If I were to imitate it and simply execute it, this saber technique wouldn't be difficult. However, it is really difficult to find the true meaning in it. If one is not careful, it might turn into a demonic saber. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian collected his thoughts and put them aside for the time being. I should think about happy things. With a thought, Xiao Chun took the dark gold armored venerate's storage ring. Xiao Chun had not seen the wealth of a peak major primal core venerate yet. He did not know what there would be. When Xiao Chun sent in his spiritual sense, the first thing he saw was a piece of flickering spirit jade. 800,000 meteor-grade spirit jades. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. He recalled that this dark gold-armored venerable was some sort of deputy general. Indeed, he was very wealthy. Just the medial-grade spirit jades alone had brought so many of them with him. This did not even include the scattered inferior-grade spirit jades. Keep looking, what is this? With a thought of his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun took out a book. Looking at the cover, he muttered, "Thousand Army Sword Technique. This sword technique should be the one that the sword general and the dark gold-armored venerate used. Good stuff." Xiao Chun revealed a smile on his face. The sword technique of that dark gold-armored venerate had left a deep impression on Xiao Chun. Amid the barrage of cannon fire, the dark gold-armored venerate's sword technique had even blocked the dragon-subduing slash that Xiao Chun executed with his dermic incarnation. The sword technique's aura was vast and boundless, tyrannical. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was a bladesman. However, it was not impossible to research it. Perhaps he could make some improvements in it and use it in his own saber technique. The most important thing was that the style of this sword technique was very compatible with Xiao Chun, both taking the tyrannical path. Xiao Chun continued looking. Aside from the sword manual, there were also some spirit herbs and supplies in the storage ring. These were all good things that the Divine Shield Army used. They were strictly prohibited from leaking out, so they were extremely rare. Dynasty's Influence Record. It records the birth and rise of the dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chun found a book from the Divine Shield Army that introduced the dynasties of the Central Great Realm. It also introduced some strong empires. This is interesting. Xiao Chun looked down the catalog and discovered a dynasty that shocked him. The Tianwu dynasty. Just as Xiao Chun was about to take a closer look, Xiao Su's voice rang out beside his ear. "Captain, there's a situation. We discovered an ordinary warship of the Divine Shield Army." An ordinary warship? Yes, it is just one warship. It is about the same as an ordinary 4-star pirate ship. It is chasing a person and is not coming for us. Keep an eye on it first. I'll go take a look. Xiao Chun put away the dynasty's influence record. Then with a few flashes he arrived at the control room. The water screen in the center showed a lake. A Divine Shield Army warship was chasing a bloodied, burly man with a blurry face. That burly man was in a sorry state, continuously fleeing from a few gold-armored cultivators. As for that group of gold-armored cultivators, the leader was only a peak minor primal core cultivator. Young essence stage soldiers followed behind. The warship followed behind unhurriedly, not worried at all. "Captain, do you need help?" Normally, Xiao Sua would have immediately gone to help. However, the Black Cutlass had just shaken off the Divine Shield Army and could not take the risk. Even if they completely destroyed that warship, the Divine Shield Army would be able to find some clues from where the warship disappeared. This matter was very important, so they could only ask Xiao Chun to make the decision. Of course, Xiao Chun was not a goody two-shoes. If it was within his capabilities, he would definitely mind helping. But if he had to sacrifice himself for a stranger, he wouldn't be so foolish as to implicate the entire ship's crew. Wait. Just as Xiao Chun decided to give up, his expression suddenly changed. Why do I find this person somewhat familiar? Whoosh! The heavenly eye soared into the sky and tunneled into the ground. After a while, Xiao Chun clearly saw that burly man. Then the heavenly eye returned to his forehead. Xiao Chun said, "It's the Savage Blood Pirate Group's Iron Hand Yama." Ah! The group of people in the control room was greatly startled. All of them incredibly shocked. How strong was the Iron Hand Yama? He was even stronger than that dark gold-armored venerate. He was known as the strongest person under the Cloud Sea realm in the Grave Sea, an unrivaled venerate. To think that he was in such a sorry state, chased by a group of mediocre Divine Shield Army cultivators like monkeys. Xiao Chun looked at Xiao Su and said, "You decide for yourself." Back then, this person had ruthlessly reprimanded and humiliated Xiao Su. Hence Xiao Su was at a loss. Whether to save or not, Xiao Chun could accept it. It all depended on Xiao Sua's decision. Save him. Xiao Sua hesitated for only a second before decisively making his decision. Xiao Chun revealed a smile and patted Xiao Sua's shoulder. "Go then. Use the Cold Steel Eagles to save him. After that, bring that warship around and return to the Black Cutlass. That way, they would not expose the Black Cutlass's position." "Yes, I promise not to expose the Black Cutlass." Xiao Sua left to carry out the order. Then he soared into the sky with the 2 cold steel eagles, leaving quietly. The black cutlass slowly sailed away, moving further away from the Divine Shield Army's warship. After a while, the Divine Shield Army's warship vanished into the water screen. Xiao Chun and the others arrived on the deck and waited quietly. There was no need to doubt whether they could succeed. With Xiao Sua's early-stage major primal core strength and the 2 cold steel eagles, there was no possibility of failure. It was just a matter of how much time they had to spend. As expected, an hour later, 2 cold steel eagles appeared in everyone's field of vision. Clang! Xiao Sua directly jumped down from the sky with a person on his back. Then, he slowly placed the person on his back on the deck. Right now, the Iron Hand Yama no longer looked like his past glory. He was so weak that he could not even compare to an ordinary veritable personage. Xiao Sua's complexion was pale and covered in blood. His physical body had been corroded by the starry sea. His gaze was unfocused and he looked dispirited. Xiao Chun glanced around and saw a wound on Xiao Sua's chest. Given Xiao Sua's strength, he should not have ended up like this when saving a person. What's going on? Xiao Sua's expression turned somewhat unsightly. This fellow did not want me to save him, seeking death. I spent a lot of effort, but he even scolded me. In that case, help him treat his injuries first. When his injuries are more or less healed, he can go or stay. Xiao Chun did not find this hard to understand. It looked like the Savage Blood pirate group was probably destroyed. Once the faith in one's heart collapsed, one would naturally find it hard to accept. Chapter 1648. The Iron Hand Yama recovered very quickly. With the help of medicinal pills and Xiao Chen's personal treatment, his complexion soon turned red. The scars on his body healed automatically, and the scabs fell off. The physical body of a peak major primal core cultivator was already rather strong, even stronger than Xiao Chen's physical body, which had been cleansed by the life juice source. This was because his body would undergo a transformation every time he advanced to the next level. Of course, if Xiao Chun reached peak major primal core realm, the strength of his physical body would definitely surpass the current Iron Hand Yamas. On the deck, the Iron Hand Yama slowly woke up. When he saw his surroundings, he looked at the people around him. He slowly rose to his feet. He did not express his thanks, and there was no joy on his face either. Do you have wine? When Xiao Sua heard this, he frowned. Although your cultivation is high, your injuries are only slightly better. It is not easy for you to drink. The Iron Hand Yama grinned and said, This old man's body is fine. Do I need a rookie like you to talk so much? You saved this old man's life so you can criticize me? Xiao Sua was speechless when he heard this, and his expression was slightly awkward. Fei could no longer watch on. She pulled a long face and said, How can you be like this? Boss Xiao Sua at any rate risked danger to save your life. You didn't even say a word of thanks. Now that he's concerned about you, you're actually taunting him instead. The Iron Hand Yama turned his head. Although he was injured, his aura was still there. His eyes widened slightly, which made him look exceptionally scary. However, Fei's body did not move even half a step back. She looked straight at the other party. The Iron Hand Yama grinned and said, Little fatso, get this straight. I did not want this rookie to save me in the first place. If I don't give him a slap, I'll be doing him a favor. You want me to thank him? Ridiculous. Fei's expression darkened. Her little face, which had some baby fat, was so angry that it turned completely red. You said I'm fat, you? Before Fei went berserk, Luonan quickly held back Fei. They needed to remain calm at this moment. After all, the other party was a peak major primal core cultivator with a ferocious reputation. Now that he had recovered some of his strength, it was best not to offend him. Ha ha ha. The Iron Hand Yama could not stop laughing. The people on this ship are all weirdos. He didn't know which small place this couple came from, but they were so unsophisticated. There were also the novice pirates who had just arrived at the Grave Sea. They were very foolish, as stupid as cows. Oh, there's even an elder from the School of Imperial Beasts. You're from a reputable sect after all. Elder Tang's face darkened. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand and turned to leave. The Iron Hand Yama did not care. He glanced around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chun. Then he continued scolding. There is also this white-clad brat who came out of nowhere. To think that he is the captain. To think that he managed to escape from the Divine Shield Army's encirclement with this broken ship intact. The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly when he heard the comments of the crowd. His good intentions were truly unrewarded. Instead, he was looked down on by the crowd, a venomous snake pointing its finger at him. Xiao! Xiao Chan casually tossed out a wine bottle, which shot out like a bolt of lightning. The Iron Hand Yama reacted quickly, catching the bottle firmly. Then he removed the cap and started gulping it down, finally stopping the Iron Hand Yama's mouth. Good wine. Good wine. I could not tell that you are such a simpleton. Unexpectedly, you have some good stuff. However, Xiao Chun had already turned around. He said indifferently, Everyone return to your posts. Our destination is the Blessed Land. Let's continue our journey. The people on the deck glared at the Iron Hand Yama, feeling aggrieved. Then they left one after another. As the Iron Hand Yama drank wine and enjoyed the wind, he ignored the gazes of others. However, no one noticed that there was no sign of life in his eyes. As he looked at the sea, they were empty. The following days were calm and peaceful. With his cultivation of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique hindered, Xiao Chan switched to the Thousand Army Sword technique. This sword technique possessed extraordinary might and vast might. In terms of offensive power, it was even stronger than his flawless saber technique. After all, Xiao Chan had created the flawless saber technique when his cultivation had not been high. Now that he looked back, he still needed to supplement some of the moves. Compared to the extremely profound Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, the Thousand Army Sword technique was very broad. Xiao Qin's comprehension ability was very high. He quickly comprehended it and infused it into his own saber technique. After all, the saber and the sword were somewhat different. Xiao Chun combined his own advantages and focused on the word break. He condensed the Thousand Army breaking saber technique into 4 major killing moves: breaking mountains and rivers, breaking the stars, and breaking the world. Among them, breaking the world was based on the dark gold armored Venerate's extremely mighty one sword subduing rivers and mountains. After half a month of comprehending it, Xiao Chen's Thousand Army breaking saber technique became increasingly colorful. When Xiao Chun brandished the saber, a saber light howled. When he unleashed his great Tao energy, the saber light howled. It was like hot-bloodedness filled his chest as he reared his head back and roared. Break! 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 Thousand Army breaking. Mountains and rivers breaking. Stars breaking. Breaking the world. After executing the entire Thousand Army breaking saber technique, Xiao Chun, who was on the deck, felt carefree. His blood surged and his entire body felt comfortable. The bottleneck of the primal core realm also loosened significantly. Good saber technique. I have seen many geniuses in my life. However, I have never seen a demonic genius like you. In your hands, the Divine Shield Army's famous Thousand Army Sword technique became yours in less than half a month. For the past half a month, aside from Xiao Chan, only the Iron Hand Yama remained on the deck, minding his own business and drinking. When Xiao Chun heard that, he smiled faintly. This was the first time the Iron Hand Yama said something normal. In the past few days, Xiao Chun had received a lot of criticism from the Iron Hand Yama. It was like a housefly buzzing around, not pleasant to hear. Damn it! If only that despicable general were here. When he saw this saber technique, he would definitely be angered to death. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Chun had just been praising the Iron Hand Yama in his heart when he suddenly said such a thing. Xiao Chun's lips twitched. He said embarrassedly, it would be best if he did not appear. Xiao Chun was not tired of living. If the Iron Hand Yama were here, everyone would die. That's true. Given that old fellow's character, even if he was really angry, it would not be written on his face. The Iron Hand Yama's lips curled up, feeling bored. Xiao Chun could not help asking, what was the result of that huge battle that day? The Iron Hand Yama drank a large mouthful of wine and replied weakly, what else could it have been? That is the Divine Shield Army's style. No matter how great the losses are, they want to wipe out the pirate group. We could not charge out at all. The severely injured boss did his best to help open an opening. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt it was strange. He dared to get distracted while fighting the Iron Hand Yama? Indeed. Hence, although we managed to charge out, boss's whereabouts were unknown. We did not know if he was dead or alive. After that it was a complete mess. None of the severely injured managed to escape. We fought it out with them. As the Iron Hand Yama spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Then he slammed his wine glass on the floor. However, do you know that only IF * King survived? All of them died. I am the only one left alive. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He did not know what to do. He could imagine the savage blood star Venerate getting severely injured due to being distracted in such a miserable situation. It was probably not a good ending. All the severely injured people did not care about their lives, charging at the Divine Shield army with the resolve to die. Every one of them died a miserable death in battle or died under the swords of the golden armored cultivators, getting their heads chopped off. 10,000 arrows pierced their hearts, dying with remaining grievances, or dying together with others, or being blasted to death by the cannons. Hot-bloodedness rushed to their heads as rage spread throughout their bodies in the surging seawater. The Savage Blood Pirate group fought to the last man. The Iron Hand Yama personally saw every one of them die. Everyone died. Only he survived in this world. There was an even greater pain than death. It was the loneliness that came from death. Those who died were fortunate. Those who survived were the ones who suffered the most. The Iron Hand Yama leaned against the ship's railing and held his head, lowering it in pain. For a moment Xiao Chun did not know what to say. When Xiao Sua said that the Iron Hand Yama refused to help, Xiao Chun had already guessed it. However, he had not expected it to be so tragic. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of a phrase from the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. The world of mortals is bitter. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Resentment and hatred. Resentment, hatred, desire, and not being able to obtain these were not appropriate for the Iron Hand Yama. But in reality, wasn't he the same? There were many things in the world of mortals and all kinds of suffering. It was better to break the precepts and break the peace. I will use the mortal world as a furnace to forge my Buddhist heart. Breaking the precepts, breaking the peace. Xiao Chun muttered to himself as if he had comprehended something. However, bitterness spread in his heart. At this moment he was not willing to comprehend a saber technique. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian turned around and left. Xiao Chun saw Xiao Sua standing at the entrance, looking in his direction. What are you doing here? Xiao Sua said embarrassedly. I'm afraid that he won't be able to get over it. Actually, I really don't blame him. I'll go over and let him scold me a few times. Perhaps he will be fine after that. Go on then. After Xiao Chun left, he paced back and forth, thinking about Xiao Sua's words. Suddenly, he understood something. All kinds of suffering exist. However, in this world of mortals, there will always be people who understand and care for you. Breaking the precepts and ignoring the rules of the mortal world would not bring peace but a moment of joy. One would definitely fall into the demonic Tao. Xiao Chun understood now. It did not matter whether he broke the precepts or not. Since the Buddhist heart existed, he was Buddha. Chapter 1649. Since the Buddha's heart is there, I am Buddha. This was also the principle of using the mortal world as a furnace to forge one's Buddhist heart. Xiao Chun was enlightened. His blocked thoughts were like a broken river, surging violently. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques breaking the mundane circulated in Xiao Chun's mind. His thoughts wandered as if he was enlightened. In the captain's cabin, Xiao Chun unfurled the scroll and studied it carefully again. After a while, the monk brandished the Buddhist commandment blade in his hand under the gaze of the killing Buddha statue. Saber light shot out in all directions. The originally cold and emotionless saber light turned cold. There was a hint of gentleness in her voice. The various worldly affairs were like a painting slowly unfolding in the saber light that filled the sky. Break. When the saber light was brandished to its peak, everything, including the scenes of the mortal world, came to an abrupt end. The gigantic Buddha statue gave off a golden light and suddenly came to life. A purple gold-glazed Buddhist commandment blade appeared in the Buddha statue's hand and stabbed forward. The saber light coincided with the saber in the monk's hand. It was as if it had leaped out of a painting and pierced Xiao Chan, who was observing. This was not the end. This saber strike that severed the worldly affairs was not the end. The monk sat cross-legged in midair. A swastika appeared on his glabella and spun continuously. The obsession of the secular world that had just been severed by the saber reappeared. One after another, the joys and sorrows of the world, the joys and sorrows of the reunion, the joys and sorrows of the world. Slowly, a flame appeared on the monk's body and the entire world started burning. As the flames burned, the swastika on Xiao Qin's forehead grew brighter. Golden light blossomed and Buddhist might spread out. Accompanying it was a domineering aura similar to the Vajra Dharma of Buddhism, as well as a rare murderous aura. With the mortal world as a furnace, I forge my Buddhist heart. Xiao Qin was overjoyed. He quickly put away the scroll and started cultivating again. The scene that he had just witnessed was something that he had never seen before. This was the true meaning of breaking the mortal world. Breaking the precepts, breaking the peace, using the mortal world as a furnace to forge one's Buddhist heart. Since the Buddha's heart was there, it didn't matter whether it was broken or not. With this in mind, Xiao Qin no longer entangled himself with his past obsessions. He could go ahead and cut off the obsessions in his heart with ease. Suddenly, images of Xiao Qin's past appeared in the captain's cabin. There was his youthful face when he was in Mo City, the peaceful times he spent with Lu Ruyue and Qingyun Peak, and the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity. Almost no one in the same generation could compare to him in terms of all the things he had experienced in the mortal world. Break. As more and more images appeared in the mortal world, until there were no more, Xiao Qin let out a roar in his heart. Everything disappeared like a clap of thunder, scattering the fog. A moment later everything reappeared, turning into flames that burned fiercely. As the flames bathed Xiao Qin's body, he felt a warmth. Buddhist chants filled his ears, and the various mysterious phenomena on his body became increasingly similar to the monk in the painting. The only thing missing was the swastika between his eyebrows. This was because the Buddha heart had not been tempered yet. After all, he was not an eminent monk. If he wanted to temper the Buddha heart, it would take some time. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. They would arrive at the Black Cave Mountain in the 3 Blessed Lands in another 7 days. The journey was calm and peaceful. There were no major setbacks. The crew on the ship slowly relaxed. Inside the captain's cabin, Xiao Qin remained in closed-door cultivation, not coming out at all. For 1 month, the swastika finally appeared on his forehead. However, it was not very bright yet, nor was it as dazzling as before. However, Xiao Qin completely grasped the true meaning of this breaking the mundane. He managed to do what Senior Tang thought was impossible. Without grasping the true meaning, this breaking the mundane was just a formality, unable to bring out its true might. Take the skeleton dragon star Venerate for example. When he went all out, he could only bring out 20% of its might. After all, he was a star Venerate, but that was all he could do. However, as a half-step primal core cultivator, Xiao Qin could easily bring out 20% of the skeleton dragon star Venerate's might. This was the difference between grasping the true meaning and not grasping the true meaning. More importantly, only by grasping the true meaning could one integrate it. Only then could one reverse the source and comprehend the Gautama divine palm that the hidden spirit temple grasped. Satisfied, Xiao Qin withdrew his technique and revealed a smile. However, before this smile could spread, it froze. The black lotus mark on Xiao Qin's chest throbbed, and he felt a burning sensation. The rope holding the Buddhist pendant snapped with a buzz. The Buddhist pendant floated quietly in front of Xiao Qin's chest, and cracks appeared on it. Xiao Qin's face sank. He reached out and grabbed the Buddhist pendant. Then, with a few flashes, he arrived on the deck. This was a feeling that Xiao Qin had never felt before. It was not that he had never been chased by the Black Lotus Church before. However, his reaction had never been this intense. What kind of enemy is this strong? An intense sense of danger spread in Xiao Qin's heart. As he stood on the deck, Xiao Qin looked to the front. Xiao Qin's expression turned grave. It looked like the Black Lotus Church had found his destination and had been waiting for him for a long time. Or rather, the Black Lotus Church had set up an ambush at the places that one had to pass to reach the Blessed Lands. Damn it! Who leaked information about me? Or was I not cautious enough and exposed some clues? Why did these people from the Black Lotus Church chase me all the way to the Grave Sea? Why are they still waiting here? I thought that I managed to shake them off in Purple Sun City. Brat, why is your complexion so ridiculously bad? Your aura seems even steadier. I wonder what kind of eruption you will have once you advance to the primal core realm? It does not seem like something went wrong with your cultivation. On the deck, the Iron Hand Yama, who had already recovered his strength long ago, did not leave, remaining on the ship. Upon seeing the Iron Hand Yama, Xiao Qin's expression warmed slightly. However, the worry on his face did not vanish. What is the point of telling me or not? After replying, Xiao Qian turned around and headed for the control room. As the Iron Hand Yama watched Xiao Qian rush off, he gulped down a mouthful of wine. His lips twitched as he said, "Brat, even if you don't say it, this old man can guess it. Just look at that scowling face. An enemy is definitely here." Then the Iron Hand Yama looked in the direction that Xiao Qian had looked, and his expression turned strange. The Iron Hand Yama shook the wine bottle in his hand. There was no more wine left. As he stared at the empty bottle, he entered deep thought. Inside the control room, Xiao Qian gathered everyone together. Then, he looked at Xiao Sua with a complicated expression. "Captain, don't look at me like that. I feel strange." Xiao Sua felt that something was wrong. He said, "Captain, if you have something to say, just say it." Xiao Qian smiled casually and said, "It's fine. Do you still remember what I said to you in the past?" "What did you say?" Xiao Qian looked straight at the other party and said seriously, "I said long ago that this ship would be yours sooner or later. I cannot sink too deep into the path of piracy." When Xiao Sua heard that, his heart skipped a beat. He felt somewhat excited and nervous. "You are leaving?" "Yes. There are still 7 more days before I reach the blessed land. If nothing unexpected happens, I should run into a senior and cultivate there for a while. Then I will head to my true destination." Xiao Qian showed a relaxed expression, showing no change in it. This news shocked Luonan and Fei, leaving them gaping. This was simply too unexpected. Previously, there had been no sign of this at all. "Captain, you never mentioned it before." "This is too sudden," Luonan said, feeling confused. Xiao Qian smiled and said, "It's not really sudden. I was in closed-door cultivation and thought about it for a long time." Fei-er's eyes turned red, somewhat unable to accept this. "But big brother Xiao Qian, Fei-er can't bear to part with you." "Indeed. Captain, we can't bear to part with you. Let us wait for you. Give us a time." "No, there's no need for a time. Just say it. We are all willing to wait for you." The core crew of the ship felt somewhat reluctant to part with Xiao Qian's sudden departure, finding it hard to accept. Xiao Qian felt warmth in his heart. He forcefully endured the gratitude in his heart and smiled. "I can't bear to part with you either. However, all good things must come to an end. Everyone has their own fate. Furthermore, although this starry sea is vast and boundless, it might not be impossible for us to meet again." After saying that, Xiao Qian looked at Elder Tang, who had not said anything since the start, showing a suspicious expression. Then, Xiao Qian extended a finger and tapped Elder Tang's forehead. Crack! The scarlet restriction in the depths of Elder Tang's soul, which made him unable to eat or sleep in peace, disappeared. Elder Tang felt like he was relieved of a heavy burden. As he looked at Xiao Qian, he opened his mouth to say something. However, Xiao Qian's gaze stopped him. Elder Tang has suffered during this period of time. Xiao Qian smiled in understanding. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Everyone, we will meet again in the future." The black lotus mark on Xiao Qian's chest burned even more intensely. Suppressing the reluctance in his heart, his figure flashed a few times and he quickly left. "Captain!" The others quickly gave chase. When they reached the deck, they could only see Xiao Qian's back. Xiao Sua looked at the captain's medallion that Xiao Qian handed him in his hand. He felt that everything was too sudden. He muttered, "What's wrong? I keep feeling that something is wrong." Luonan, Fei-er, and the others continued to look into the distance. As they watched Xiao Qian's departing figure, they were filled with reluctance. The Iron Hand Yama shook the wine bottle in boredom. However, he could not pour out even a drop of the 1,000-year flame. "How unfortunate. I won't be able to drink such good wine in the future." After that, the Iron Hand Yama looked at the people beside him and said helplessly, "I say, you bunch of fools. Can't anyone tell that he ran away on his own so as not to implicate you?" "What?" Everyone was greatly startled. looking at the Iron Hand Yama in disbelief. Chapter 1650. Even the Buddhist amulet cracked. Xiaochen definitely could not dodge. He could only face it head-on and seek a chance at survival. That was right. After giving instructions, Xiaochen did not resign himself to his fate. As long as there was a chance, he would fight for it with all his might, never giving up. There was absolutely no compromise without reason in Xiaochen's life motto. The black lotus mark on his chest made him feel that he was getting closer to the other party. After a while, Xiaochen looked up and saw a black ship in front. Whoosh! 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 8 or 9 figures escorted a middle-aged monk in gray monk robes and kasaya from the ship. They soared into the air and quickly flew towards Xiaochen. The figure landed on the sea, and a black lotus rose up, carrying the group of people. Like flickering light and passing shadows, they arrived before Xiaochen in the blink of an eye. A soul-level pressure pressed down. That middle-aged monk in the kasaya raised his head and locked his gaze on Xiaochen. Whoosh! Xiaochen's gaze was like a sharp sword light, moving even faster than lightning. This gaze carried a strong wind, kicking up waves around Xiaochen. In Xiaochen's eyes, time seemed to slow down. He could see every drop of water in the waves. He could see a sharp light rushing over. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen gently twisted his head and dodged this sharp light. In that instant, his long hair fluttered about for no reason. A strand of his fine black hair was cut in half and slowly fell to the ground. Xiaochen. The short probing ended in a breath of time. Then that middle-aged monk asked somewhat uncertainly. Xiaochen did not say anything. Based on what he knew, this middle-aged monk before him should be one of the 4 protectors under the Black Lotus Church's churchmaster. As for those black-clad arhats, Xiaochen was rather familiar with them. He had seen their strength in Purple Sun City. Each of the protectors was a Cloud Sea cultivator, incredibly strong. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The other paths to the Blessed Lands probably had their people waiting there as well. No matter which path Xiaochen took, he would not be able to avoid being discovered in the end. They thought highly of Xiaochen, directly sending protectors with the strength of a star venerate to block him. No wonder his Buddhist amulet shattered. It turned out that someone from the Cloud Sea realm had come. Although Xiaochen was only a Starry Sky realm star venerate, he was not someone that Xiaochen could block. Even if the entire Black Cutlass brought out all its trump cards, it would not be able to block him. It seemed that his decision was correct. Tell me, you are obviously very weak, so why does the sect master value you so much? The Vajra protector said coldly as he looked straight at Xiaochen. Naturally, Xiaochen did not know the answer to this question. He said indifferently, who knows? What are you bald donkeys thinking? Even after I left the Kunlun realm, you are still chasing me to death. Evil creature, you still dare to speak rudely. Right after he spoke, the protector charged over like lightning. He was incredibly fast, leaving behind countless flickering afterimages. He stretched out his arms, and his wide sleeves spread out like a goshawk spreading its wings. It formed a perfect whole with the surging starry sea, the quietly drifting sea breeze, and the rippling light and shadows on the surface of the sea. Be it the position, angle, or posture, they were all extremely harmonious. It was like he was bringing this world with him as he flew over. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt rejected by the seawater, the sunlight, the gentle breeze, and the light and shadows. It was like there was no place for him in the vast world. This was an indescribable feeling. This was another understanding of the Cloud Sea realm state of being one with nature. Then it manifested itself in actual combat. A clash of auras, a struggle of the mind. When the other party got close and landed his palm strike, the void became increasingly larger. It was like he did not put any force into it, making it extremely unbearable. This was an obvious characteristic of the Buddhist sect's Dhyana Dao palm technique. Bang! Xiaochen stabilized his mind and threw a palm strike, barely catching it. With just a slight contact, he was knocked back. He did not even have time to bring out a tenth of his vital qi and veritable essence energy. Fast, heavy, ruthless. In the air, Xiaochen vomited a large mouthful of blood, unable to retaliate at all. This was not a fight on the same level at all. It was no different from an adult beating up a baby. On the other hand, the other party had to be careful. not daring to use too much force lest he accidentally beat himself to death. In the other party's eyes, all of Xiao Chen's means would be like a baby dancing with the sword, a joke. Buzz. Suddenly countless stars appeared in the protector's eyes. A power that came from the depths of his soul appeared. Suddenly the surrounding space froze. Xiao Chen, who was in midair, strangely came to a stop. He could not move at all. At this moment, the countless water droplets in the air also turned crystalline. Every drop appeared perfectly in the air, reflecting all sorts of lights. The stars in the protector's eyes flickered. He showed a cold and emotionless expression as he stretched out his hand. Then Xiao Chen's body flew towards him for no reason. However, the countless crystalline water droplets in the air remained motionless. Damn it! Hatred surged in Xiao Chen's heart. If there was an opportunity, he, Xiao Chen, would definitely repay the Black Lotus Church 100-fold. He would not go back on his word. Be it bringing the demonic calamity, severely injuring the Kunlun realm, or repeatedly attacking him, the Black Lotus Church would never let him off the hook. Xiao Chen's hatred with the Black Lotus Church was irreconcilable. Boom! After Xiao Chen was pulled back, the protector sent him flying with a palm strike, and the stars in his eyes vanished. At this moment the force-binding space also disappeared. Xiao Chen's body crashed into the sea along with the seawater. Blood leaked out of Xiao Chen's mouth continuously. He felt incredible pain in his chest. All the bones in his body felt like they had shattered. You dare to be so rude with just this bit of strength? I did not even use 20% of my strength. This Buddha is asking you, do you still dare to do so? What a despicable mouth. The protector snorted coldly, revealing a disdainful expression. Interesting. I have seen fools before. Unexpectedly, the Black Lotus Church's star venerate is also this stupid. Since I dared to come here alone, naturally I am prepared to die. Are these bald donkeys really brainless? Xiao Chen did not fear death. At this moment he felt calm. He only felt that it was a pity. There were still many things that he wanted to do and people that he wanted to meet. However, it was worth it. Xiao Chen thought about the reluctance of the Black Cutlass's crew before he left. At the very least, there were people who treated Xiao Chen sincerely in this great thousand realms. Although the mundane world was bitter, there were people who cherished him and understood him. You overestimate yourself. The protector snorted coldly. Then he stretched out his hand, and the surrounding space froze again. Countless water droplets froze in space again. Then the suction slowly pulled Xiao Chen's body over. Despite facing such adversity, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the protector, he did not show any fear at all. Breaking the mundane, which contained a true intent, was sufficient to injure the other party. The protector was looking for an opportunity. He wanted to find the most suitable opportunity to strike the other party at his peak. Even if he could only injure the other party, it would be worth it. Even if he died, he wanted to let the other party know that he, Xiao Chen, was not a pushover without any dignity. Boom! However, just as Xiao Chen was about to attack, every drop of seawater in the surrounding space suddenly exploded. This part of the world was invaded by a powerful force and then brutally destroyed. Suddenly, a figure landed behind Xiao Chen. By the time the protector reacted, a figure had appeared behind Xiao Chen. Before the protector could react, the protector grabbed Xiao Chen and retreated at lightning speed. When Xiao Chen turned his head and saw that face, he revealed a horrified expression. It was the Iron Hand Yama. This ferocious-looking pirate, who had been cursing at everyone after boarding the ship, actually made a move to save Xiao Chen. Don't be shocked. The moment you raised your tail, I knew what you were thinking. Brat, you have guts. Even though I cannot save the brothers of the Savage Blood Pirate Group, this old me, the Iron Hand Yama, will definitely save your life. He looked behind him and saw a pirate ship rushing over quickly with its sails raised. It was the Black Cutlass. An old man holding a flute stood on a tortoise beast in front and behind the Black Cutlass. That was the beast governing sect's Elder Tang. In the air, Luo Nan and Fei flew over with sullen expressions on the backs of two cold steel eagles. They were all here. All the people that Xiao Chen chose to abandon were here. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to touch our captain, the Black Cutlass will fight to the death. There are no cowards on the Black Cutlass. Xiao Sua's somewhat maniacal roar came from the surface of the sea. Without exception, everyone on the Black Cutlass charged over. Even though they knew that Xiao Chun would face the Cloud Sea Star Venerate, they would not retreat. As Xiao Sua said, there were no cowards on the Black Cutlass. They lived and died together, advancing and retreating together. Chapter 1651. The disheartened Xiao Chun had not expected that everyone on the Black Cutlass would rush over without exception, including the Iron Hand Yama. Previously, Xiao Chun had not considered the Iron Hand Yama a part of the Black Cutlass. In that case, with the combined power of the Black Cutlass, they might be able to hold their own, even though the outcome would still be uncertain. However, there was a huge difference between having the strength to fight and being beaten up passively. The sudden scene caused the Protector's expression to sink. He looked coldly at the Iron Hand Yama and said, "Just you alone, and you dare to be impudent before me? How reckless!" As soon as he finished speaking, he sent out a palm strike that seemed to be as light as a feather. The Iron Hand Arhat did not dare to be careless. He pushed Xiao Chun away, and a red light burst out of his body, filling the sky with a murderous aura. He took a step forward and took the palm strike head-on. Boom! The two palms collided and a loud explosion rang out. Thousands of layers of waves shot out from the place where the two clashed. A strong wind blew and a torrential rain fell. In the wind and rain, the Vajra Arhat and the Iron Hand Yama quickly exchanged moves. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 10 moves. Every single move was earth-shattering and mighty, causing others to be unable to interfere at all. After another 10 moves, the two of them separated from the waves, each retreating 100 steps. Blood leaked out of a corner of the Iron Hand Yama's lips. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. However, he was full of vigor and did not suffer any serious injuries. "Bald donkey, you don't seem to amount to much," the Iron Hand Yama said disdainfully as he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. The Protector's expression turned sullen as if he had not expected the Iron Hand Yama to be so strong. Peak Major Primal Core Realm was only a step away from the Cloud Sea Realm, a terrifyingly high cultivation. What was even more difficult to deal with was that the other party's quintessence was extremely solid. His cultivation technique and martial technique were exceptionally tyrannical. He was far from a regular Peak Major Primal Core cultivator. That was natural. If he were a regular Peak Major Primal Core cultivator, how could he have gained the title of the Iron Hand Yama? In the Grave Sea, no one under the Cloud Sea Realm could defeat them. The Protector said sullenly, "I underestimated you. You should have plenty of experience fighting with Cloud Sea cultivators. You should have been a Peak Major Primal Core cultivator for many years." The Iron Hand Yama chuckled and said, "It's just so. However, it is sufficient to delay you. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than my boss, the Savage Bloodstar Venerate? Can you be stronger than that Divine Shield Army's Sword General? Haha, just a few words of praise from Lord Zhang and you're getting cocky. I only used 50% of my strength just now. Black Arhats, heed my command, capture Xiao Chun." With a darkened face, the Guardian Protector charged forward once more. At this moment, he no longer hid his strength and released his aura. He walked over step by step, forming a heaven-overflowing aura, driving the power of heaven and earth, becoming one with him. Hua! With every step he took, the vast sky and the vast sea moved with him. For a moment winds blew, clouds surged and waves surged. The Vajra Protector's will of soul merged with heaven and earth, forming a vast, invisible aura field. The Iron Hand Yama's expression immediately turned grave, no longer daring to underestimate Xiao Chun. On the other side, the 8 black-clad Arhats also joined forces and charged at Xiao Chun. The weakest of the 8 black-clad Arhats was an early-stage Major Primal Core cultivator. When they worked together, the pressure they brought was extremely terrifying. Black Lotus subduing Demon Fist. Boom! The 8 black-clad Arhats attacked at the same time, each throwing a punch at Xiao Chun. Immediately, the sky turned dark. 8 Buddha images covered the sky and sun as they each sent down a fist light. Xiao Chun took a deep breath. Just as the fist light approached and was about to drown him, he suddenly shouted, "Break! Break! Break!" Then he executed the army-breaking saber technique, breaking 1,000 armies. Xiao Chun shouted 3 times, each louder than the one before, sounding like thunder. With each shout, the light of that Buddhist chant dimmed. After 3 shouts, its aura plummeted. As for Xiao Chun, his aura soared. It was like he was in a desperate battlefield, facing a vast army alone. As for Xiao Qin's own aura, it soared. It was like he was in a desperate battlefield, facing thousands of soldiers and horses alone. The thunderous aura coming from Xiao Chun made it seem like he only needed one saber strike to break the vast army before him. Whoosh! A saber light appeared. With the support of great Tao energy, it swept out with the might of breaking an army. A loud sound rang out, and the saber light swept away the 8 fist lights covering the sky and sun. The black-clad Arhats all retreated. Captain will help you. Luonan and Fei rode the cold steel eagles in the air, charging at the 2 black-clad Arhats without hesitation. Even though those black-clad Arhats were late-stage major primal core cultivators, they did not fear them at all. Young Master Xiao, this old man will do his best. On the tortoise beast, Elder Tang held the flute in his hand horizontally, and melodious notes rang out. The tortoise beast under him immediately surfaced from the water and charged at the group of black-clad Arhats. At this moment the black cutlass also arrived. The 4-star ballista fired off many fatal ballista bolts. This warned this group of black-clad Arhats not to be careless. Even with their Arhat bodies, they could not completely block these peak 4-star ballista bolts. Immediately, the pressure on Xiao Chun decreased sharply. He only had to face the 2 black-clad Arhats alone. Clearly, Xiao Chun could not defeat the 8 black-clad Arhats with profound cultivations and terrifying strength. However, dealing with 2 alone was not that scary. It was not like Xiao Chun had not improved at all in his cultivation over the past few days. Before the Protector, the army-breaking saber technique and the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique were not sufficient. However, it was more than enough to deal with these 2 black-clad Arhats. Go all out. Leave none alive. A baleful aura surged in Xiao Qin's heart. He only wanted to end this battle quickly and go help the Iron Hand Arhats. Leave none alive? You are underestimating the Black Lotus Church's accumulations and strength. The situation suddenly changed. However, the 2 black-clad Arhats facing Xiao Chun did not show any fear. No matter what, in their opinion, Xiao Chun was just a half-step primal core cultivator. Is that so? Xiao Chun smiled coldly and ferociously pushed forward with his left hand. Xiao Qin's killing move, the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, quickly formed. A berserk tricolor dragon, infused with the power of lightning and ice, charged forward with the might of a blue dragon. This was a martial technique that once caught the dark gold-armored Venerate off guard. Now, it immediately sent the 2 black-clad Arhats flying. Army-breaking saber technique, breaking mountains and rivers. Xiao Qin's aura soared to its peak. When he swung his saber, he materialized an unparalleled sharpness that could break mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers. This sharpness was boundlessly tyrannical. It advanced ferociously with an unblockable momentum. The 2 black-clad Arhats worked together to throw a palm strike. Black lotus flowers filled the air, forming an independent field. However, the 2 black-clad Arhats still could not block the berserk and tyrannical saber strike. They retreated again, their complexions turning even paler. Breaking stars. Let's see how many moves you can block. Xiao Chun shouted again. Then, he held his saber with both hands and descended from the sky. The instant the 2 blocked the saber light, clumps of star-like light appeared and surrounded the 3. It was like a star appeared out of nowhere above the vast sea, radiating resplendent starlight that illuminated the surroundings, looking very dazzling. Boom! In the next moment, the star exploded violently, giving people the feeling that it was an illusion. The star vanished just like that, leaving only ripples of light in the air. The 2 black-clad Arhats lay on the surface of the sea. The 2 black-clad Arhats vomited blood but could no longer stand up. After Xiao Chun took the initiative, the black-clad Arhats were ruthlessly suppressed by Xiao Chun from start to end, unable to retaliate at all. The army-breaking saber technique's tyranny flabbergasted everyone in disbelief. Xiao Chun breathed heavily, his body covered in sweat. The army-breaking saber technique's explosive power was incredibly sharp and boundlessly tyrannical. However, the exhaustion was terrifying. Xiao Chun had only used 2 killing moves, and he already felt incredibly fatigued. Xiao Chun glanced around and discovered that the Iron Hand Yama was in an incredibly miserable state. After the protector erupted with his true strength, the Iron Hand Yama could only be suppressed. The Iron Hand Yama could not retaliate at all. However, it was clear that the protector could not afford to be distracted either. The Iron Hand Yama tried to come over and help several times, but the Iron Hand Yama held him back. The Iron Hand Yama's explosive power was also very terrifying. This protector did not dare to clash head-on with the other party. Damn it! Xiaosu, receive my war banner. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the Scarlet Blood War banner turned into a beam of light in the air, heading for the Black Cutlass. Whoosh! A figure soared into the air from the Black Cutlass. Then, he firmly grabbed the Scarlet Blood War banner with his right hand and landed firmly on the watchtower. With the war banner in hand, Xiaosu narrowed his eyes. As he brandished it, a surging scarlet light appeared. The immemorial demon soul formation instantly activated. Chapter 1652. The immemorial demon soul formation was activated, and the great desolate Aeon ferocious beast, Yazi, appeared. It raised its head and roared furiously. A tyrannical aura spread out from his body, causing the surging seawater to surge. Under Xiao Sua's control, the Yazi beast demon soul gave off a horrifying aura as it leaped up and slammed its front claws on the surface of the sea. In the unique aura that belonged to the Vajra protector, his soul will merged with the world. Every move he made could cause the world to change color and the waves to rise and fall. His every move and stance was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth in front of him. It was as if the one fighting was not a person but a piece of the sky. When the palm fell, it was as if the entire sky had fallen. However, the Yazi beast demon soul's claw was like a strange object descending from the sky. It forcefully destroyed the Vajra protector's aura. Using the most violent method, he launched a lightning-fast attack. The Vajra protector's expression changed slightly. He looked up and saw a black shadow flash by. It was so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. In a panic, his body instinctively dodged. Bang! When the Yazi beast demon soul's claw landed on the surface of the seawater seemed to soften and sink in. In reality, it was naturally impossible for the seawater to become soft. It was just that the Yazi beast demon soul's claw strike was too powerful and too fast, resulting in a special scene. Boom! In the next moment, the seawater bounced back and the surface of the sea suddenly rose. Huge waves that were thousands of feet high were like a shocking tsunami, extremely frightening. What the hell is this? The Vajra protector looked shocked and bewildered, revealing a trace of doubt. They looked like ghosts, but they also possessed a ferocity and violent power that ghosts shouldn't have. They didn't look much different from corporeal ferocious beasts. After catching his breath, the Iron Hand Yama took a deep breath and quickly recovered. The Vajra protector's will of soul suppressed Xiao Chun to the point of suffocation. However, the appearance of the Yazi beast demon soul was a great help to him. As soon as he appeared, he used brute force to shatter the other party's soul will. To him, this was a piece of good news. Without the suppression of the will of soul, the Iron Hand Yama would have a much easier time. Big brother Iron Hand, are you alright? Xiao Sua, who was controlling the Yazi beast demon soul, asked anxiously. Don't worry, I won't die yet. Let's do it this way. We mustn't let the bald donkey's soul and will appear. If we cooperate well, we might be able to take care of this black bald donkey. Alright. The two sides formally joined hands. After the Iron Hand Yama rested, they took the initiative to charge over. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he focused his attention on the remaining 6 black-clad arhats. With the unexpected help of the Iron Hand Yama, the situation slowly turned for the better. 4 hours later, Xiao Chun, Elder Tang, Xiao Su Luonan, the tortoise beast, and the 2 cold steel eagles finally dealt with the remaining 6 black-clad arhats. This was more problematic than expected. It turned out that every black-clad arhat's strength was different. The strongest among them could fight against the other 3 black-clad arhats alone, catching Xiao Chun and the others off guard. This was because Xiao Chun did not know that the 72 arhats of the Black Lotus Church were named after numbers. Numbers represented strength and glory. The black-clothed arhat named E was in existence comparable to the Iron Hand Yama. Fortunately, none of the 8 black-clad arhats ranked in the top 10. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Big brother Xiao Chun, don't abandon us again, alright? Fei said as she looked at Xiao Chun from the cold steel eagle. Elder Tang said sullenly, "Although this old man knows that you have good intentions, what position do you place us in by doing this?" Xiao Chun felt warmth in his heart as he nodded seriously. "I'm sorry. I won't be so rash in the future. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't feel good either." "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Only that protector is left. We might still have a chance of victory," Elder Tang said as he looked at the battle in front. Xiao Chun entered deep thought before saying, "Attack together and end this quickly. There is indeed a chance." "Right." Everyone's hot-bloodedness surged in their hearts. Without hesitation, they soared into the air and charged at the protector. Although Elder Tang and the others did not fear death, they were very wise. They did not blindly charge forward to die. They only chose to exhaust and harass the protector from a distance. Xiao Chun relied on his strong physique to bring out his blue dragon war body, choosing to fight in close combat. When Xiao Chun infused his great Dao energy into his saber light, he could put extreme pressure on that protector. The trouble that the protector could cause would be no less than the Iron Hand Yamas. Of course, the main force was still the Yazi Beast Demon Soul. With 2 lit pearls and the support of the Scarlet Blood War banner, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul possessed the strength of an ordinary star venerate. More importantly, its berserk aura was the special attribute of an ancient ferocious spirit. It perfectly countered the protector's will of soul. Once the other party unleashed his will of soul and merged with the world, it would be ruthlessly pierced. Otherwise, when the protector unleashed his will of soul, not to mention harassing the protector, they would not even be able to get close to him. Whoosh! The protector nimbly dodged the Yazi Beast Demon Soul's attack again. Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that the turtle beast under the sea had stretched out its head and bit one of his legs at lightning speed. With a rare opening exposed, the Iron Hand Yama did not hesitate to charge forward and throw a punch. The protector's face sank as he roared in rage. He did not move from his original spot and forcefully clashed with the Iron Hand Yama's punch. Then he sent the Iron Hand Yama flying with a palm strike. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Xiao Chun's saber light chopped down at lightning speed. Kasie! The lunar shadow saber struck the protector's shoulder. Xiao Chun used all his power and finally managed to cut in by 1 centimeter. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of cold light shot over. At this crucial moment, the 2 cold steel eagles each sacrificed a precious tail feather and shot it into the protector's chest. The protector could not help roaring in pain when he felt the intense pain. Now, Xiao Sua controlled the Yazi Beast Demon Soul to open its huge maw and descend from the sky, trying to swallow up the protector. With victory in sight, everyone revealed an expression of anticipation in their eyes. However, at this moment, the protector suddenly revealed a cruel smile. He said coldly, "Sect Venerate, heed my call. Black Lotus secret technique, unrestricted golden body. When the Black Lotus blooms, the world venerate becomes a sage. I will reign supreme in the world." A strange Buddhist scripture came from the starry heavens. As the clouds churned, a black lotus bloomed, and a black Buddha image stood up. The Buddha image passed through the starry heavens, traveling an unknown distance. Then it pierced through the clouds and entered the protector's body in the time it took for a spark to fly. Oh no! Xiao Chun's expression changed as he quickly drew his saber and left. However, he was still a step too late. Black light burst out of the protector's body and sent Xiao Chun flying. Just the shock waves made Xiao Chun feel like his skin was burning. Xiao Chun felt incredible pain. He stepped forward and kicked the tortoise beast into the bottom of the sea. Cracks appeared on the thick,